Welcome back to Worlds of Prothika audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Prothika, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Prothika's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothikan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprothika.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Elira. I stand at precipice of the world, or at least it feels that way. Dawn breaks over the mountains of Praj in a blaze of gold and rose-coloured light, igniting the jagged peaks until they glow like shards of amethyst. The wind tears at my hair, midnight black with a single silver streak running from my right temple down to my collarbone. That silver strand has been there for as long as I can remember, though no one can fully explain why. The early morning air is cold enough that my breath puffs out before me in small white clouds. Below, a steep slope plunges into a sprawling valley, dotted with tall pines and thick brambles. I savour this chill, letting it nip at my cheeks and remind me that I am alive. Somewhere in the distance, birds caw, ravens or hawks perhaps. Even from here I can spot their silhouettes circling above the tree line. A thick tension coils in my stomach, an undercurrent of disquiet that refuses to settle. My magic senses something, like an electric hum skittering across my skin. I shake out my arms, trying to dispel the goosebumps that erupt despite my warm cloak. Usually a sunrise like this clears my mind and reaffirms why I love Praj's jagged beauty. But this morning, the familiar comfort of the mountains eludes me. I inhale deeply, searching for calm. Our coven's refuge lies higher up, hidden among jagged crags so steep and forbidding that few outsiders would ever risk the climb. We Purna have always lived in secrecy, especially here in the mountains where nature cloaks us. My matriarch often reminds me that we must remain elusive. Too many threats lurk outside our sanctuary, from dark elf raiders to monstrous beasts spawned by wild magic. The greatest danger, though, is the centuries-old hatred the dark elves harbour for our kind. They enslave human women without hesitation, and Purna are prized even more, though most have been hunted almost to extinction. I rub my arms, the day's first rays warming my face as I step away from the precipice. The craggy path back to the coven is narrow, lined with rough stone that demands careful footing. Over the years, I've learned to walk it with fluid grace, even when the wind tries to shove me off balance. Each rock, each curve in the trail, is etched into my memory. This place is my home, my fortress, and it comforts me in a way no lavish palace ever could. A faint voice echoes from behind the large pines. Elira. It's Alicia, a fellow Purna from my coven. Her tone wavers between exasperation and amusement. Stop daydreaming and get back here before the matriarch has my head. I grin in spite of my unease. Alicia is one of my closest friends, tall, with fiery curls and a penchant for setting things ablaze whenever she's startled. Literal flames, conjured by her elemental magic. As children, we used to dare each other to sneak past the boundary wards that keep the coven hidden. I was better at illusions, while she excelled at raw firepower. We caused quite a ruckus back then. "I'm coming!" I call out, tugging my cloak tighter around my shoulders. With a last glance at the fiery sunrise, I follow the narrow ledge toward the staircase of carved stone that leads us back inside our enclave. The stairway delves into a hidden alcove in the mountainside, sheltered from casual view by thick shrubs and a strategically placed boulder. Despite my heavy boots, my steps are silent against the smooth rock. Years of training have taught me how to move without sound, and I relish the way I can slip through the world like a wraith. Pushing aside a curtain of vine-like moss, I enter a small antechamber lit by glowing orbs of arcane energy. We craft these orbs ourselves, magic condensed into spheres that gently illuminate our halls. Their soft hum resonates in the back of my mind, a subtle reminder of the power that runs through our veins. We Purna draw magic from within, or so our matriarch tells us. Unlike the dark elves, who claim their sorcery is granted by distant malevolent gods, we believe we owe nothing to any deity. Our strength is our own. I find Elira leaning against the damp stone wall, arms crossed. Her russet curls are bound in a loose braid, stray wisps framing her bronze face. She fixes me with a mock glare. "You know the matriarch wants us to begin training at sunrise, right? She about bit my head off when she saw your spot empty." I offer a sheepish shrug. "She can't have been that angry, or I would have heard her yelling from here." Elira snorts, stepping aside so I can pass. I'd say she was more perturbed, in that very quiet, terrifying way of hers. Good luck. "Thanks," I reply dryly. The matriarch's displeasure is the last thing I want, but there's no sense avoiding what's to come. My boots click against the stone floor as I move deeper into the cavern, Elira trailing behind me. The corridor widens into a grand hall chiselled straight from the mountain's core. Smooth pillars support an arched ceiling, and at the far end sits a broad dais where our matriarch usually addresses the coven. Sunlight glances in through hidden slits in the rock, forming shifting patterns on the floor that resemble dancing leaves. The air smells faintly of incense, lavender and sage, burned to aid meditation. Around a dozen other Purna mill about, some seated on low cushions, others chatting in small groups. All female, with varied appearances. Some have hair the colour of wheat, others as dark as mine. A few carry staves carved with runic symbols. I spot one older Purna chanting under her breath, practicing some new incantation. Our coven's daily rhythms revolve around harnessing or honing magical skills, as well as caring for our hidden gardens and livestock. It's a simple life, but a guarded one. At the dais stands matriarch Lumeria herself, tall and regal, with ash-blonde hair woven into a single thick braid that falls over her shoulder. Fine wrinkles crease the corners of her eyes, but there's a fierce vitality in her gaze. She's been matriarch since long before I was born, and rumour says she's mastered at least 3 types of magic. I've always looked up to her, though that admiration is edged with a healthy dose of fear. She doesn't glance my way immediately. Instead, she presses her hand over a kneeling Purna's shoulder, murmuring instructions I can't quite hear. Then her head lifts, and her storm-grey eyes find me with ease. My heart drums an unsteady beat. "Elira," she greets, her voice serene yet unyielding. "You greet the sunrise outside again?" "I do," I reply, clearing my throat. "Apologies if I missed the start of training." She waves a hand. "We've barely begun. Elira will show you to your station. Try not to let your mind wander." Her lips press into a taut line. "There is much to do." I dip my head in acknowledgement. The matriarch's expression is unusually sombre, which does nothing to ease the anxiety that's been plaguing me. Something stirs in the pit of my stomach again, that electric hum in my veins. Before I can ask about her tone, she dismisses me with a small nod. I fall in step beside Elira as we walk toward a section of the hall reserved for advanced training. A series of shallow pools reflect shifting lights onto the ceiling, used for practicing water or elemental magic. Farther in, there's a circle of runes drawn in white chalk, designed to contain illusions or transformations. That's where Elira and I are headed. As we arrive, I release a slow breath and square my shoulders. Training typically involves refining our techniques, pushing the limits of our inherent gifts. For me, that means wrestling with illusions, transformations, and the faint flicker of space-time magic that sets me apart. Others in the coven can manipulate illusions, yes, but my transformative skills are advanced enough that I once turned a predator wolf into a docile hare, by accident. And then there's my spatial distortion trick, which I can barely control. Alicia folds her arms. "Ready?" she asks, her voice quieter now. I glance at her. "As I'll ever be." She steps back, and I focus on the circle of runes. My first exercise is simple, an illusion meant to mask my appearance for 30 seconds. The matriarch wants me to refine the edges, making sure no flicker betrays the truth. I hold out my hands, concentrate on the swirl of energy in my chest, and exhale slowly. The world around me fades into sharper focus as I draw on my magic. It feels like threads of shimmering power are woven through my veins, waiting for me to tug them. I direct those threads toward my skin, envisioning an opaque shell that changes my face, my body, even the colour of my clothes. A mild tingle skates over my arms. In the reflection of the nearest pool, I see my features waver and shift, a trick of the mind as much as of the eyes. For a moment, I look nothing like Elira Vex, the Purna with silver-streaked hair. Instead, a willowy, dark-haired woman wearing a cloak of shimmering emerald stands in my place. Alicia arches an eyebrow, impressed. "No flicker so far," she notes. "Keep it steady." I concentrate. The reflection remains consistent. Half a minute passes, then I allow the illusion to dissipate gently, returning my reflection to normal. I grin at Alicia, relief mingling with triumph. "I think it's better than yesterday." She pats my shoulder. "Definitely. You'll outdo the Red Purnas in illusions soon enough." Her mention of the Red Purnas makes my stomach tighten. They're a faction of our own people, but from what I've gathered, they view our cautious way of life as weakness. Rumours persist that they want to seize power across Protheca, overthrowing the Dark Elves, or at least challenging them rather than hiding. A bold, dangerous ambition. Matriarch Lumeria has never spoken about them openly, but there have been whispered stories of entire covens fracturing under Red Purna influence. We prefer to remain neutral, hidden, but tension simmers, even within these halls. Before I can dwell on that too long, Lumeria's voice echoes across the chamber. "Gather, my daughters, we have matters to discuss." A hush falls. The other Purna set aside their practice and converge near the dais. Alicia and I exchange a curious look, then join the circle forming around the matriarch. Her grey eyes pass over each of us in turn, measuring our expressions. Light from the enchanted orbs gilds the silver streaks in her hair, adding an ethereal quality to her stance. "We sense a disturbance," she begins calmly. "Our wards have been trembling at odd intervals. Something is shifting beyond our mountains." Her gaze locks onto me, sending a quiver of apprehension down my spine. A murmur stirs among the group. One Purna with short-cropped hair speaks up, her tone anxious. "Gargoyles." Lumeria shakes her head. "It is not certain. The gargoyles have remained in stone sleep for nearly a century. Our magic saw to that, aided by the final battles of our ancestors." She tilts her chin. "However, we must not become complacent. Dark elf rumours reach even our hidden ears. Whispers of—" She pauses, as if the words themselves are sour. Whispers of something awakening, old powers, old hatreds. A shiver crawls up my arms. I recall the crackling sense of disquiet I felt at dawn, how the sunrise seemed less like a promise and more like an omen. My thoughts flicker to the stories of the gargoyles, beings once twisted from dark elves by misused Purna magic. Their hatred of our kind is said to be as deep as the roots of Protheca itself. "Matriarch," says another Purna, voice quaking. "Do you think the Red Purnas might be stirring trouble again? Trying to break the old spells that keep the gargoyles contained?" Lumeria's lips press into a firm line. Perhaps, or maybe the dark elves themselves, King Rythan in Orthani, or King Throsh in Perthos. There are many who crave more power. Her eyes trace the circle. Regardless, we must be vigilant, and we must prepare. A collective unease ripples through us. Some Purna exchange worried looks. Alicia shoots me a knowing glance, like she recognizes the tension brewing inside me. My chest tightens, and I realize I'm clenching my hands until my knuckles ache. "The prophecy!" I blurt before I can stop myself. My voice echoes around the hall. Silence falls as everyone's attention shifts in my direction. Heat flushes my cheeks, but I press on. "Is it true there's a prophecy about a powerful Purna who might—" I can't bring myself to finish the sentence. I've heard rumours of a Purna destined to protect or doom us all, but I've never had the nerve to ask directly. Lumeria studies me with those piercing eyes. Then she nods once, curt and solemn. "We do not discuss prophecies lightly. They are glimpses of possible futures, not certainties." She inhales, her chest rising. "But we must acknowledge the possibility that events are moving quickly. The future of our coven, of all Purna, could hinge on the actions of one among us." Her voice hardens. "We will not name her yet, for that knowledge could endanger everyone. Simply know that we must remain united, no matter what storms approach." My pulse pounds. I stare at the floor to avoid the sea of curious faces. A myriad of emotions churn within me. Fear, excitement, confusion. Could I be that Purna they whisper about? The notion seems absurd. I'm no legendary saviour. Yet the quiet way Lumeria's gaze lingers on me suggests she suspects as much. Have I been singled out for more than just my unusual magic? The matriarch dismisses us with a gesture, and the coven disperses like dandelion seeds scattered by the wind. Alicia tugs on my sleeve as we retreat from the dais. "Are you all right?" she asks softly. I exhale, my breath shaky. "I'm not sure. Something feels off. It's like my magic's humming in my bones." She nods in understanding. My own power's been prickly lately too. Her gaze flickers around to ensure no one else overhears. "Elira, if you ever need to talk, I'm here, no matter what." I grip her hand in thanks, grateful for her unwavering friendship. We part ways, and I wander the cavern aimlessly, hoping the echoes of footsteps and the hush of stalactites overhead might calm me. The halls of our home have always been my sanctuary. I grew up listening to the drip of mineral-rich water into crystal pools, practicing illusions in corridors lit by enchanted orbs. But now the echoes feel less soothing and more foreboding, like something lurks beneath the surface. Eventually, I emerge into a smaller side chamber used for private meditation. The walls are lined with carved depictions of the Purna's storied past, the arrival of human women from Earth, the war with the gargoyles, and the centuries spent in hiding. My heart catches on the carved image of a monstrous stone creature with massive wings, tearing through a line of cloaked figures. Even in the muted carving, the gargoyle's fury is palpable. I kneel on a woven mat, close my eyes, and attempt to steady my breathing. My thoughts swirl like autumn leaves in a gale. Gargoyles, prophecies, the hush in Lumeria's voice. There's also the flicker of guilt I feel for being late to training this morning. Childish, perhaps, but I know the matriarch expects better of me, especially if I'm truly the one from the visions. Dark elves also crowd into my thoughts, though I've never encountered one face to face. The stories I've heard are enough to send a chill through my core. They rule Protheca with magic and cruelty. They enslave humans, my ancestors, and treat them worse than beasts. I once witnessed a few ragged human fugitives limp through our mountain passes, searching for rumoured Purna help. All I could do was offer them small illusions to cloak their escape. Even that nearly cost me punishment for risking the coven's secrecy. I press a hand over my eyes, as if blocking out the memory. My existence is so removed from those horrors. Up here, the Purna coven is shielded. But if the prophecy is real, if the gargoyles are truly stirring, my safe mountain stronghold might shatter sooner than I ever imagined. Footsteps approach, soft but unmistakable. I sense the faint signature of life magic emanating from the person, its warm, restorative energy that has a distinct taste in the air. Opening my eyes, I find Matriarch Lumeria standing in the doorway, her expression gentle. "Child," she says quietly, "may I join you?" I nod, shifting to make room on the mat. She sinks down gracefully, the ends of her robes pooling around her. For a few long moments, neither of us speaks. The ambient magic in the chamber flickers, as though responding to our combined presence. Finally, she looks at me. "I know you have questions," she says. "I also know the rumours have weighed heavily on you." My throat feels tight. "I don't want to assume anything," I begin softly. "But do you believe I'm the one from the prophecy?" Lumeria's gaze flickers with empathy. Prophecies are complex threads, each strand representing a possible future. We do not know for certain which path fate will choose. However, your abilities, space-time and transformative magic combined, are exceptionally rare. The last Purna we know of with such gifts shaped our history, for better or worse. Her words send a chill through my heart. I recall the legends of the Purna who fought the dark elves long ago, inadvertently creating the first gargoyles. That single misguided spell changed the course of Protheka. Could I wield magic so powerful? The possibility terrifies me more than anything. "I don't want to bring doom to our people," I whisper. Lumeria's expression softens. "I know, child. That is why I believe in you. Your heart is kind, your intentions earnest. We just must ensure that fear does not drive you to rash actions." A trembling breath escapes me. The memory of the mountain sunrise returns, its fierce beauty overshadowed by the gnawing sense that something is about to change. I confide, "This morning I could feel it in the air, as if the mountains themselves were tense. Does that make sense?" She inclines her head. "It does. There have been signs for weeks. A subtle tremor in the wards, strange sightings near old gargoyle strongholds." Her lips press together. "I think it might be wise for you to leave the coven for a short while. Travel to the lower passes, gather information. We have allies among the human villages. They may share news about gargoyle rumours or dark elf movements." Surprise jolts through me. "Leave? But my training will continue in a different form," she interjects gently. "Sometimes the greatest lessons are learned outside these walls. You're not being exiled, Elira. I merely want you to see the bigger picture, to understand the fragile balance in Protheka, beyond our sanctuary. The idea of venturing beyond Praj's hidden ridges fills me with a mixture of excitement and dread. I've rarely strayed far from the coven, but a part of me has always yearned for more, to help the humans suffering under dark elf rule, to see the world that my people left behind. Still, the notion of stepping into potential danger stirs the fear I try so hard to bury. "I'll go," I say quietly, steadying my voice. "But I'll come back. I'm not abandoning our coven." Lumeria smiles faintly. "I expect nothing less." She stands, extending a hand to me. I rise, and she places a comforting palm against my cheek. "Trust your instincts, child. They will guide you well." Her presence lingers like a fading warmth even after she departs. I remain in that chamber for a few more breaths, collecting my scattered emotions. If I am truly meant to be a pivotal piece in whatever is coming, then I have to act. Hiding in these halls won't stop the gargoyles or the dark elves. I leave the side chamber to gather my things, half expecting Alicia to leap out from a corner with questions. But she's nowhere in sight. Perhaps the matriarch has assigned her another task. Instead, I pass a few younger Purna practicing illusions in an alcove. Their ephemeral illusions shimmer like rippling water. One of them, a girl with freckles dusting her cheeks, glances at me with wide eyes. I force a reassuring smile, though I suspect rumours about me and the prophecy are spreading fast. My quarters are sparse, a single bed, a low table, and a trunk for my few possessions. I shrug off my cloak and fold it neatly, then begin packing essentials for the journey. A few changes of clothes, a small satchel of herbs for healing or spell components, and a silver dagger. We're not warriors by trade, but the Purna aren't defenceless. Magic can fail under stress, and steel is sometimes the difference between life and death. My fingertips drift over a small pendant shaped like a crescent moon lying atop my trunk. It was my mother's, or so I've been told. She vanished when I was very young. Some say she died battling a wandering monster near Praj. Others whisper darker theories. I keep this pendant to remind me of her. Clutching it briefly, I slide it around my neck, letting it rest over my heart. The air is cool in here, but my mind runs hot with 1,000 warring thoughts. The day began with a simple sunrise watch, and now everything is shifting. Gargoyles, prophecies, leaving the coven. It all feels too sudden, yet part of me wonders if this was inevitable. The silver streak in my hair has always hinted that I'm not like the others. Maybe my destiny was sealed from the start. I sling my pack across my shoulder, gather my courage, and step out into the corridor. The hustle and bustle of the coven continues, chanting, practicing, hushed conversations about possible threats. Someone calls my name, but when I turn, there's no one there. I suspect the tension in my magic has me on edge. As I navigate toward the main exit, the rocky path that winds its way down to the lower slopes, I can't help but scan the shadows. An odd paranoia prickles at the back of my neck, as though I'm being watched. The sensation reminds me of the stories about gargoyles half awake, observing the world through stone eyes. I shake off the eerie feeling. If there were a gargoyle in our halls, we'd know, or be dead. A final figure blocks my path near the exit. It's Mistress Kiva, one of the coven's older members. She doesn't hold a position as high as the matriarch, but she's respected for her deep knowledge of curses and wards. Her expression is drawn. "You're leaving?" she says. It's not a question, more of a statement tinged with worry. "Matriarch's orders," I reply, "to gather information, maybe to confirm some of the rumours." My voice comes out steadier than I expect. Kiva's eyes soften. "Be cautious, child. If anything stirs in the ancient places, especially the stone prisons, stay far away. We've lost too many good Purna to old feuds." I swallow hard, nodding. "I will." Her gaze shifts to the silver strands in my hair. She says nothing about it, but I see curiosity and concern in her furrowed brow. Then she steps aside, letting me pass with a parting nod. Beyond her, the path slopes downward through a tunnel wide enough for 2 people to walk abreast. Torches flicker along the walls, but the final few yards rely on daylight filtering in. I emerge onto a narrow landing that overlooks a steep ravine. The sun has risen higher now, painting the rock faces in pale gold. My heart leaps into my throat as I realise this is it, the first step away from my sheltered world, the first real test of whether I can face whatever is out there. A breeze tugs at my cloak, and I take a moment to close my eyes, inhaling the crisp mountain air. The bracing scent of pine and fresh snow stings my nose. I sense the hum of my magic again, that persistent, electric thrum. It's as if the mountains themselves urge me onward, telling me destiny is waiting beyond these ridges. Or perhaps warning me to turn back. It's impossible to decipher. "Here goes," I murmur. Gathering my courage, I begin the descent. Each step loosens the tension in my shoulders, but it also tightens the knot in my gut. I'm leaving behind the only home I've ever known, though I tell myself it's temporary. I wonder if, by the time I return, everything will have changed. Snowdrifts cling stubbornly to the path in shaded areas, so I move carefully, occasionally slipping on slick patches of ice. The route cuts along the cliff, offering breathtaking views of green treetops far below. I spot a waterfall cascading down the opposite ridge, glistening like a silk ribbon in the sunlight. A flock of birds bursts from the pines, swirling overhead in a chaotic dance before vanishing among the clouds. One day I might find such sights purely beautiful again, but right now, unease tarnishes the wonder. I can't stop picturing gargoyles crouched in hidden lairs, slowly chipping away at their stone prisons. Are they truly stirring? Or is that just fear taking root in my mind? The Red Purnas, the dark elves, the unknown overlords. I grit my teeth. If I'm to face any of them, I need more than illusions and half-mastered transformations. I need knowledge. The path curves around a bend, revealing a small plateau that transitions into dense forest. The air grows warmer as I descend, the smell of moss and pine thickening. My pack bounces against my hip, the dagger's hilt reassuring against my thigh. I scan the trail ahead, looking for any sign of travellers. I manage another half-mile before the rustle of leaves alerts me to a presence. My heart lurches, and I slip quietly behind a boulder, instincts from years of training kicking in. Pressing against the cold stone, I peek around to see a figure standing in the clearing. A man by the build, tall, cloaked, and scanning the area like he's searching for something. He shifts, and a faint glimmer of sunlight catches metal. A weapon? I can't see his face beneath the hood, but dread clamps my lungs. Could he be a dark elf scout? Unlikely this far up in the mountains, but not impossible. If so, I can't risk direct confrontation. Another option crosses my mind. A human traveller, maybe, or a mercenary. This pass is dangerous, though, so I can't trust appearances. I steady my breathing, chanting a silent incantation under my breath. My illusions are subtle enough that if he's not looking for me, he might overlook me entirely. A gentle distortion of light around my body makes me blend into the rocky terrain. I move carefully, step by step, trying not to dislodge any pebbles. My pulse rages in my ears. Just then, the figure steps forward, revealing a glimpse of his face. Human, I think. He looks haggard, with stubble across his jaw and a bandage wrapped around one forearm. His stance is tense, scanning the path like someone fleeing or hunting. A battered sword hangs at his side. Suddenly, he curses under his breath and limps toward a nearby rock. He collapses against it, clutching his arm. A pang of sympathy cuts through my caution. He seems injured, definitely not a graceful dark elf or a monstrous gargoyle. Beneath that hood, I catch sight of eyes that are wide with pain. Gritting my teeth, I weigh my options. The matriarch always taught us to help humans where we can, though exposing ourselves is risky. But this man might have information. He might also need urgent care. If he's being pursued by dark elves, I can't in good conscience leave him to die. My illusions are strong enough to keep me safe for a few moments at least. Quiet as a breeze, I approach. My heart hammers. Closer now, I see his wound is a mess of dried blood. He's trembling, face pale. I let the illusion fade, stepping into the clearing. He jerks upright, eyes widening with alarm. His hand fumbles for the sword hilt, but it slips from his weak grasp. "Stay back," he croaks. I hold my hands up, palms forward. "I won't hurt you," I say calmly. "You're injured. Let me help." He blinks, confusion warring with suspicion. His gaze darts around as if expecting hidden allies. I keep my voice gentle. "I'm alone. My name is Elira." He hesitates. I'm Jonas," he manages, laboured breath shaking his chest. "Caught my arm on a beast's claws. Lost my friends. I've been stumbling through this forest for 2 days." A sharp pang of sympathy lances me. "Let me see your wound," I urge. He lifts his arm slowly. The bandage is soaked, the edges crusted with dark blood. Biting back a grimace, I kneel beside him and gingerly unwrap the bandage. The gash is deep, possibly infected. My mind races through the small collection of healing spells I've practiced. I'm no master of life magic, but I know enough to cleanse and seal minor wounds. "Hold still," I murmur, placing a hand just above the torn flesh. Jonas flinches, but doesn't pull away. This will sting a bit. I summon a thread of healing energy, the incantation forming in my mind. A soft glow emanates from my palm, sinking into his arm. He hisses, sweat beading on his brow. As gently as I can, I weave the magic, coaxing new flesh to grow, forcing out infection. It's not perfect, my healing abilities are limited, but I at least manage to close the worst of the tear and reduce the risk of further contamination. When I finish, he exhales a ragged breath, awe flickering in his eyes. You're a witch." The term stings, but I swallow my annoyance. "Purna," I correct quietly. "I live in the mountains." "Purna," he echoes, recognition dawning. "I've heard rumours. They say your kind can do impossible things." His voice cracks. "Thank you." I offer a small nod. "Do you know if any dark elves are nearby? Or anything else?" He shakes his head, slowly flexing his healed arm. "I saw some dark elf soldiers days ago, patrolling near the base of the range. They're always about, rounding up humans they catch outside the villages. But I kept my distance." A haunted look crosses his face. "As for other things, I heard rumours in the last town of gargoyles stirring, but that's madness. Everyone knows they've been asleep for an age." My heart clenches. So it's not just our coven hearing these rumours. "Sometimes rumours carry a grain of truth," I say softly. He grimaces. "Then Prathika's about to get a lot deadlier." He glances at me, a glimmer of hope in his gaze. Are you going to a human village? I might find help there." I hesitate. If he accompanies me, I'll have to be extra cautious using magic. But leaving him alone could spell disaster for him. "I can guide you part of the way," I decide. "But first, we have to get down this mountain safely, and we must avoid the dark elf patrols." He nods, swallowing thickly. "Thank you." Standing, I shoulder my pack. The morning sun is well past its peak, meaning we've lost hours. My plan to slip through unnoticed just got more complicated, but perhaps Jonas can tell me more about the rumours once he's rested. I hold out a hand to help him up. He grips it, unsteady but determined. Beneath my stoic exterior, nerves flutter in my stomach. Everything the matriarch warned us about might already be unfolding. Gargoyles, dark elves, possibly even the Red Purnas. And here I am, standing on a lonely trail in the wilderness, fulfilling a destiny I never asked for. Clutching my cloak against a sudden brisk wind, I guide Jonas toward the winding path that continues downward. My thoughts swirl with questions about the gargoyles, about who I might be in the grand scheme of Purna prophecy. But for now, I place one foot in front of the other, determined to uncover the truth and protect the innocent from whatever dark forces prowl these lands. As we descend the mountainside, a final glance over my shoulder reveals a fleeting glimpse of the Purna stronghold. The morning light glimmers on the rocky slopes, and for an instant, I imagine I see the silhouette of matriarch Lumeria watching from high above. Perhaps it's only in my mind. Still, I can almost feel her gentle reassurance urging me onward. I breathe in, letting the clean air fill my lungs. My journey begins here, with the crisp dawn on the heights of Praj and the uncertain path stretching before me. Whatever fate or prophecy lies ahead, I will face it. The fire in my chest may waver, but it will not be extinguished. And so I take the first step, forging a path through the whispering pines, the hush of fate growing ever louder in my ears.
Chapter 2. Veline. I stand atop the highest balcony of Orthani's grand citadel, watching the pale morning sun attempt to burn through the gloom that clings to the spires. The wind ruffles my midnight black hair, which I keep tied at my nape with a slender leather cord. My cloak flutters around my legs, a regal shade of obsidian embroidered with faint silver runes symbolizing loyalty to the Overlord. From this vantage point, the entire city sprawls beneath me like a masterpiece of cruel splendor. Sharp rooftops, arches of dark stone, and twisted spires dominate Orthani's skyline. The architecture seems grown from nightmares, jagged and imposing, each structure leaning in as though ready to strike. Even the streets, wide enough to accommodate carriages pulled by hulking reptilian beasts, have an air of menace. Black banners bearing the crest of House Vitoris snap in the breeze, reminding every inhabitant of who truly rules here. Far below, I spot drab clusters of Lowtown, where humans are forced to eke out a living in cramped huts. They move through the muddy alleys like shadows, their shoulders hunched beneath the unrelenting gaze of dark elf patrols. Slavery is the norm, a tool to maintain power and order. It's a truth I've always known, one I've been taught never to question. Compassion is not part of my training. I place my gloved hands on the railing, the cold iron pressing into my palms. The Overlord summons me soon, and I wait because that is my function. I exist to serve. A hush settles over my mind, a well-worn mantra that beats in time with my heart. Obey, accomplish, execute. There's nothing else. My skin is dark like obsidian characteristic of dark elves, though I'm broader in the shoulders than many of my kin. I possess a warrior's physique, sculpted by relentless drills and dark magic enhancements. Beneath my cloak, my frame is wrapped in form-fitting black leather armor, embossed with runic symbols along the chest. 2 short swords rest on my hips, their hilts shaped into the heads of snarling wolves, an emblem of my efficiency as the Overlord's enforcer. In the near distance, horns blare a dissonant melody, signaling that court is about to commence. My breath hisses between my teeth. Another day of orders, blood, and unflinching duty. I pull away from the edge of the balcony and turn toward the tall archway that leads inside. 2 Mew guards, dark elf soldiers from the warrior caste, bow their heads in deference as I pass, stepping aside to grant me entry. Their armor is less ornate than mine, and they keep their expressions neutral. Everyone here knows my reputation. I am Valen Duskbane, the Overlord's blade. The corridor stretches out before me in austere grandeur, lit by shimmering orbs of chaos magic. Torches have no place in these halls. Dark elves prefer the elegant luminosity of sorcery. The black marble floor reflects the light in small, dancing patterns. Every so often I notice a faint flicker in the corners of my vision, as though the runes etched on the columns are more alive than they should be. Magic pulses here, drawn from the power granted by our 13 hungry maws, so the priests say. It's a theology that never fully interested me. My only religion is servitude. I pass through a set of ornate doors made of polished obsidian. Within, the Overlord's audience chamber spreads in a half-circle, dominated by massive windows that reveal Orthani's ominous skyline. The floor is inlaid with a giant sigil, a serpentine shape said to represent the Overlord's patron deity. Slaves kneel along the walls, heads bowed, silent as the grave. At the corner of the chamber stands Overlord Rython Vitoris himself, robed in deep indigo with black filigree. He's tall with a commanding air that can only come from generations of Kuzuth nobility, the highest dark elf caste. His features are sculpted and cold, and his platinum hair falls in straight locks down his back, meticulously braided near the temples. Though I cannot see his eyes from here, I know them to be a sharp, merciless blue, the color of glacier ice. At his right hand stands an older advisor, Karen Verthus, who adjusts the Overlord's cloak and gestures to a scroll. Some lesser nobles gather behind them, each eager to glean bits of power from Rython's every decree. None catch my eye, for I have no interest in their maneuvering. My world exists solely of orders given and orders obeyed. A hush falls over the room when I cross the threshold. Overlord Rython dismisses his other attendants with a flick of his wrist. They scatter like crows, leaving me alone at the audience chamber. My boots click on the polished floor. Kneeling, I tilt my head in a show of respect. "My Overlord," I say in a voice devoid of emotion. He regards me for a moment, seeming to weigh my presence like a gem in the palm of his hand. "Rise, Valen," he commands, his tone soft, but brimming with an authority that brooks no opposition. I stand, placing both fists over my chest in a formal salute. His gaze sweeps over me. Satisfaction tugs at his mouth. "My loyal hound returns," he says, ignoring any courtesy that might veil the insult. It doesn't bother me. His scornful praise is more truth than slight. I am his hound, trained, efficient, and dangerous. "I remain at your service," I reply simply. "Good." He shifts, adjusting the folds of his ornate robe. "I have news. Rumors, to be precise, carried by merchant caravans out of the mountains. Something about a Purna coven stirring once again." He pauses. A whisper of tension creeps into his posture. "Our sources claim there is a particularly powerful Purna among them, one with unusual abilities that, if harnessed, could tip the balance of power." I offer no reaction, though curiosity stirs deep in my core. Purna. Some called them witches, human women with dangerous powers, hidden away in the crags of Praj. They're the only humans who might rival the Dark Elves in magical might, if the tales hold any truth. "You wish me to confirm these rumors?" I ask. A faint smile curves his lips. "I wish you to capture her. The rumors mention a young woman named Elira Vex, though that might be an alias. She's rumored to possess rare space-time sorcery in addition to transformative skills. If I can harness her gifts, we may finally assert total dominion over this continent. Even challenge the other Dark Elf kingdoms if we choose." He glances at the advisor, who steps forward with a small gilded box. Karen opens it, revealing a palm-sized sphere of red crystal. Magic pulses within, swirling like a living flame. It pricks at my senses, reminiscent of chaos energy, but tinged with something darker. "Take this," the Overlord instructs, beckoning me closer. It is a binding focus. If you manage to subdue the girl, use the sphere on her. That should suppress her magic enough to bring her here alive. I approach and lift the crystal from its velvet cushion. The surface feels warm, almost feverish. A subtle hum resonates in my fingertips, coiling through my nerves like the promise of unleashed fury. I close my hand around it, careful not to break the delicate surface. "Understood," I say. Overlord Rython's face hardens. "Failure is not an option, Valen. We've heard unsettling rumors that the gargoyles are stirring, which can only mean trouble for all of Protheca. If they awaken fully, we must be prepared. Taking this Purna under our control could be our most potent weapon against gargoyles, against rival Dark Elves, even the newly rebellious humans. Do I make myself clear?" He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't need to. The quiet intensity in his eyes underscores the weight of his words. Orthani stands on the brink of war, or so it seems. "Crystal clear, my Overlord." A pause falls, heavy with unspoken thoughts. Then he nods, dismissing Karen with a curt gesture. The advisor bows and retreats to a respectful distance. Rython steps closer, voice lowered. "There is something else. My personal informant suggests that this Purna, Elira, might be tied to a prophecy of sorts. A nonsense riddle about uniting or destroying entire races. I don't care for stories, but if there's even a sliver of truth, I want her under my thumb." His eyes narrow. "Let us ensure she becomes an asset, not a threat." The flicker of doubt arises unbidden in my mind. What if this prophecy is significant? I force that questioning voice into submission. Questioning has no place in my existence. Obey, accomplish, Execute! That is the mantra. That is the law. Yes, Overlord, I say. I will depart immediately. He allows himself a small nod of approval. Report to me through the usual channels. If you encounter any complications, handle them discreetly. Purna have a knack for cunning illusions. Do not underestimate her. I bow again. I will not. He gestures for me to leave. I pivot on my heel, the sphere warm in my palm as I exit the audience chamber. My heartbeat remains steady, my breathing calm. In the corridor, hushed conversations between lesser nobles hush even further when they notice me passing, as though my presence alone strangles their petty schemes. I can't bring myself to care about court politics. My path leads beyond Orthani's gates, into the wilds where I will find this Purna and fulfill the Overlord's commands. I descend a wide staircase that spirals down toward the citadel's lower levels. The sconces on the walls glow with a faint purple light, arcane flame fed by whatever minor enchanter the Overlord keeps at his beck and call. Occasionally, I catch sight of a human slave in plain rags, scurrying to avoid crossing my path. They flatten themselves against the walls, eyes averted. I feel no pity, only the distant memory of pity. Long ago, I might have known compassion. Now, it's a hollow echo buried beneath years of magical conditioning. My boots strike the final landing. I exit onto a courtyard enclosed by towering walls of black stone. Training dummies made from straw and bound with wire line one side, and pairs of Mew soldiers spar with wooden swords on the other. They pause to salute me, their eyes reflecting a mix of respect and unease. I've served as their superior in countless raids, each victory forging my reputation as lethal and utterly obedient. Skirting the courtyard's perimeter, I reach the stables. Not typical stables with hay and docile horses, but a cavernous structure where large reptilian beasts snort and pace behind iron bars. These creatures, known as Zalkirs, serve as dark elf mounts, scaled, cold-eyed, and vicious. I approach the beast assigned to me, a mottled gray Zalkir with a ridge of black spines along its neck. Steady, I murmur, pressing a hand to its scaled flank. It eyes me warily, steam curling from its nostrils. Zalkirs rarely trust anyone besides their primary handler, but they know better than to refuse me. The Overlord's brand etched on the underside of my forearm exudes a faint magical aura that compels obedience in lesser creatures. I sense the moment the Zalkir's will falters. It relaxes, letting me swing a leg over its broad back. I tuck the crystal sphere carefully into my pouch. Then I grip the reins, spurring the beast to move. With a swish of its thick tail, the Zalkir lurches forward, claws scraping the stone floor. The stable doors open at my silent gesture, and I guide my mount outside onto the main boulevard. Orthani's architecture looms overhead like sinister guardians. Torch-lined streets bustle with merchants of the Kashung caste, hawking exotic wares from other continents, and artisans of the Chivduyu cast weaving illusions in corners to entertain bored nobles. Zagfer laborers bend their backs hauling crates, while occasional slaves scurry with messages or lead heavily burdened pack beasts. Over all this, the city's watchtowers keep an unblinking vigil, ready to quell any spark of rebellion. I pass a group of robed priests preaching about one of the 13 Maws, perhaps the mother or the hunter. I can't be certain. Their chanting is a background drone that fails to register beyond a mild irritation. My entire focus remains on one goal, leaving Orthani and finding the Purna who is rumored to hold such unusual power. Despite the city's broad avenues, pedestrians scatter out of my path, wary of the Zalkir's sharp teeth and my stern visage. My cloak flutters in the slipstream, the hilts of my twin swords catching the grayish daylight. The Overlord's words echo in my head. Take her alive. Harness her magic. Use the crystal if necessary. A straightforward mission by all accounts. And yet that flicker of doubt gnaws at my consciousness once more. I clench the reins tighter, forcing my thoughts into alignment. That sliver of rebellious questioning has haunted me a handful of times in the past, unbidden reflections on my identity, the purpose behind my unwavering loyalty. Each time, I bury it deeper. I am not broken. I am not uncertain. I am Valen Duskbane, the Overlord's sword. That is enough. We reach Orthani's massive iron gates, flanked by towering statues of dark elf warriors from ages past. Their stone faces glare down like silent judges. Guards hurry to unbar the gates and wave me through, saluting as the Zalkir's claws clack against the causeway. Beyond is the endless stretch of Prothika's landscape, rugged plains rolling off into the horizon, dotted with clusters of stunted trees and boulders. The wind out here smells different, less of ash and more of open air, tinged with an undercurrent of wildness. I urge the Zalkir into a brisk canter, each stride carrying me farther from Orthani's fortress walls. The city recedes behind me, reduced to jagged silhouettes of black towers against a drab sky. Ahead, faint ribbons of clouds promise that the day will remain gray but clear. Travel along the main roads is typically safe for dark elves. Bandits and rogue creatures know better than to attack an enforcer. Still, in these lawless outskirts, humans or orcish marauders sometimes stage ambushes. I keep my swords close, just in case. The plains soon meld into gently rolling hills, each one sparser than the last, until the vegetation thins altogether near the horizon. Farther north rise the formidable outlines of Praj's mountains, dominating the distance with their snow-capped peaks. That is my destination, the place rumored to harbor elusive Purnas, hidden covens of Purna. The Overlord wants Elira. I will comply. I recall fleeting tales of those mountains. Once, as a child, I overheard a soldier boast about witnessing Purna illusions, so convincing that entire battalions marched off cliffs, believing them to be safe roads. Another time I read of how the Purna once turned half a company of dark elves into gargoyles, though official accounts call it a curse from the 13, not the direct work of Purnas. Either way, caution is necessary. My mission is not to slay Elira, but to seize her power, which requires precision. I steel myself. The Zalkir's gate is smooth as we follow a well-worn trail deeper into the frontier. Dry grass scrapes against my mount's legs. Insects buzz in the midday warmth, thickening the air with an odd hush as though the land itself senses the approach of violence. Now and again, I spy scattered homesteads inhabited by humans. Most of these dwellings are meager, a few wooden huts fenced with rotting beams. Some have tilled fields, though the soil appears half dead. Dark elf taxes ensure that any bountiful harvest is whisked away to the city, leaving scraps for the humans themselves. Seeing them is a reminder of the strict hierarchy that shapes our world. Here, at least, no patrols roam. My black armor and obsidian skin are enough to deter a peasant from asking for trouble. Yet I notice sallow faces peering through cracked shutters, curiosity mingled with dread. My presence is an omen of punishment or enforcement. They know that nothing good typically follows a dark elf on a mission. By late afternoon, I stop at a shallow stream winding through a rocky ravine. The Zalkir drinks noisily while I scout the area. Dry reeds line the water's edge, and gulls circle overhead, squealing in the otherwise still air. My reflection in the stream catches my eye. Pallid obsidian skin, angled cheekbones, eyes the color of frozen lakes. A slight scowl tugs at my brow, etched there by a lifetime of unwavering discipline. Sometimes I wonder what I'd look like if I had the free will to smile. The thought flits away like a startled bird. I kneel, cupping water in my hands to rinse away the dust. The coldness shocks my system, waking me from the lull of travel. My mind drifts, unbidden, to the Overlord's mention of gargoyles stirring. If they truly wake, they'll wreak havoc across Prothika. Ancient hatred smolders in those beasts, hatred for the Purna especially. I can't claim to understand the root of that enmity, but I know gargoyles show no mercy. Their destructive potential dwarfs that of most mortal armies. Could they pose a threat to Orthani's might? Focus, I command myself. My purpose is capturing Elira. Nothing more. Drawing a ragged breath, I straighten and check the position of the sun. Twilight is a couple of hours away. I could press on, but traveling the mountain passes at night might hamper my efforts. The Overlord gave me no strict timetable, only the imperative to succeed swiftly. And so I decide to press forward until the foothills, perhaps find a vantage point or a safe campsite close to the mountainous region. The Zalkir snorts in reluctant agreement as I mount again. Its claws scrape the gravel bank before plunging us back onto the path. Shadows elongate across the land, creating speckled patches of darkness. The terrain begins to slope upward, signaling our approach to Praj's domain. Gnarled evergreens replace the stunted grass, and the wind grows cooler, carrying the faint scent of pine needles. Each twist in the trail reveals more rugged formations, crags jutting upward like jagged teeth. My heart remains steady. Adrenaline barely registers. I'm too well trained to be unsettled by foreboding scenery. Eventually, I find a small plateau that overlooks a distant valley. The vantage is excellent, any approach from below would be easily spotted. I tie the rope of the Zalkir to a pine trunk. The beast sets about clawing at the earth, searching for something to gnaw. Setting a perimeter is second nature. I crouch and place small black stones at the edges of a circle. In truth, they are ensorcelled wards that can alert me if anything crosses the boundary. With the wards in place, I settle near a boulder, removing my cloak to drape it across a patch of flattened grass. I rummage through my pack for dried rations, strips of salted meat, and a stale biscuit. This will suffice. A dark elf of my rank could have requested better supplies, but I rarely bother. Food is only fuel, another piece of my pragmatic existence. Dusk deepens, turning the sky a bruised purple. Stars struggle to pierce the lingering haze. Despite the creeping gloom, I feel no desire to light a fire. Darkness is my ally. My vision is keen enough to detect movement in starlight alone, and a flame would only paint a target for curious eyes. As I chew the tough meat, I let my thoughts drift over the Overlord's words. The mention of prophecy stays with me, though I know such talk is often dismissed by the higher castes as superstition. Dark elves claim direct dominion over magic through the 13 Maws, so the idea that a single Purna could rival or even surpass that power is unsettling. My loyalty dictates that I must ensure the Overlord harnesses this threat before it becomes unstoppable. My eyelids grow heavy, but I fight to stay alert. Sleep beckons, but caution warns me that these hills could host prowling predators or, worse, curious humans with misguided notions of vengeance. The wards would warn me of an approach, but I've learned never to rely solely on magic. I shift my weight, resting against the boulder, letting my gaze sweep the silent landscape. If I tilt my head, I can see the outline of the distant peaks where Purnas might gather under moonlight. Though I've never encountered them directly, I've heard enough to know their cunning. Perhaps this Elira Vex is no different, clever, sly, brimming with illusions. But the Overlord wants her, which means she must be extraordinary. A faint pang of something close to envy jolts me. Not envy of her power, but envy of her freedom if she has it. She was not molded since childhood to serve a single master. She did not spend her early years in a fortress, daily beaten into unwavering loyalty. She was likely raised among her own, taught the wonders of her gifts without condemnation or fear. For an instant I imagine a life not bound by the Overlord's will, a life of personal choice, a life where my every waking thought wasn't geared toward carrying out someone else's agenda. A scowl twists my lips. That line of thought is dangerous. I clamp down on it, remembering the times I was punished for hesitation. My mind is a sword's blade, clean, sharp, and cold. Obey, accomplish, execute. Still, the whisper lingers. Would my life have meaning if I had free will? Would I be more than a tool? I grit my teeth. Enough. I glance at the runic wards, verifying each is still active. They glow with faint red lines in my peripheral vision, pulsing gently. Satisfied, I exhale, letting a sliver of tension drain from my shoulders. I close my eyes, allowing a light doze to settle in. My senses remain honed, though, half awake and poised for battle at the slightest signal of intrusion. Night descends completely. The stars shimmer overhead, and an uneasy hush blankets the hills. Sometimes the wind carries the far-off howl of a beast or the rustle of shifting undergrowth. The wards remain quiet, and no trace of movement disturbs the darkness. I drift in that half-sleep for hours. Eventually, the sky lightens to a charcoal gray, heralding the approach of dawn. My eyes snap open, as if responding to an internal alarm. I rise, stretching the stiffness from my joints. No intruders, no strange occurrences. With crisp efficiency, I gather the wards, stow them in my pack, and prepare the Zalkir for another ride. The hunt continues. I mount up, guiding the beast along the winding trail into the deeper folds of the mountains. The air is cooler here, and the smell of pine intensifies. Clouds hang low, wreathing the peaks in an otherworldly mist that glows faintly gold in the earliest morning light. My breath condenses in front of me, a fleeting wisp in the crisp air. As we travel, the path becomes narrower, lined with jagged rocks. Cliffs drop steeply to the side in some sections, forcing a cautious pace. The Zalkir's claws click on loose stones, occasionally dislodging pebbles that clatter into the ravine below. In the hush of dawn, the sound echoes like distant thunder. My pulse remains steady. I check behind me from time to time, but see only the swirl of fog and the distant shapes of crooked pines. The Overlord's instructions ring in my mind. Find her, bind her, bring her back. Simple, achievable. I don't question how she might feel about being captured. Emotions hold little sway over me. Compassion is a liability. Though I do not realize it at first, the rhythmic pounding in my head begins to match the Zalkir's step. It's as though my body tries to warn me of something intangible. I sharpen my focus, scanning the mountain flanks, but detect no immediate threat. Still, a subtle disquiet churns in my gut, reminiscent of the doubt that haunted me last night. Freedom or destiny? I clench my teeth and sink deeper into the roll. Destiny does not matter. My destiny is to obey. Freedom is an illusion. Once more, I bury any traitorous notion that suggests otherwise. The Overlord has chosen me as his weapon. That is purpose enough. A part of me wonders whether capturing this Purna will be as straightforward as I hope. Rumors often outgrow truth, especially when it involves magic. Perhaps I'll find nothing but a terrified girl huddling in a rundown cave, no real threat at all. Then again, the Overlord wouldn't dispatch me personally if the mission were trivial. If the Overlord truly believes she can tip the balance of power, she must be formidable. Or perhaps something more than formidable, something destined to unravel the rigid order of Prothika. The Zalkir halts suddenly, nostrils flaring. It senses something ahead. Narrowing my eyes, I lean forward and study the trail. A set of footprints marks the damp earth, leading farther up the slope. They appear human in size and shape. Fresh. I dismount, pressing my palm against one impression. The soil is still malleable from recent rain. Whoever made these tracks passed through hours ago, maybe less. I scan the surroundings. Not far away, the land dips into a narrow gorge shrouded by tall firs. The footprints head in that direction. My pulse flickers with anticipation. Could this be the path to the Purna, or just a stray traveler? Either way, it's the first sign of activity I've encountered. Tying the Zalkir to a hard trunk, I proceed on foot, stepping carefully to avoid betraying my presence. Every muscle is coiled, ready for a fight. My swords hang at my hips, eager to taste blood if needed. The trail winds around a rocky outcrop, bringing me to a vantage point where I can see down into the gorge. Morning light filters through the canopy, illuminating the pine needles in shades of emerald and bronze. The air is quiet enough that I can hear the rush of distant waterfalls. My eyes sweep the ravine, and I spot a slight figure farther below, leaning over a small stream. A hood is drawn over their head, and they appear to be washing a cloth, perhaps a bandage. Their stance and build suggest a human, not a dark elf. My breath catches. If this traveler knows anything about the local rumor of a Purna, I may glean some information, but I can't be sure they're unarmed. I place a hand on one sword hilt. Approach with caution. Interrogate if needed, that is the simplest approach. Crouching low, I descend the incline. Loose gravel shifts beneath my boots, but I move with the trained stealth hammered into me since youth. The robed figure doesn't notice me until I step onto a fallen log that crosses the water. Their head jerks up, revealing a gaunt, frightened face. A man, his eyes ringed with dark circles as though from lack of sleep. The cloth in his hands drips red-stained water. He scrambles back, fumbling for a crude dagger at his belt. His entire frame trembles. "So, stay away," he stammers, holding the blade in an unsteady grip. I straighten, expression neutral. "I won't harm you if you don't threaten me." My voice is as cold as the stream's flow. The authority of a dark elf does most of the talking. He clutches the dagger tighter, though fear etches every part of his face. His gaze darts over my obsidian skin, my black armor, and the swords at my side. He knows what I am, an enforcer, the Overlord's deadly extension. "Please, I have nothing of value. I'm just trying to survive." I tilt my head. "I'm seeking someone, an unusual woman with strong magical abilities. You've traveled these paths recently?" My tone is even, carrying the implicit threat of violence if he lies. His eyes widen. I've seen no Purnas. I swear." The desperation in his voice sounds genuine. "Only travelers. Humans. Some wounded. I try to help them, but..." He glances at the bloodied cloth. "They'd lost too much blood." A flicker of pity tries to surface, but I quash it. "Then you're of no use to me." I consider letting him go. He has the look of a harmless refugee. One trembling hand grips that pitiful dagger. He's no threat, and yet the Overlord's standing order has always been to eliminate loose ends that might warn others. If he crosses paths with the Purna, he might reveal a dark elf enforcer in the region. That complicates my mission. My hold on my sword tightens for a heartbeat. He must see the cold resolve flicker in my eyes, because he drops the dagger and raises his hands in supplication. "No, wait, I heard rumors, yes, about a Purna traveling with a wounded man heading east. I never saw her, but that's what the villagers said. Something about illusions. Please, I can't tell you more." My heart pulses with renewed purpose. East from here, deeper into the range, perhaps. If that rumor is correct, it's a likely lead. "Good," I reply, letting my hand fall away from my hilt. "You've done something useful, at least." I pivot to leave. He collapses to his knees, relief flooding his features. But even as I turn away, a voice in my head warns me. A messenger can still betray your presence. I grit my teeth. Ordinarily, I would ensure silence permanently, but a twinge in my chest pulls me back from that final cruelty. Killing him feels unnecessary. The Overlord demands efficiency, not wanton bloodshed. Without a word, I start up the slope, leaving him alive and shuddering in the mud. My stride is brisk, betraying no second thoughts. By the time I reach the Zulkir, my mind is already set on the next step. Find the pass that leads east. Track down any sign of this rumored Purna. When I untie the reins, a whisper of a breeze carries the scent of resin and damp leaves. The mountains tower overhead, silent witnesses to the conflict brewing beneath their ancient slopes. Freedom or destiny? My place is carved in stone. I have my orders, and I will fulfill them. Mounting the Zulkir, I guide it back onto the narrow trail. The beast hisses, sensing my coiled tension. Overhead, the sky brightens with a crystalline purity that seems at odds with the darkness in my thoughts. My cloak flares behind me as we pick up speed. Gravel flies beneath the Zulkir's scaled feet. Every breath tastes of pine and impending storm. I am Valen Duskbane, forged by the Overlord's will, unstoppable in my loyalty. Yet an unnameable tension knots in my chest, as though something vital within me teeters on the brink of awakening. I clamp down on the notion, forging it into resolve. My path stretches ahead, and beyond it lies the unknown Purna, with rumored power enough to reshape Protheka's fate. One way or another, I will find her. And when I do, the Overlord's ambitions and the question of my own purpose may collide in ways neither of us can foresee.
Chapter 3. Elira. By the time I glimpse the soaring crags of Praj again, dusk is chasing away the last remnants of daylight. My cloak, heavy with dirt and the scent of pine, flutters behind me in the thinning mountain wind. I still feel the grit of the road on my skin, a reminder that just 2 days ago I was guiding Jonas, an injured human, down the treacherous passes in search of safety. We made it to a small outpost nestled at the base of these peaks, a place where humans huddle behind flimsy wooden palisades to avoid roving bandits. It was there I left him in the care of a sympathetic herbalist, slipping away before anyone could question my identity too closely. Now, upon returning home, I can't help noticing the tension that radiates from the ancient stone pathways leading into our enclave. The wards carved into the rocks should soothe my spirit, but tonight they pulse with an unsettling energy. The typical hum of magic that saturates these halls has shifted. It's sharper, almost frantic, as though the very air anticipates a storm. I tighten my grip on my packstrap, inhaling the chill breath of the mountains as I ascend toward the heart of the coven. A lone Purna sentinel stands guard near the tunnel entrance, a woman named Maiden, known for her extraordinary hearing. She's older, wearing layered robes that blend with the rock's greyish hue. Her silver hair is gathered in a loose bun, and a staff topped with a glass orb rests against her hip. Her eyes widen when she notices me striding up the trail. "Elira!" She beckons me forward. Her voice trembles. "The matriarch's been waiting for you." My pulse thrums with concern. "She summoned me specifically?" I ask, stepping closer. The wind ruffles the moss drapes near the tunnel mouth, creating a low hiss. "I only just returned." "Yes, child. There was a—" Maiden lowers her voice. "A vision." The entire coven felt a disturbance. The matriarch insisted you be found immediately if you returned. And, well, here you are. Her wrinkled features crease with worry, though she offers a quick pat on my arm. She's in the main hall, with the entire coven. My stomach churns. Visions aren't unheard of, but rarely does the matriarch gather every Purna at once. Something must be terribly wrong. "Thank you," I manage, nodding at Maiden before slipping past her. The corridor yawns ahead, lit by glowing orbs shaped like crystalline flowers. They cast ghostly reflections on the smooth walls, causing phantom shapes to dance in my peripheral vision. The deeper I go, the more I sense a palpable tension. A cluster of younger Purnas brush by, their whispers too hushed to catch, but the dread in their eyes tells me plenty. Others pass me with hurried steps, clutching talismans or magical staves. One woman in a green tunic meets my gaze, then averts hers as though I might burn her with a glance. Unease snags my throat. I suspect these anxious looks mean they know or suspect something about me, and it's not good. My boots echo as I enter the broad chamber we call the Gathering Hall. Smooth pillars carved with symbols of growth and unity line the perimeter. At the far side, a dais sits beneath a large skylight, where the last rays of sunset filter in like molten gold. That warm light clashes with the sombre mood of the assembled Purnas. They stand in tense clusters, voices hushed. Alicia is among them, her fiery curls impossible to miss, but she's too distracted to notice my arrival. At the dais, Matriarch Lumeria's imposing figure commands attention. She's dressed in a flowing robe of midnight blue, hair braided in a coronet around her head. Several elders accompany her, each exuding an aura of power. Women who have lived through wars and hunts and have the scars to prove it. Though their expressions are calm, something about their stance suggests alarm. Lumeria spots me. Her eyes, twin storms of grey, spark with urgency. "Elira," she calls, beckoning me closer. "Come forward." The chatter in the hall dies abruptly. A path opens as I move through the throng, my footsteps too loud in the silence. My heart thunders. Everyone is staring, some with curiosity, others with suspicion. There's a subtle shift when I pass a group in red-trimmed robes, the Red Purnas. They've always existed on the outskirts of our coven's daily life, engaged but separate, pushing for more aggressive strategies against the dark elves. I feel their eyes on my back, and a chill prickles on my nape. I pause at the dais, glancing up at the matriarch. "You summoned me, matriarch." She exhales, placing a hand on a sculpted staff at her side. "Yes, child. There has been an awakening. A vision came to me last night, one I dared not interpret alone. It concerns our future, and yours." My pulse races. "My future?" The matriarch's mouth tightens. I have seen glimpses, a swirl of stone wings, magic dancing on the edge of ruin, and you, Elira, standing at the centre of it. Her voice resonates through the chamber, weaving a hush over the gathered Purnas. I fear the gargoyles stir. Our wards sense an upsurge of energy near old battlegrounds, places once ravaged by their kind. And in my vision, your power is central to either sealing them away forever or freeing them from their slumber. A collective gasp ripples across the hall. My stomach drops as if I've just stepped off a cliff's ledge. The gargoyles, a race cursed by our ancestors, locked in stone for a century. They're monstrous, unrelenting in their hatred for the Purnas who warped them from dark elves. Everyone believed them safely trapped, but rumours have been drifting in the wind. This new revelation slams down with terrifying clarity. "Me?" I hear my own voice, distant and unsteady. My gaze sweeps the crowd. Dozens of eyes stare back with a mix of awe, doubt, and fear. "I'm just one Purna. How could I possibly—" Words tangle in my throat. Matriarch Lumeria's expression softens. "Your gifts are not ordinary, Elira. You know this. Space-time magic is exceedingly rare, even among us, and your transformative abilities exceed the typical illusions we teach novices. I have tried to guide you without feeding rumours, but it seems fate will not wait." I grasp for logic. "What do you want me to do?" Before she can answer, a sharp voice cuts in from the side. "Yes, matriarch, what do you propose? For us to sit idly by while one untested girl holds the fate of our entire coven in her grasp?" The speaker steps forward, a tall, striking woman with chestnut hair braided close to her scalp. Her robe is accented in crimson thread, marking her as one of the Red Purnas. A half ring of her cohorts fans out behind her like a formation of hawks. Tension rakes my nerves. The woman is Nerissa, a known leader among the Red Purnas. She's championed more aggressive tactics for years, insisting that we should openly fight the Dark Elves instead of living in perpetual secrecy. Her stance is combative, chin lifted in defiance. Lumeria's eyes narrow. "We are not sitting idly by, Nerissa. We are deciding our next steps based on facts, not fear." Nerissa smirks, folding her arms. "Facts, you say? Like the fact that the gargoyles slaughtered entire covens before they were sealed away?" She sweeps her gaze around, voice dripping with challenge. "Or the fact that the dark elves continue to enslave and butcher humans with no repercussions? Perhaps we can use Elira's special abilities to deal with both threats at once. Turn the gargoyles on the dark elves, or vice versa, and seize control of Prothika." My breath catches at her brazen suggestion, but a ripple of uneasy agreement stirs in some corners of the hall. The Red Purnas believe our isolation only emboldens the dark elves and leaves us vulnerable to old enemies. Part of me understands their anger, but turning me into a weapon to wage open war. That idea paralyzes my thoughts with dread. Lumeria raises a hand for silence. We will not provoke widespread destruction to achieve safety. Our priority is protecting the Purna line, ensuring our survival. We cannot do so by fueling more conflict. She glances at me. Elira, if you truly are key to the prophecy, we must tread carefully. One misstep could unleash horrors we are ill-prepared to face. The weight of their expectations crushes my lungs. The entire coven stands in an arc around the dais, every gaze fixated on me, the supposed harbinger of salvation or doom. My heart pounds so loudly I can barely hear. My mouth opens, but no words emerge. Panic seizes my tongue, an icy clamp on my throat. At that moment, Alicia appears at my side, her hand sliding around my elbow, as if sensing I'm on the verge of collapsing. She murmurs reassuringly, "Breathe, Elira. Just breathe." I manage a shallow inhale. The presence of my friend grounds me a little. My vision, however, spins with the knowledge that gargoyles could soon rampage across Protheca, beings that harbour an ancient, visceral hatred for Purnas like me. And now, I'm told I might have the power to either seal them once more, or free them entirely. When I finally find my voice, it's shaky. Matriarch, I don't know if I can handle this. I barely understand my space-time magic. You've all seen how unpredictable my transformations can be. What if I make things worse? A hush follows. Some watch me with pity, others with cold calculation. Nerissa's lips twist, as if my fear confirms her suspicions that I'm unfit to wield such responsibility. Lumeria's brows knit in empathy. That is exactly why we must be cautious. You will not face this alone, Elira. The coven will guide you, but we can't ignore the signs. Nerissa steps forward, her stare drilling into me. And if Elira's presence proves more of a danger than a blessing? What then? Heat pricks my cheeks. A flicker of defiance sparks in my chest. I might be terrified, but I'm no helpless child. I'm not out to doom anyone, I say in a tight voice. I want to protect our people, but I won't be your puppet. I will find a way to control my magic, or I'll die trying. Murmurs spread through the onlookers at the quiet conviction in my tone. I glimpse Alicia's approving nod. Lumeria offers a kind smile. That is the resolve we need. For now, I will ask you to remain in the coven, train with the elders, learn to harness your abilities. We must be ready for what's coming. A pang twists my stomach. Just earlier, she encouraged me to leave, gather information, see the outside world. Now she wants to keep me here, presumably for more direct supervision. The abrupt shift unsettles me. But I can't deny the logic. If I'm truly central to this prophecy, gallivanting around the countryside half-trained might be a recipe for disaster, especially if the Red Purnas are sniffing around for an opportunity to exploit my magic. I nod stiffly. Understood. Lumeria inclines her head, relief momentarily crossing her face. But before she can dismiss everyone, a new figure pushes through the crowd. A younger Purna wearing a battered cloak. Her hair is tangled, and she looks like she's run the entire way. She gasps. Matriarch, there's a messenger from the lowland villages. Something about dark elf sightings in the passes. They've begun scouring the foothills, possibly for a Purna. A spear of alarm jolts through me. My thoughts dart to Jonas, to the battered outpost. Did the dark elves show up after I left, hunting for Purnas? My breath accelerates. I sense a collective ripple of fear among the Purnas. Even the Red faction looks unsettled by the idea that dark elves might be actively searching the mountains. Lumeria's knuckles tighten on her staff. We cannot risk direct confrontation. Everyone return to your quarters. Keep watch for any sign of infiltration. Let the wards stand at full strength. She glances at me, her jaw set. Elira, stay. I need to speak with you privately. A murmur of acknowledgement spreads, and the assembled Purnas begin dispersing, Some file out in solemn quiet, others break into hushed huddles to debate the revelations. Nerissa and her Red Purnas linger for a moment, exchanging meaningful looks, before sweeping out of the hall with swift footsteps. Their tension lingers like static in the air. Once most have departed, Alicia gives my hand a supportive squeeze. "I'll be waiting, okay? Don't let them scare you." Then she's gone, leaving me alone with the matriarch and a few senior elders at the dais. Lumeria gestures for me to come closer, the echoes of footsteps dying away. Her gaze is troubled. "I sense your turmoil, child. This prophecy, it's a heavy burden." I swallow hard. I never wanted any of this, matriarch. The gargoyles, the dark elves, the Red Purnas schemes. I just want to protect our people. But I barely trust my own power. Her expression softens. "No one expects you to master it overnight. However, we must move swiftly. If the rumours are true, the gargoyles are stirring, and the dark elves are prowling our borders. If they realise your existence..." She lets that sentence hang, the implications stark. A powerful Purna in their grasp could tip the balance for any faction that claims me. One of the elders, a tall woman with silver hair named Elira, steps forward. "The wards we maintain protect the coven's location from common scrying spells. But if the dark elves learn precisely who they're looking for, they may bypass those barriers. We risk losing the entire coven if they breach these walls." A cold weight settles in my chest. My presence could lead the dark elves right here. I think of Jonas again, how I used illusions to help him just a couple days prior. I wonder if he's safe, or if his survival story has already travelled. Perhaps it's only a matter of time before a cunning enforcer tracks the rumours to me. "I should never have left the mountains," I whisper, guilt gnawing. "I might have drawn attention." "You were following my instructions," Lumeria says firmly. "We had to learn if the rumours of gargoyle movements were true. You did what was necessary." Ivara's gaze flicks between us. "Regardless, we must prepare. Elira, you will undergo intense training with the Coven's best mentors. Focus on controlling your transformative spells first. That art can be volatile, especially under stress. Then we'll see if we can refine your space-time magic." My palms grow clammy at the thought of unleashing that intangible, terrifying power. "Yes, Elder," I manage, voice wavering. Lumeria nods. "We have no choice. Darkness stirs, and if we do not stand ready, we will be devoured by these warring forces." She breathes out, the flicker of a frown between her brows. "But rest now, child. You've just returned from a harrowing trip. Tomorrow your training begins at dawn." I incline my head, throat too tight to speak further. The elders dismiss me with understanding looks, though their eyes hold a flicker of caution. They trust me, but the spectre of prophecy looms large. Stepping away from the dais, I exit the gathering hall. The corridors seem darker than usual, despite the floating orbs of arcane light. My footsteps ring hollow, my thoughts tangled in the magnitude of what I've heard. My magic could seal or free an entire race of monsters. I try to swallow the lump of fear choking me, but it remains lodged in place. Halfway to my chamber, I nearly bump into Alicia, who is leaning against a pillar, arms folded tight across her chest. "You okay?" she asks, searching my face. I release a shaky laugh. "Not really, but I'm still breathing." She nods solemnly. Then, taking my arm, she guides me to a small alcove where a mosaic of coloured glass filters the last bit of twilight. The mosaic shows stylized scenes of early Purna history, women chanting beneath a moonlit sky, energy swirling from their hands, forging a protective shield. "I overheard enough to guess how intense things got," Alicia mutters, glancing around to ensure privacy. "So, you really might be able to seal or free our archenemies? The gargoyles?" I wrap my arms around myself. "That's what the matriarch's vision suggests. It's all so unreal." she exhales, scuffing a toe against the mosaic's edge. You're not alone though, Elira. People like me will stand by you. The Red Purnas might have big mouths, but not all of us want to jump into war. Relief flickers in my chest. Thank you. I hesitate, then add, I saw Nerissa eyeing me like she was deciding whether I was an asset or a liability. She practically wants me to storm Orthani and enslave the Dark Elves right back. Alicia grimaces. They're obsessed with revenge. Maybe they have a point about the Dark Elves' atrocities, but using you as a weapon? She shakes her head. That's dangerous talk. If you do hold the key to controlling the gargoyles, imagine what havoc the Red Purnas might stir if they manipulate you. Her words add another layer of dread to the swirling mass of worries in my mind. I don't want to hurt innocent people, I whisper. But the lines of innocence in Protheca are so blurred. The Dark Elves treat humans like cattle, but we Purna have our own sins too. She places a hand on my shoulder. Come on, let's at least get some food in you, then rest. Tomorrow's a new day, and the matriarch will want you fresh for training. I nod, letting her steer me through the winding corridors until we reach a smaller chamber where the coven stores provisions. Dried fruits, grains, cheese, and occasionally fresh game or fish from mountain streams. My appetite is practically non-existent, but I force myself to nibble on a wedge of cheese and drink some water from a copper cup. Alicia picks at a piece of bread, glancing at me from time to time with worry. Afterward, we say our subdued goodnights. She heads to her chamber, promising to meet me early for a quick warm-up routine. I manage to stumble into my own modest room. The single torch set into the wall flickers, casting shadows that crawl across the stone floor. My bed looks simultaneously inviting and terrifying, because I know sleep will bring nightmares. I toss my cloak aside, letting it slump over a wooden chair. My bag slides to the floor in a heap of dusty leather. Weariness weighs down my limbs as I collapse onto the mattress, the straw-filled padding creaking beneath me. The events of the day reel through my mind. Jonas's rescue, the climb home, the matriarch's vision, the confrontation with Nerissa, and the horrifying possibility that the gargoyles might soon awaken. Eventually, I drift into fitful slumber. My dreams are fragmented, filled with stone wings flaring against a crimson sky, monstrous roars echoing through ravaged halls. I see myself standing in the midst of a swirling vortex, light and dark, mixing into a storm of raw magic. Gargoyles circle overhead like vultures, their eyes burn with hatred. I try to force them back, but my spells crackle out of control, warping the ground beneath my feet. Something snaps, and the entire dream collapses into formless grey. When I bolt awake, my heart is pounding like a war drum. Dawn's earliest light seeps through a narrow window high in the chamber wall. I press a trembling hand to my forehead, sweat beading there. My mouth is cotton dry. A sense of impending doom lingers, so thick it nearly chokes me. I rise unsteadily and splash water from a clay pitcher onto my face. The coolness jolts me into sharper awareness. It was just a dream, I tell myself, though that does little to calm the residual terror. The line between dream and prophecy feels thinner in these mountains. Remembering Lumeria's order, I dress in a fresh tunic and leggings, simple garments that allow free movement. I secure my silver-streaked hair into a low braid. My reflection in the polished metal mirror reveals haunted eyes. Last year, I might have been mistaken for just another young Purna with modest abilities. Now, the entire coven regards me as a living weapon or potential saviour. The weight of that responsibility nearly buckles my knees. A soft knock at my door interrupts my brooding. I open it to find a young messenger, her face shy and uncertain. Matriarch requests your presence in the training arena, she reports, voice cracking. She said you'd know what that means. I swallow, offering a quick nod. Thank you. She scurries off, relief evident as if standing too close to me is nerve-wracking. Is that what I am now? a creature to be feared? The thought stings. Still, there's no time to wallow in self-pity. I shrug on a lightweight cloak and head out. The training arena is carved into a large cavern on the southern side of our enclave, where sunlight can filter through an opening in the rocky ceiling. Stone pillars and neatly etched runic circles line the floor, providing safe zones for practicing illusions or channeling elemental forces. When I arrive, I find Lumeria and Ivara waiting, along with two other elders named Serini and Quelina. All three wear simple robes, and each holds a staff or wand. Their postures are calm but purposeful. Alicia is here too, standing off to the side, arms crossed. She catches my eye and offers a supportive half-smile. "Good morning," Lumeria greets me. "I trust you slept well enough." I nod, though we both know my sleep was probably anything but restful. My throat is too tight to speak, so I settle for a polite incline of my head. I sense the wards buzzing around us, a subtle thrumming of magical energy that helps contain any explosive spells. Serene gestures for me to step into the nearest rune circle. "Let's begin with your transformative skill. We need to ensure you can alter form accurately and dismiss the changes on command." Her tone is firm, but not unkind. Nerves twist my stomach. Transformative magic has always come more naturally to me than illusions, but it's also the most prone to surging out of control if my emotions spike. The memory of that predator wolf I accidentally turned into a hare surfaces, reminding me how potent and unpredictable my power can be. Stepping into the circle, I inhale deeply. The chalk lines shimmer faintly, reacting to the presence of my magic. "What form should I try first?" I ask. Lumeria exchanges a glance with Ivara. "Something small and manageable, perhaps a sparrow or a kitten. We need to measure how swiftly you can shift living matter without causing harm." Right. My palms dampen. Controlling a living creature's shape is delicate work. Too much or too little focus can lead to partial transformations or permanent damage. I wipe my clammy hands on my leggings and nod. "All right." They produce a small crate from the side, where a meek rabbit sits trembling, its nose twitching. I feel a pang of guilt. It's likely from our own gardens, used for magical practice. Approaching slowly, I extend my palms and close my eyes. My senses tune into the rabbit's heartbeat, the warmth of its body, the delicate structure of bones beneath soft fur. Feel the essence, I remind myself. Direct the flow of energy carefully. Tendrils of power stir inside me, that intangible current I've known since childhood. I direct it outward, imagining the rabbit shrinking further, feathers sprouting, its ears changing shape. The fur under my fingertips ripples, the magical energy thrumming in response. I can sense the shift happening. My breath comes in short bursts as I refine each detail. A beak forming, tiny talons instead of paws, hollow bones for flight. There's a moment of resistance, a quiver where the rabbit's instincts and my will clash. I grit my teeth, pushing the transformation a fraction further while trying not to overshoot. A flash of blinding white surges across my vision. Then the energy levels out. When I blink, a tiny sparrow stands where the rabbit once crouched, trembling with confusion. Serene exhales slowly. "Well done, Elira. That was precise." I stare at the sparrow, my pulse racing. The bird flutters its wings, balancing unsteadily on the crate's edge. "Now change it back," Ivara instructs gently. Nodding, I let the magic settle, then reverse the flow. Another ripple of power, a hiss of shimmering energy, and the sparrow's form elongates. Feathers recede, ears stretch, bones solidify. The rabbit reappears, looking frazzled but unharmed. My entire body sags with relief. I glance at the elders. Quelina gives me an approving nod, while Lumeria's mouth curves in a faint, proud smile. "Your control is improving," Lumeria says quietly, "and that's crucial." A brief swirl of pride stirs in my chest, but it's overshadowed by the heavier concerns looming over us. I gently set the rabbit aside, feeling sorry for the poor creature. Then Alicia steps up, volunteering a grin. Maybe I can conjure a small flame target for Elira to transform, practice turning fire into something else? I arch an eyebrow at her. Turning fire into something else is about as tricky as conjuring wings on a fish. But I'll try if the elders think it's wise. A year ago, I would have laughed at the idea, but at this point, I figure any practice that pushes my boundaries might help me refine my chaotic gifts. Serene and Ivara exchange a thoughtful glance, then motion for us to proceed. Alicia steps into a neighbouring rune circle, her hands outstretched. I watch her gather the threads of elemental energy, coaxing a flicker of flame into life between her palms. The fire crackles orange, flaring with each breath. She lifts it, shaping it into a small orb that floats in front of her. I focus on that orb, letting my awareness attune to its shimmering heat. Transforming fire isn't the same as altering an animal. It has no heartbeat or sinew. It's raw energy, chaotic and ephemeral. Biting my lip, I gesture gently, attempting to wrap my power around the flame. My mind pictures it becoming a glowing crystal sphere, something tangible yet radiant. A wave of dizziness washes over me. The orb shudders in midair, flickering rapidly between sparks and molten energy. My breath tightens as the lines of reality blur. In a split second, the orb explodes outward, lashing the air with scorching tongues of heat. I yelp, throwing my arms up. "Shield!" Lumeria snaps. A shimmering barrier snaps into place, conjured by the elders. The blast collides with the ward, scattering harmlessly. When the smoke clears, the orb is gone, replaced by a faint glow of scattered embers on the arena floor. My cheeks burn with embarrassment. Alicia stares at me with wide eyes, arms lifted in her own partial attempt to shield. "Are you okay?" she gasps. I nod, coughing at the sulphurous tang in the air. "I'm fine, just not ready for that apparently." Quilina sighs, resting on her staff. "Transforming inanimate energy is significantly more complicated. Let's not push you too far, too fast." Lumeria's gaze softens. No harm done at least. Her tone shifts, turning introspective. "In the days to come, we'll need you to harness both your transformative gift and your budding space-time magic, but we'll do it in stages, carefully." Something in her voice, the unwavering conviction that I'll succeed, fills me with an odd mixture of gratitude and panic. I want to do right by my coven. I want to ensure the gargoyles don't ravage us. Still, the magnitude of it all sets me on edge. Over the next few hours, we continue with smaller exercises, refining illusions to mask a single object's shape, turning pebbles into lumps of clay and back again, even testing small pulses of time-slow spells, though I can only sustain them for a heartbeat or two. Each attempt chips away at my energy reserves, leaving me shaky. Yet every success, however minor, bolsters a fragile hope that I can learn control. By the time we finish, my clothes cling to me with sweat. The illusions swirl in my head, and my limbs ache with the strain of channeling so much magic. Alicia hands me a water skin, and I drink greedily, wiping my brow. Lumeria surveys me with an approving nod. "You did well. It's a start, Elira. I know it feels like an uphill climb, but persistence will serve you better than raw power." I manage a weak grin. "I appreciate your guidance, matriarch." "Go rest, eat something," she says, smiling. Then her gaze slips into seriousness. "But remain vigilant. There are dangers from without and within." Her eyes flick to the chamber's entrance, as if referencing the Red Purnas who linger in the coven, seeking any opening to twist the prophecy to their ends. "I'll keep my guard up," I reply, not entirely certain how. The day is far from over, and the threat of an approaching storm, be it gargoyles, dark elves, or rebellious Purnas, feels almost tangible, pressing in on my mind like a dark cloud. I gather my things, exhaustion weighing down every step as I leave the training arena. Alicia walks beside me, one hand on my shoulder in a show of silent support. As we cross into the main corridor, the hum of warded power intensifies, signifying new protective spells reinforcing the Coven's boundaries. Each pulse is a reminder that we're barricading ourselves against the unstoppable forces brewing outside these walls. Conflicting emotions churns in my chest. If the gargoyles truly awaken, can these wards hold them at bay? If the Overlord's armies come marching, can illusions and protective circles shield us forever? And if Nerissa gets her way, how many Purnas might be lured by the promise of vengeance, igniting a war we can't hope to win alone? I can't shake the final question. Where do I fit into all of this? The prophecy named me as a hinge on which entire fates may turn. That knowledge presses down like an avalanche. I've always been a dreamer, eager to see the wider world and help those in need. But never did I imagine stepping into a role that could tip Protheca's future into chaos or salvation. When Alicia and I reach a fork in the corridor, we pause. She opens her mouth as if to say something reassuring, but only a faint exhalation escapes. I sense she doesn't have the words to soothe the looming dread in my heart. Instead, she pats my arm gently and heads toward the dormitory area, leaving me with my swirling doubts. I linger for a moment, pressing a hand against the cold stone wall, feeling the rhythmic pulse of magic beneath my palm. It's almost like a heartbeat, our coven's collective lifeblood. I must protect this place. If that means embracing the weight of a prophecy I never asked for, so be it. But inside, I remain terrified of what might happen if I fail, or if I succeed in ways that unleash something far worse. Gathering my frayed courage, I turn down the opposite corridor that leads to my chamber. Step by step, I vow to keep pushing forward. Fear can paralyze or spur one to action. I refuse to let it paralyze me now. Yes, I think. This is the burden I carry, and I will bear it, no matter how heavy. Yet as I reach my room and close the door behind me, I can't help wondering if fate has already begun tightening a noose around my neck. If so, my only hope is to break free before the prophecy's chains drag me and the entire coven into an abyss from which there may be no return.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheca are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheca's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 4. Valen. A stiff wind combs through the crooked pines, carrying the tang of frost and old secrets. I stand at a narrow precipice, peering down into the steep ravine below. Mist coils over jagged rocks, swirling with each gust, as if the landscape itself is alive. My Zolkir, a formidable reptilian beast, shifts restlessly behind me, scraping its claws over loose gravel. It senses my disquiet. I've ridden deeper into these mountains than most dark elves dare to roam alone. The path grows less distinct with each mile, vanishing into a tangle of dense conifers and towering crags. Light struggles here, filtered by a canopy of twisted boughs. It's midday, yet the atmosphere feels like perpetual dusk. I can't shake the conviction that shadows lurk just beyond my vision, breathing down the back of my neck. I try to bury that discomfort, focusing instead on the next steps of my mission. After all, Overlord Rython gave me a single, unambiguous order. Find the rumored Purna called Elira. Subdue her. Bring her back. Obeying is second nature. Yet something inside my mind thrums with a low undercurrent of reluctance, a feeling I can't fully name. As if summoned by that thought, a faint moan echoes up from behind a clump of boulders. My shoulders tense. Beyond the precarious ledge, we made camp last night in a sheltered hollow. A bare minimum of supplies, no fire, to avoid drawing attention. It's there, hidden from the wind, that I've secured a prisoner, a bedraggled human who claims knowledge about the Purna's movements. He's not the first I've interrogated, but something about his presence sets my teeth on edge. Maybe it's the timing. Maybe it's the haunted look in his eyes. I step carefully, boots crunching on the gravel. The Zalkir follows at a short distance, chained to a jut of rock. It hisses, steam curling from its nostrils, but it's well trained enough not to stray. Around a bend in the path, a makeshift lean-to of branches slopes against a boulder. Beside it, tied with rope, slumps the spy I captured late yesterday. He is a scrawny, sallow-skinned man, wearing threadbare trousers and a vest that's torn at the seams. His face is streaked with dirt, and one eye is swollen shut from a scuffle. I hadn't intended to break him so thoroughly. My style is swift, incisive, but he fought like a cornered rat when I cornered him near an abandoned watchtower. If nothing else, I respect his attempt at resistance, even if it was doomed. Approaching, I note how his breathing quickens. He lifts his head, flinching at the sight of me. "Please," he croaks, voice raspy. "I've told you everything. Let me go!" I crouch, resting an elbow on my knee so I can look him in the eye. "You've told me enough," I correct, letting my tone slide from bored to threatening. "But I sense you're holding back. Spies always do." His gaze flits nervously to the Zalkir and then back to me. "I'm not a spy," he insists, trembling. "Just a courier carrying messages between villages." A half-truth at best. His clothing and the scars on his wrists suggest a history far more complicated than he admits. I reach into my pouch, extracting a small vial of faintly glowing purple liquid. It's a mild truth serum derivative, refined by the Overlord's alchemists. I rarely use such methods. Intimidation alone usually suffices. But this time itself feels too short. The Overlord's demands weigh heavily, and the whispers about gargoyles combined with the rumored Purna grow more urgent by the hour. With deliberate slowness, I uncork the vial, holding it near the man's face. His eyes widen with panic. "What is that?" "Insurance," I reply, pressing the vial's rim to his chapped lips. "Drink." He resists, jerking his head aside, but I clamp my free hand around his jaw, forcing it open. The bitter liquid dribbles into his mouth. He sputters, gagging. I withdraw the vial and stand, capping it again with a steady hand. The entire process takes seconds. By the time I pocket the vial, the spy's expression grows slack. His pupils dilate, shining with an unnatural brightness. He mutters incoherently for a moment, body trembling. I wait in silence, arms folded. The wind picks up, whining like a lost spirit over the boulders. My mouth tastes of iron and regret an odd reaction. Usually I feel nothing. After a minute, the man slumps forward, tethered only by the rope around his torso. Ask your questions," he mumbles, voice dull. I lower my tone. "You spoke of rumors, that the gargoyles are stirring?" A twitch contorts his features. He takes shallow breaths. "Yes," he finally says. "Some say Cracks are appearing in their stone prisons, especially in the high peaks near the old battlefields. Whispers spread across the lowland villages. Everyone's afraid. His words come haltingly, as if each one costs him. I stiffen. I've heard hints of such talk, vague, unsubstantiated, but hearing it confirmed again shakes me more than I'd like. My heart quickens. If the gargoyles truly awaken, all Protheca stands on the brink of catastrophe. The Overlord's concerns, it seems, are well-founded. What else? I press, stepping closer. You mentioned a prophecy. Something about a Purna who can either seal or free gargoyles? His eyes gloss over. The humans whisper of it in hushed corners. They say a witch in the mountains with a power beyond measure, a special something that ties her to the curse on the gargoyles. His breathing rattles. They think she'll either become our salvation or our doom. A faint pang lances my gut. My suspicions sharpen. This must be the woman Overlord Rython wants me to capture. Elira Vex, if the rumors hold. Another piece of evidence that my mission is no mere errand. I keep my face impassive. These rumors, did you witness anything yourself? He groans, gripping the rope with numb fingers. No. I just carried letters, messages for certain parties. Some from humans who want to side with the gargoyles if it means overthrowing the Dark Elves. Others from Purnas who think they can harness the gargoyles' power. They all mention her. A shudder runs through him. Elira, they called her. The one who manipulates time and shape with ease. So it's certain now. The Overlord's intelligence matches this wretch's testimony. I swallow a rush of conflicting emotions. On one hand, relief that I have confirmation. On the other, an inexplicable anxiety simmering beneath my ribs. If this Purna truly wields power over gargoyles, capturing her might be more dangerous than I anticipated. I drag in a slow breath. Where do these Purnas hide? His head lolls. High in the Praj range. Some say you can find them if you follow the black pines to a hidden valley. But none of us common folk actually saw them. We just pass along what we're told. I arch an eyebrow, tension coiled in my muscles. Which is... He grimaces, swallowing convulsively. That she's there, that the Purnas gather around her. They fear the Dark Elves. They fear each other. The Red Purnas, they call them, want to start a war. I only know scraps. A quiet hush settles between us. The wind rattles a loose piece of rope. I weigh the man's words. A renegade faction of Purnas who seek open conflict that complicates things further. Could they harness the gargoyles if they awaken? Could the Overlord do so first if he controls Elira? I clench my fists, forcing composure. My entire life has been shaped by duty. Now that duty leads me into a vortex of old hatreds and unstoppable magic. For a flicker of time, I sense a question stirring in my mind. Is all of this right? The Overlord's ambitions, the forced compliance of countless slaves, the vow that we, Dark Elves, deserve to rule? I strangle the doubt before it can bloom. My gaze sharpens on the prisoner. You've provided valuable insights, I say flatly, though my voice lacks the typical venom I show to captives. In truth, I'm unsettled by the swirling threats, the gargoyles, the prophecy, the possibility that everything I know stands on the brink of upheaval. He coughs, flecks of spit dotting his lips. So you'll let me go? You promised. I lift my chin, recalling no such promise. My standard protocol is to leave no loose ends that might compromise the Overlord's mission. Yet, I hesitate. This man is half dead already, drained of everything he knows. Usually that's reason enough to end him swiftly, but a faint memory stirs of the traveling messenger I encountered days ago, the one who gave me scraps of information before I let him live. Mercy is not my way, and yet I spare that man. Am I repeating the same choice now? Shaking my head, I grip the hilt of one sword. The steel hums with a low ring. The prisoner's eyes bulge with terror. Adrenaline spikes in my veins. My conditioning screams, eliminate him! He's a liability! My body tenses, primed for the lethal strike I've executed countless times. Still, my hand does not draw the blade. Why? The question rings in my skull. Why do I feel this creeping reluctance? It's as though something cracks inside me, an unseen chain rattling. Once, I would have killed without a second thought. Now, an inner voice warns that every life I extinguish drags me deeper into the Overlord's black pit of cruelty. That is my purpose, I remind myself. Yet the words taste hollow. The prisoner senses my hesitation, tears pooling in his eyes. "Please," he croaks, voice quivering. I exhale slowly. This man's life means nothing in the grand scheme. My directive is to remain undetected, collect intelligence, and deliver the Purna to Orthani. Exterminating him might serve no real point. I reach out instead, slicing the rope that binds him with a single flick of my dagger. He collapses, gaping at me in shock. "Go," I say curtly, sheathing the weapon. "Run. If the Overlord soldiers find you again, you won't be so lucky." He doesn't need further encouragement. Scrambling to his feet, he limps down the mountainside. Within seconds, he vanishes between the gnarled pines, leaving me alone in the silence of my own conflicted thoughts. The truth serum's effect will wear off soon. Perhaps he'll vanish into the wilderness, or perhaps fate will devour him in some other manner. Either way, I've stayed my blade again. I grit my teeth, turning toward my Zalkir. My heart thuds with an emotion too close to regret or confusion. I'm supposed to be the Overlord's perfect enforcer. Cold, unflinching, unstoppable. I'm dangerously close to failing that standard. If Rython discovers these moments of mercy, I doubt he'll be pleased. He might strip me of rank or subject me to harsher forms of magical conditioning. A chill slithers across my spine at the thought. Tugging on the reins, I mount the Zalkir in one smooth motion. The creature hisses, turning its angular head to regard me with luminous yellow eyes. I sense its hunger. Zalkirs are always ready for flesh. But I have no desire to feed it a wretched captive. "We depart," I say, voice hushed. The Zalkir leaps forward, claws clattering over stones. I angle us back toward the higher passes, following the spy's mention of a hidden valley near Black Pines. The path rises steeply, forcing the Zalkir to pick its way with caution. Clouds drift overhead, their undersides tinged with steel gray. There might be a storm tonight. The swirling wind grows colder, biting at my cheeks. My senses remain alert for anything out of place, movement in the foliage, the presence of wards, illusions cast by Purnas. So far, I notice only the wilderness's quiet menace, yet the dread in my gut doesn't fade. It feels like a bruise deep inside, throbbing whenever I consider the gargoyles or the prophecy. Elira, the Purna. The name circles in my mind. She apparently wields not just illusions, but the dreaded space-time magic, capable of manipulating reality in ways few can fathom. On top of that, she's rumored to hold the key to controlling or releasing ancient monstrosities. My chest tightens with a sensation akin to awe, yet also revulsion. The Overlord demands her subjugation, but how does one subjugate the force that might shape the fate of entire species? I press on. By late afternoon, the trail veers alongside a narrow ridge. A slip here would drop me hundreds of feet into a rocky gorge. The Zalkir's tail swishes, balancing us as we inch forward. My gaze darts to a shape in the distance, the silhouette of a twisted pine, its trunk blackened by some past fire. A few stunted cousins cluster around it, forming a small copse. This must be the route the spy mentioned. Reaching a broader plateau, I dismount. The wind intensifies, tugging at my cloak. Below, a canyon stretches in a labyrinth of sharp outcroppings. Glancing around, I spot faint signs of recent passage, footprints in the thin soil, likely from a small group. They're not fresh, but they suggest people have traveled this path. Possibly Purnas, possibly humans seeking refuge or trade. Kneeling, I brush my fingertips over the prints. My magic sense is limited. Dark elves rely on the power granted by the 13, though I possess more inherent skill than most, courtesy of experimental breeding. Even so, I can't glean details from footprints alone like a Purna might. Sighing, I straighten. The day grows short. Finding shelter is prudent. I spot a shallow cave in the cliff face to my left, half hidden by brambles. I lead the Zalkir to it carefully. Inside, the space is cramped, but free of dangerous wildlife. I tether the beast near a stone outcropping, letting it settle on its haunches. My gaze strays to the cave mouth, where the fading light outlines the swirling mists. Another wave of disquiet washes over me, making my skin prickle. I sense no immediate threat, yet the silence presses in too heavily. The Overlord's voice echoes in my memory. Failure is not an option. Time presses on, and if the gargoyles truly stir, our window for capturing this Purna might be closing. The Overlord likely expects a swift resolution. But do I? The question flickers unbidden in my mind again, stirring the fragile sense of self I've kept suppressed for years. Disgusted with my own introspection, I remove my black leather armor piece by piece, leaving only a fitted tunic that clings to my skin. My arms feel stiff from hours of riding. Usually, I ignore physical discomfort easily, but the tension roiling inside me is worse than any muscle ache. I prepare a minimal camp, no fire, just a small lamp fueled by bottled witchlight, enough to cast a pale glow on the cave walls. Shadows flicker and distort across the uneven rock, forming shapes that almost resemble wings or bestial faces. The illusions toy with my mind. Gargoyles. They're out there, maybe still encased in stone, maybe half awake. If even half the rumors hold true, they possess monstrous strength and a driving hatred for Purnas, and a simmering enmity for dark elves too, if the old tales are accurate. I slump against the wall, resting my swords within easy reach. I hold the smaller blade in my lap, tapping the hilt with a restless finger. My thoughts drift back to the Overlord's fortress in Orthani. The sweeping black arches, the polished floors, the hush that fell whenever I strode through a corridor. That hush was respect and fear. The Overlord shaped me into a precision instrument. Lately, though, I question if there's more to my existence than blindly serving his thirst for power. If that notion is treason, then so be it. A quiet pang of memory tugs at me, hazy recollections from years ago, when I was still a boy. A voice telling me I wasn't just a soldier, that I had my own will. That memory is blurred, drowned by the Overlord's conditioning. I can't recall the speaker's face or name, but the echo returns now, persistent. The lamp flickers. A rattle of loose rocks outside the cave jolts me. In one fluid motion, I spring to my feet, sword in hand. The Zalkir raises its horned head, sniffing the air. There's a rustle, perhaps just an animal, or a bit of debris knocked down by the wind. I step outside, scanning the ledge, but nothing stirs in the half-light. My senses strain. No footprints, no glint of eyes in the undergrowth. Gradually, the tension in my shoulders eases. Just the wind. That doesn't stop my heart from hammering, or the swirl of dread that reminds me trouble is imminent. Returning inside, I slide down to the cave floor and press my back to the rock, exhaling. Sleep might be wise, but I'm too taut with anxiety. Instead, I stare at the lamp's wavering glow, chasing phantoms in its dancing shape. Elira. The name repeats like a drumbeat in my mind, accompanied by the hush of a prophecy that claims she can alter the destiny of the entire planet. Yet she's just a rumor, a ghost among the mountains. I consider how she must look. No doubt human, slender, perhaps unassuming. I wonder if she's naive or cunning. If she's kind-hearted, haughty, or burdened by the knowledge of her own destructive potential. Why do I even care about such details? My mission doesn't require empathy. I only need to seize her. And yet I do care enough that I feel a subtle twist of guilt. For what reason? I can't explain. My conditioning says none of these thoughts matter. Capture her. Quell her power. Deliver her to Orthani. End of story. Everything else is extraneous. As the night deepens, the wind howls through the ravine. It's a mournful sound. After a while, my eyes grow heavy, lulled by the relentless drone. My body yearns for rest, though my mind remains unsettled. Eventually, exhaustion wins. I drift into a restless sleep, sword cradled against my chest, lamp sputtering out. I wake to pale dawn light slanting through the cave mouth. My neck throbs from sleeping upright. I shift, grimacing at the stiffness in my spine. The Zalkir regards me with bored disinterest. Outside, the mist has cleared somewhat, revealing a desolate landscape of rocky ledges and stunted evergreens. The horizon glows with delicate pink and gold, a fleeting beauty in these harsh peaks. After a brief moment gathering my bearings, I secure my armor back in place, piece by piece. The leather's snug fit lends a veneer of comfort, a reminder of my identity as the Overlord's unstoppable blade, though that reassurance feels shakier each day. I eat a few bites of dried meat, swig water from a flask, and prepare to move on. Leading the Zalkir from the cave, I take one last glance at the battered ground, searching for any clue that someone might have come near in the night. Nothing stands out. My wards, small black stones etched with sigils, lie undisturbed at the perimeter. No illusions, no approach. Reluctantly satisfied, I mount and urge my beast forward. By mid-morning, the trail weaves up and around a series of switchbacks. The sun climbs higher, burning away the last tatters of cloud. The crisp air stings my lungs. The pines here are a shade darker, their branches twisted into strange shapes. Glancing around, I note an eerie quiet, save for the crunch of the Zalkir's claws. Even the birds seem scarce. In the distance, I spy a ruined structure perched on a rocky promontory, a watchtower from some earlier era, possibly built by the first wave of Dark Elf conquest, or maybe by desperate humans seeking refuge. Time has stripped it to a roofless shell. Caution prods me to check it out. Ruins often serve as meeting points for outlaws and couriers. I dismount a short distance away, letting the Zalkir rest in a patch of scrub brush. Slowly, I approach the tower, sword at the ready. The stones are blackened by moss, the mortar crumbling. A rectangular doorway gapes, leading into a circular interior littered with debris. I slip inside, boots crunching on scattered pebbles. Dim light seeps through cracks. My gaze sweeps the corners, half expecting to find a vagrant or a band of brigands huddled in the shadows. Instead, I find only silence until I step around a collapsed pillar. A figure lies sprawled against the wall, wearing a ragged cloak. His body is limp. My pulse jumps. Another corpse? Or simply unconscious? I move closer, sword angled low. His face is turned away, but from the build he seems like a thin human, older. No movement. I nudge his shoulder with my boot. Nothing. I crouch, pressing 2 fingers to the side of his neck. No pulse. The flesh is ice cold. My gaze flicks to his chest, noticing a deep slash across his tunic. A wide bloodstain discolors the floor. The wound looks days old. Rigor has come and gone. Hissing under my breath, I scan for any sign of who might have killed him. Hard to tell. The slash suggests a blade, not a beast's claws. Possibly bandits, or some passing soldier. Perhaps even a rift among the humans themselves. But something else draws my eye. A small scrap of parchment clenched in his stiff hand. Carefully, I pry it free, wincing at the brittle feel of his fingers. The parchment's edges are singed as if by magical flame, and the writing is smudged. Squinting in the dimness, I decipher a partial message. The gargoyles stirring in the old fortress, Purna named. Elira Vex, prophecy, must either harness or... The rest is unintelligible, soaked in dried blood. My heart pounds faster. More confirmation. It's like the entire realm echoes with warnings about the gargoyles' imminent awakening, and a prophecy tied to this elusive Purna. A fresh wave of apprehension surges in me. Everything points to a cataclysm if I fail to secure her. I tuck the parchment into my belt pouch, eyes lingering on the corpse. Another hapless soul tangled in the swirling currents of fear and rumor. Shaking my head, I stand. There's nothing more to glean here. The Overlord's mission demands I press on. Outside, the sun now warms the stony path. It fails to melt the chill that's lodged itself under my skin. My mind churns with the same question. Why do I hesitate when it comes to my duties? I can sense an invisible barrier inside me, an unspoken longing. Something about the prophecy in the Purna tugs at me like a half-remembered dream. Brushing aside the brooding thoughts, I climb onto the Zalkir once more, spurring it away from the ruins. Time is short. If the gargoyles truly rouse, entire villages may burn. The Overlord wants to harness Elira's power before such chaos unfolds. And I am his chosen instrument, trained, conditioned, lethal. I repeat those facts to myself until they settle like stones in my gut. Late afternoon shadows stretch across the path as I forge onward. Occasionally I glimpse the silhouette of a bird overhead, or the scuttle of a mountain hare darting through brush. The trail tilts upward, leading to a series of jagged slopes. My senses remain on high alert. Any moment, I expect to encounter an ambush or a ward set by cunning Purnas. Yet the landscape remains eerily vacant. Only as the sun dips behind the highest peak do I spot signs of life. A thin wisp of smoke rises from a rocky dell, partially hidden by the ridge. I halt, scanning the area. The glow of a weak campfire flickers behind some boulders. Someone's out there, maybe more travelers, maybe Purnas, maybe humans fleeing dark elf patrols. Urging the Zalkir to remain silent, I dismount and tie it to a stunted tree trunk. Then I move on foot, careful to keep low. The slope provides natural cover. My feet tread lightly, a skill honed through countless missions of infiltration. Edging around a rock, I peer into the dell. A small campsite, indeed. 2 figures sit near the embers of a dying fire. I make out no distinctive race from this distance, but they appear lightly armed, no immediate sign of advanced magic. One rummages through a pack, the other stares into the flames. They speak in hushed voices, though the wind prevents me from catching their words. Part of me urges caution. Another part sees a potential resource for information. Time is too precious to waste skulking around. I shift my grip on the sword's hilt, preparing to confront them, when a sudden roar shatters the quiet. My pulse leaps. That wasn't human. It wasn't any normal beast either. It's a guttural, resonant bellow that echoes off the cliffs, rending the air. The 2 figures at the fire jump to their feet, panic etched in their posture. I press myself flat behind a boulder, scanning the horizon. The roar came from somewhere near the eastern ridge, a place I can't see from my vantage point. A second roar follows, thunderous in its intensity. It resonates through my bones. Could it be a gargoyle? My mouth goes dry. The spy's warnings resurface, along with my own nightmares of stone wings and ancient fury. If one is truly awake, it might be hunting. My instinct screams to remain hidden, but I can't ignore the possibility that this is exactly the threat I was sent to curb. The 2 campers scramble in frenzied terror, flinging their packs over their shoulders. They vanish up a slope opposite me, presumably fleeing the monstrous sound. My heart hammers, uncertain whether to give chase or investigate the source of that roar. A swirl of dust drifts across the dell, stirred by the vibrations. I grip the hilt of my blade. The Overlord wants the Purna captured before the gargoyles pose a threat. But if one is already mobile, if it rampages, everything changes. If I can glean more about it, perhaps even ensure it remains bound, then I serve Orthani's interests. Steeling myself, I retrace my steps, jogging back to the Zalkir. The beast yanks at its tether, eyes wild. It heard the roar, too, and every predatory instinct is on edge. Easy, I mutter, stroking its scaly flank. We'll see what this is. I untie the reins and mount, nudging the Zalkir uphill toward the direction of the sound. Another roar trembles through the air, a fraction softer. My guess is that it echoes from a ravine cutting into the mountainside. The path is rough, but the Zalkir's claws make short work of the ascent. Adrenaline prickles under my skin. My training says approach with caution. My curiosity propels me forward. At the crest of the slope, I spot an outcropping that overlooks a series of dark gullies. The final rays of daylight cast long shadows. I peer down, but see no sign of movement, just craggy rock, scattered pines, and deep, yawning chasms. The roars have stopped. My spine tingles, tension thrumming. Silence envelops the mountains. Even the wind seems to hold its breath. My heart races as I lean forward in the saddle, scanning every crevice. I glimpse a collapsed section of cliff, as though a tremor once split the rock. Loose rubble litters the floor of the gorge. No monstrous shape reveals itself. Minutes pass, stretched taut. The golden light fades to dusk. No more roars. No gargoyle emerges from the gloom. Perhaps it retreated into the depths. Or perhaps it was something else entirely. An echo or phenomenon I'm not familiar with. Still, the dread in my core worsens, telling me the threat is very real. I breathe a ragged exhale, urging the Zalkir away from the edge. The Overlord must know about this. My mission to capture Elira stands, but the gargoyles no longer feel like a distant possibility. They might be here, half risen. If so, the entire timeline is accelerated. I grit my teeth, spurring the Zalkir onward, descending the ridge before night fully swallows the land. As I ride, the last pale glow of twilight clings to the peaks. A swirl of thoughts assaults me. The spy's revelations, the dead man with the prophecy note, the roars echoing in the gorge. And beneath it all, the slow unraveling of my unwavering obedience. Something within me cracks, a voice that wonders if capturing Elira might lead to solutions or disasters. I can't tell. But I do know that once I find her, everything will change for me, for Orthani, for Protheka. The Overlord demands compliance. The prophecy hints at cataclysm, and some part of my soul stirs with an unnameable longing. That thought coils tight in my chest, leaving me raw and uneasy. I glance at the bruise-colored sky one last time before darkness overtakes the mountains. My course is set, yet the path forward feels anything but certain. Shadows flicker at the periphery of my vision, whispering that fate moves swiftly. Whether that fate belongs to Orthani or a lone Purna in the hills remains to be seen. With no better compass than my grim purpose, I ride on into the deepening night.
Chapter 5. Elira. I awake to a tremor in my chest, a prickle of magic needling my senses. It's still early. The first uncertain rays of dawn filter through the high windows of my chamber, illuminating motes of dust that swirl in the pale light. The stone walls seem colder than usual, as if the entire coven is holding its breath. I rub the grit from my eyes. My dreams last night were restless, images of stone monsters coming to life, of dark elf armies at our gates, of the Red Purnas watching me with calculating eyes. The taste of dread lingers on my tongue. I can't shake the feeling that time is running short, even though I'm supposed to be safe within these walls. As I swing my legs over the side of the bed, a knock sounds at my door. "Elira?" A voice calls softly. It's Alicia. She never rises this early unless something urgent's happened. I drag on a fresh tunic and open the door to find her looking tense, her fiery curls pinned haphazardly behind her head. Shadows smudge the skin beneath her eyes. "The matriarch wants you in the main cavern," she says without preamble. Something about leaving the coven. My heart stutters. We've already debated me leaving. After the prophecy reveal, the plan was for me to remain and train, hone my magic, stay under protection. "Wait," I say, confusion tumbling into my voice. "She changed her mind again?" Alicia's lips thin with worry. "It seems so. She's calling it an urgent measure for your safety." I don't know the details, but she's in that mood that suggests no one should argue. I swallow my unease. The halls are strangely empty as we make our way through twisting corridors lit by glowing orbs of arcane energy. The usual hum of Purna activity, teachers instructing novices, discussions over breakfast, has died to a hush, replaced by an undercurrent of dread. Where is everyone? It's only once we reach the gathering hall that we find them. At least 24 Purnas cluster at the centre of the vast space, talking in low, urgent voices. The matriarch stands on the dais, her posture rigid, staff in hand. A handful of elders flank her, faces grave. The scene reminds me of the day she announced her vision about the gargoyles. That day changed everything. A hush descends as Alicia and I approach. "Elira," the matriarch calls, her grey eyes fixed on me. "Come here." I hesitate at the foot of the dais. My gaze darts around, searching for clues. The crowd includes a handful of Red Purnas, Nerissa's faction. Their expressions range from smug to restless. I glimpse Nerissa herself off to one side, arms crossed, chin high. A flicker of challenge lights her eyes. Tension crackles in the air like a storm about to break. The matriarch raises her voice for all to hear. "We have received new information. The dark elves are combing the foothills, searching for a powerful witch. They suspect she is tied to a prophecy that talks about sealing or freeing the gargoyles." She pauses, scanning the crowd. "Our wards remain strong, but we cannot risk confrontation if they pinpoint our location. This is a direct threat to the entire coven." Murmurs ripple through the Purnas. My heart races. So the dark elves know enough to be dangerous. If I remain, I might endanger everyone. But I thought we agreed that training me here was worth the risk. The matriarch shifts her gaze onto me, her expression torn between concern and resolve. "Elira, I have decided to send you away, beyond the immediate range of our wards. You'll travel east, through the lesser-known passes, and rendezvous with a small group of human allies who can shelter you. We must keep you out of the Dark Elves' grasp until we learn more about how to control your role in this prophecy." My stomach churns. "But," I begin, my voice almost lost in the cavern's hush. "My training. We only just started harnessing my transformative spells more safely. Isn't that essential if the gargoyles are truly stirring? How am I supposed to learn if I'm out there alone?" A flicker of sympathy crosses her face. "I know it seems counterintuitive, child, but if you stay, you risk drawing a horde of dark elves upon us, and the Red Purnas might exploit your presence as well. Tensions run high, and this coven cannot withstand an open conflict on multiple fronts." Her voice lowers, meant only for my ears. "I will send an elder to you eventually, once it's safe. You won't be abandoned in your learning." I clench my fists, frustration mingling with fear. A small part of me understood this day might come. The prophecy's gravity hangs over me like a guillotine blade. Still, parting from my coven, a place that has always been my refuge, feels like stepping off a cliff blindfolded. Before I can reply, an acerbic voice cuts in from the throng. "Running away again?" My head whips around to see Nerissa emerging from the cluster of Red Purnas, her posture exuding sharp confidence. "We're letting our most promising weapon slip through our fingers. I say we stand and fight. Let the Dark Elves come. Let the gargoyles come. We have a means to break them." She narrows her eyes at me, as if I'm a resource to be seized. Heat flares in my cheeks. "I'm not a weapon." A faint sneer twists her lips. "Aren't you? Your power can rewrite entire species, can it not? You turned creatures to stone once, eons ago, or so the legends say about our ancestors with your same gifts." Her gaze flicks to the matriarch. "Sending Elira away only prolongs the inevitable confrontation." The matriarch exhales sharply. "We will not debate this again, Nerissa. We do what is best to protect Elira and the coven. Your ambition does not overshadow the rest of our safety." Nerissa's eyes flash with hostility, but she holds her tongue for the moment. I can practically feel the tension simmering between the Red Purnas and the rest of us. If there weren't so many watchers, I suspect Nerissa might try a more overt challenge. With a shaky breath, I turn to the matriarch. When do I leave? Her shoulders slump as if she regrets forcing this on me. Now, we've prepared supplies, a cloak, provisions, a map. You'll travel light and inconspicuous. She motions to one of the elders, who steps forward with a small satchel slung over her shoulder. My palms sweat. It's all happening so fast. I glance around, taking in the familiar carvings on the pillars, the swirl of Purna robes, the hush of ancient magic saturating these halls. This has been my entire world. How can I simply walk away? Before I can gather my thoughts into coherent words, something snaps. I hear a sharp cry from somewhere behind me. Then, in a flash, a flicker of fiery magic streaks across the chamber. My instincts flare. I drop to a crouch as a bolt of burning energy slams into the pillar nearest me, sending shards of stone flying. Gasps and shouts erupt, Purnas scrambling aside. I spin, eyes widening at the sight of a Red Purna acolyte standing near the shadows of the hall's edge. She looks young, brown hair in a single braid, cheeks flushed with anger, but her posture radiates raw aggression. Smoke wisps from her fingertips. "Stay where you are," she snaps, voice trembling with adrenaline. "Elira isn't going anywhere. She belongs to us." My stomach drops. This is no small spat. The Red Purnas have escalated. I catch a look of Nerissa out of the corner of my eye. Her expression is one of startled fury, as if she hadn't sanctioned an outright attack. Or perhaps she had, and didn't expect her acolyte to be so brazen. The matriarch raises her staff, eyes blazing. "Stand down. We do not harm our own." Energy crackles around her, potent and authoritative. The acolyte scoffs, though a flicker of uncertainty ripples across her face. If we let her go, we lose our chance to dominate the Dark Elves once and for all. She levels her palm toward me again, conjuring another orb of flame that pulses with chaotic force. Fear clutches my chest. She's pointing that at me, a Purna of the same coven, albeit a radical faction. "I'm not your tool," I manage, voice unsteady. She sneers. "Then prove it. Use your magic. Show you're not just a meek mouse scuttling away." The flames in her hand intensify, scorching the air. "If you're truly as powerful as the prophecy claims, show me now." Time feels slow, each heartbeat a thunderclap in my ears. The other Purnas cry out warnings, the elders step forward to intervene, but they're too far. The acolyte is too reckless. I sense her launching the attack before my eyes register the motion. Another torrent of flame hurtles toward me, so bright I can see the flicker of red behind my eyelids. Instinct takes over. I hurl myself sideways, my training from the last days surging to the forefront. My lips shape a transformative incantation in a rush of desperation. I reach out, not toward the acolyte but toward the column of air between us. Her flame cuts through it like a knife, but the intangible swirl of wind is something I can manipulate, if only partially. Sparks fly. The raging fire arcs mere inches from my cheek, singing the ends of my black hair. Heat scorches my skin, but I cling to the rapidly forming strings of magic. My attempt is crude, half-formed. Instead of turning her flame into an inert substance, I managed to fling it upward with a jolt of force magic I didn't realize I could tap so quickly. An explosion rocks the chamber. The ceiling cracks from the redirected blast, raining down rubble. Dust fills the air. I choke, stumbling back. Through the haze, I see the acolyte coughing violently, disoriented by her own rebounded attack. "Elira!" Alicia's voice cuts through the chaos. She rushes to my side, wide-eyed. "Are you hurt?" I check my arms and face, minor burns on one forearm, nothing too severe. My heart is pounding, my thoughts a jumbled mess. I'm alive. The matriarch's staff slams against the floor, sending a shockwave of magical authority rippling through the hall. The dust swirls, then settles, revealing her furious silhouette. Enough! She roars, her voice resonating in the cavernous space. She turns a glare on the Red Purna acolyte. You have violated the sacred principle. Never turn Purna magic against a coven sister. You will answer for this treachery. The acolyte pales, her bravado crumbling, but before the elders can restrain her, Nerissa steps in. Stand down, all of you, she commands, placing a protective arm in front of the younger witch. No more spells. We don't need a full-blown civil war in these halls. The tension is thick as the rest of the Purnas form wary circles around us. Some remain prepared to cast, while others cradle protective wards. My own hands tremble, adrenaline surging. The matriarch straightens, her voice ice-cold. Nerissa, your faction grows dangerously reckless. This is your final warning. If you cannot abide by coven laws, you will be exiled. Nerissa's jaw flexes. I don't condone foolish attacks, she says tightly, scowling at the acolyte. Then her gaze snaps to me, unwavering. But I won't apologise for wanting our coven to do more than cower. If Elira leaves, we lose the advantage. Remember that. Ignoring her, the matriarch turns to me. Elira, you must depart now, this very moment. The corridors echo with discontent, and I will not risk another assault. She gestures to the elders. Ivara, fetch the supplies. The elder named Ivara hustles forward, placing a small satchel and cloak in my arms. Then she presses a piece of parchment in my hand. A map of the lesser passes, she whispers. My heart aches. Everything is spiralling too quickly. I cling to Alicia for one desperate moment, our eyes locked. She grips my shoulders, her expression anguished. Promise you'll be safe, she says thickly, tears threatening. You better come back. Emotion constricts my throat. I promise, and I'll be careful. I want to say more, to thank her for always standing by me, but the words catch in my mouth. We have no time. The matriarch's staff glows faintly, and a swirl of energy rises around me like a protective shell, guiding me toward the exit. She makes a show of strength for the Red Purnas, daring them to try anything else. With the elders at her side, she addresses the entire coven. Elira will return when the time is right. Until then, do not attempt to follow her. The coven's security is paramount, and she must not be endangered further by your reckless ambitions. Nerissa's lips thin. Her acolyte stands sullenly, a bruise forming on her cheek where debris struck. I sense their frustration like a tangible force. I press past the groups of Purnas, ignoring the hush that falls. My footsteps ring on the stone floor, each step echoing with finality. A swirl of conflicting emotions tears at me. Sorrow at leaving, fear of what lies ahead, anger at the attack. Yet beneath it all, a thread of resolve pulses. This is my life now, caught in the crossfire of prophecy and ambition. When I emerge into the corridor, I find the matriarch already there, staff in hand, face lined with regret. She pivots, leading me through winding passages that slope downward, eventually opening onto the hidden mountain trail that leads away from the coven's stronghold. The morning light floods my vision. The crisp air stings my skin, carrying the scent of pine and frost. Far below, the valleys stretch out like a rumpled tapestry of rock and forest. The matriarch stops at the threshold, turning to face me. She lifts her hand and gently tucks the silver-streaked lock of hair behind my ear. An unexpectedly tender gesture. Forgive me, child, she murmurs. I know this feels like abandonment, but we do it for the sake of all. Your potential is too great to risk falling into the wrong hands, and I fear the Red Purnas are bold enough to exploit you for their agenda. My eyes sting with tears I refuse to shed. I understand, I whisper. but I'm scared. Fear can be a teacher, she says, voice gentle. Trust your instincts. The map will guide you to an outpost we maintain with a sympathetic human tribe. Stay hidden. If the dark elves grow too close, move farther east. We'll send someone to find you when the time is right. A flutter of panic seizes me. Once I step onto that mountain trail, I relinquish the familiar safety of the Coven's wards, the comfort of daily training, the warmth of Alicia's friendship. Ahead lies uncertainty, and the possibility that the prophecy might find me before I'm ready. Still, I straighten my spine. I will. Thank you, matriarch. She inclines her head, sadness etched in the lines around her eyes. Go now, Elira, and may your magic protect you. I adjust the cloak's hood over my dark hair, clutching the satchel. Without another word, I step onto the narrow path that clings to the mountainside, each footfall echoing in the stillness. The matriarch watches until the bend in the trail hides me from sight. Then I'm alone with the vast expanse of Protheca before me. The first hour of descent is almost mechanical. I follow the well-worn steps carved into the rock, trying to push aside the swirl of emotions in my mind. My boots skid on patches of loose gravel. The sun climbs higher, warming the air. Memories of this same route come unbidden, those brief trips I made to gather supplies or help refugees, always returning swiftly to the Coven. Now there's no quick return. The finality hits me like a punch to the gut. I pause at a scenic overlook where the trail widens. The vista is breathtaking, rolling slopes draped in evergreen forests, a winding river gleaming like silver far below. My heart clenches with longing for the safety behind me. Then I shake myself and press on, recalling the instructions to remain inconspicuous. The outpost is at least 2 days' travel. If I move quickly, I can reach it before the dark elves get too close. I keep my senses sharp, scanning the ridges and switchbacks for any sign of watchers. The slope descends gradually, soon merging with a narrower path flanked by thick pines. The trees' boughs form a green canopy overhead, letting dappled sunlight filter through. The hush envelops me, broken only by birdsong and the distant rush of a waterfall. For a moment, I allow myself to believe this journey might be peaceful. That hope shatters a few miles on. I sense it first, an abrupt prickling of the hairs on my neck, the intangible pressure of a hostile presence. My footsteps slow, eyes flicking between the trunks. Something shifts in the undergrowth, too quiet to be an ordinary animal. I grip the strap of my satchel, heart pounding. Then, from behind a gnarled pine, a figure lunges. I catch a flash of crimson-stitched robes. My breath hitches. Another Red Purna. She moves quickly, electricity arcing from her fingertips. "Elira, wait," she calls, though her tone is anything but friendly. I pivot, adrenaline kicking in. My mind races. Why would a Red Purna follow me? Did Nerissa order this? She's alone, from what I can see, but dangerously determined. The crackle of her lightning magic sets the pine needles quivering, filling the air with static. "I'm not going back," I shout, taking a step away. Her lips twist in a snarl. "We don't intend to drag you back, you fool. We want to make a deal. Join us. Use your power. Help us overthrow the Dark Elves, and we'll support you." The arcs of lightning in her hand spit sparks across the damp ground. My pulse thrums. "I don't want to start a war. The matriarch said—" She laughs, the sound hollow. "The matriarch lives in fear. You've seen how the Dark Elves treat humans. We can stop it if only we had the nerve." She edges closer, the aura of her magic unsettling the forest around us. "Come willingly, or I'll force you." Panic surges. This is exactly why I left. The Red Purna's hunger for conflict. I have no desire to kill her, but I won't let her drag me off to fulfill their violent agenda. "Stay back," I warn, my voice trembling slightly. "I'm not above defending myself." She sneers, raising her hand. A bolt of lightning crackles toward me. I fling up an illusion in desperation, a shimmering distortion that warps the air. The bolt collides with the twisting light, scattering into sizzling sparks that scorch the ground instead of my body. My illusions flicker with fragile brilliance, but I won't be able to sustain them under heavy assault. The Red Purna narrows her eyes and prepares another strike, arcs dancing along her arm. I have seconds before she unleashes a more devastating attack. I need to escape. In a flash, I recall the matriarch's training on transformative magic. Use your environment. My eyes dart to the thick oak near me, its trunk gnarled with centuries of growth. A plan forms, a reckless one. I pivot, channeling my power. Instead of aiming at the Red Purna or the air, I direct the transformation at the massive tree itself. My vision blurs with the surge of energy. The incantation spills from my lips, weaving a net of shimmering force that envelops the trunk. I'm not trying to turn it into an animal or object. This is a partial shift, aimed at making the tree malleable enough for me to pass through it. The oak's bark ripples like liquid, branches twisting. My skin crawls as I push my hand against the living wood. At first it resists, but my magic intensifies, compelling the fibres to soften and meld. For a brief instant, I feel the pulse of the tree's life force. Then, with a gasp, I plunge my arm through the bark as though it's thick mud. The Red Purna hurls her second lightning bolt. It sizzles past my shoulder, grazing my cloak and leaving a scorched patch. Pain lances the skin beneath, but adrenaline keeps me moving. Gritting my teeth, I push my entire body through the warped trunk. My breath catches at the claustrophobic sensation, sap and wood pressing in on every side, before I emerge on the opposite side of the tree. I stumble out, half expecting to be pinned by wood, but the trunk snaps back to solidity behind me, instantly sealing my passage. My stomach lurches at the exertion, vision swimming. I used more magic than I intended. I try to stay upright, ignoring the faint taste of iron in my mouth. The Red Purna's startled curse drifts from the other side of the oak. She can't see me, and I doubt she can pass the same way unless she has mastery of transformative spells. My heart hammers. This is my chance. Without pausing, I bolt down the slope, arms pumping. The forest whips by in a blur of green and brown. Angry shouts echo behind me, muffled by dense foliage. I run as though demons chase me, feet pounding on the path. My mind whirls with shock at what I just accomplished. Transforming living matter so drastically is advanced, borderline dangerous for a novice. Yet it worked, for a moment anyway, and that feat might have saved my life. Branches scratch at my arms and cheeks. My lungs burn, but I refuse to slow. I don't know if the Red Purna might find another route around that tree. She could be close behind. The only goal now is to put as much distance between us as possible. Eventually, my dash falters. I stumble to a halt near a small clearing where sunlight pools on soft ferns. Panting, I brace my hands on my knees, head swimming. My entire body shakes from adrenaline and magical exertion. The cloak's singed patch still smoulders, so I yank it off and bat at the smoking edge. Beneath, my tunic sports a blackened patch on the shoulder. The skin underneath stings, but not severely. Another inch to the right and that bolt would have fried me. Gritting my teeth, I scan the area for further threats. No sign of pursuit, not yet. A hush drapes the clearing, broken only by birdsong. My pulse is still a drumbeat in my ears. Slowly, I sink to my knees, pressing a hand against the bark of a nearby tree, this one untransformed, and try to steady my breathing. I close my eyes, letting the minutes stretch. The forest's cool air steadies my racing heart. My ears strain for the faintest sound of footsteps, but I hear nothing except the breeze stirring leaves. Maybe I lost her for good. But reality sets in. If the Red Purnas had one acolyte tailing me, they might send others. The dark elves are out here too, searching for me. Everything the matriarch feared is happening. My presence stirs conflict like a torch tossed into dry tinder. I can't risk travelling the main trails. My best hope is to rely on lesser-known routes, just as the elders planned. So I gather myself, ignoring the trembling in my legs. I retrieve the map from my satchel. It details a winding path that skirts the base of the mountains, passing through thick forest and eventually meeting a river crossing. The outpost supposedly lies on the far bank. Setting my jaw, I memorize the route. No more dithering. If I linger, someone might catch up. Struggling upright, I slip my cloak back on, adjusting the scorched fabric so it doesn't impede movement. Then I trudge onward, deeper into the forest, away from the Purna stronghold and everything I've known. As I walk, a swirl of emotions tangles inside me. Relief at escaping the Red Purnas' assault. Fear of what might come next. Amazement that I managed to warp an entire oak trunk in the heat of battle. And underlying it all, a pang of loss. The coven was my home, for better or worse, and I left so abruptly. Who knows how long it'll be before I see Alicia or the matriarch again. I press on, the day passing in a haze of caution and footsore progress. The path descends into a darker valley where moss clings to every rock, and the sunlight dims to a faint glow through the canopy. My ears remain trained on any sign of pursuit. Occasionally I glimpse wildlife, a startled doe bounding away, a pair of foxes scurrying behind a dead log. Their presence reassures me that no large predator prowls nearby, at least for now. By late afternoon, the trees thin out, revealing a rocky outcrop that overlooks a vast sweep of plains far below. I pause to catch my breath, leaning against a mossy boulder. Clouds drift overhead, tinted with gold. In the distance, I see the faint glitter of a winding river. My destination. If I can just reach those waters by nightfall, I'll be one step closer to the outpost. A memory flares. My first real out-of-coven trip, guided by older Purnas to help a human family hide from dark elf slavers. I recall the swirling illusions we cast to cloak them, how proud I felt to protect them. Now, I'm the one who needs protection. Life twists in unexpected ways. I run my fingers over the silver strands, a nervous habit. The prophecy, the gargoyles, the Overlord's rumoured search for me, it all looms large, but I refuse to cower in a corner. If the matriarch trusts me to handle myself, then I must. That spark of determination steels my resolve. I survived an attack by a fellow Purna and performed a transformation that still makes my head spin. I will keep going, no matter the challenges. With renewed focus, I descend the rocky slope. Each careful step stirs dust in the waning light. Pine needles crunch underfoot, and the crisp scent of mountain air gradually gives way to the earthy aroma of lower altitudes. A sense of finality lingers in my thoughts. This trek isn't just a physical journey. It's a step deeper into the unknown world the prophecy thrust upon me. As dusk settles, I find a small hollow framed by thick bushes. It's not ideal shelter, but it'll have to do for the night. With practiced caution, I set a minimal ward, just enough to alert me if someone or something draws near. My illusions are shaky after the day's exertions, so I keep them subtle, weaving the faintest shimmer across the entrance to the hollow. Hunger gnaws at me. I rummage through the satchel for the food Ivara packed: dried berries, flatbread, some strips of salted meat. Chewing slowly, I let the events of the day unravel in my mind: the forced departure, the Red Purnas' ambush, the terrifying rush of my own power. My body still hums with residual energy, a reminder that my magic can surge unexpectedly under stress. The hush of evening settles in, insects chirping a lullaby. It might almost be peaceful, if not for the knowledge of danger. Wrapping the cloak around myself, I try to relax against the trunk of a twisted pine. Uncertainty gnaws at me. Did I make the right decision to run when attacked? Should I have tried to reason with the acolyte? Probably not. She was too intent on claiming me for her cause. I sigh, exhaustion tugging at my eyelids. The forest dims, starlight piercing the canopy in pinpricks of silver. My thoughts drift to Alicia, the elders, and the matriarch's sad face as I left. And then my mind conjures an unbidden image. A shadowy figure somewhere in these mountains. A dark elf enforcer, rumoured to be searching for me. I've never seen him, but the idea of a cold-eyed killer at my heels brings goosebumps to my skin. Eventually, weariness wins out. My eyes close, lulled by the steady thrum of my own heartbeat and the distant whisper of the wind through the trees. Tomorrow, I'll resume my journey to the outpost, forging a new path in a world that feels both exhilarating and terrifying. Yet one thing is certain. I'm no longer the cloistered witch who woke in her safe bed yesterday morning. I have harnessed powerful magic under dire circumstances, defied an attacker's lethal strike, and walked away from the only home I've known. The very air around me seems charged, as if my destiny is shifting. If the prophecy truly rests on my shoulders, if my power can seal or free the gargoyles, then each step I take might shape Prothika's fate. It's a terrifying weight. But for now, in this dark forest with the moon peeking through branches, all I can is cling to what I've learned, trust my instincts, and keep moving forward. Sleep eventually claims me, but my final waking thought is that even though I've left the coven, I've gained something crucial, a hint of my own strength, a glimmer of self-reliance that I never realised I possessed, and that might make all the difference in the battles yet to come.
Chapter 6. Valen. The wind clutches at my cloak, its chill cutting through the leather armor as I guide the Zalkir across a rickety wooden bridge. Below, a narrow ravine slices through the stone, echoing with the distant roar of rushing water. Each hoof-like claw of my mount finds purchase on the uneven planks, the aged boards creaking beneath its weight. I keep my gaze steady, scanning both ends of the steep canyon for any sign of threat or opportunity. A dull throb of tension resides at the back of my skull. It's been there for 2 days. Ever since that night I heard the monstrous roar that could only belong to a gargoyle, yet never glimpsed its source. Frustration twists in me like a coiled serpent. My orders are clear. Find Elira, bind her magic, deliver her to Orthani. But the presence of possible gargoyles, awakened or half awake, gnaws at my focus. The Overlord will be furious if I allow any complication to undermine my task. Once we're safely across, I steer the Zalkir onto a winding path that veers uphill. Gnarly trees lean over the trail, their branches scraping across my shoulders. Overhead, clouds gather in dismal clusters, threatening a midday storm. The skies in these mountains are as fickle as the illusions cast by Purnas. I flex my gloved fingers on the reins, trying to ease the lingering ache in my temples. Sleep has not come easily of late. Every time I close my eyes, fleeting images skitter through my mind, stone claws scraping against an unseen barrier, howling winds in a cavernous chamber, and a voice. Female, whispered. Urgent. It's not a memory I recall from my training or from any mission, yet it feels disturbingly familiar, as if it belongs to a buried part of me, long suppressed. I learned early on to dismiss such visions, symptoms of my birth defect, or so the Overlord's physicians labeled it. My capacity for empathy, the stray, merciful impulse, the half-remembered dreams. They ensured I underwent harsher conditioning than other Dark Elf warriors. The Overlord demanded absolute devotion, and he made sure to extinguish whatever softness lurked in my soul. But something in these visions defies that conditioning. Hiya! I urged the Zalkir quietly, pressing my heels into its flank. It surges forward with a disgruntled snort, claws crunching through a patch of loose gravel. The path broadens as we climb higher, revealing a sweeping view of the forested valley below. Here, in the midst of Praj's rugged terrain, lies the realm of hidden covens, Elira's domain. if rumors hold true. I slow the mount when I spot a slender plume of smoke curling into the sky, barely visible behind a cluster of pines. Could it be a campfire? Curiosity piques my senses. I guide the Zalkir off the main trail, taking care not to snap branches. Movement in the undergrowth draws my attention. A pair of deer bounding away in alarm. No sign of Purnas or humans, at least not in plain sight. After dismounting, I tie the Zalkir to a low-hanging branch and proceed on foot. Each step is deliberate, boots silent on the mossy ground. The lingering tension in my head pulses, but I focus on the mission. If someone is camped here, they might carry tales of a witch with unusual power. Each snippet, each rumor draws me closer to my target. As I slip through the pines, the smoke smell grows more distinct. A small clearing opens before me, dotted with fallen logs and ringed by stones that form a rudimentary fire pit. But the site is deserted. No tents or signs of recent habitation aside from still warm embers. I crouch, sifting a bit of ash through my gloved fingers. Perhaps an hour old at most. Scanning the perimeter, I notice footprints pressed into the soft soil. They're narrow and fairly light, likely a woman or small-framed person. My pulse quickens. Could it be Elira? Or another Purna? I rise, unsheathing one of my swords with a whisper of steel. The Overlord taught me not to place hope in coincidences. Everything is either planned or a trap. I follow the footprints to where they vanish into thicker vegetation. Sunbeams pierce the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating swirling motes of pollen. Birdsong weaves through the hush, making the world seem almost idyllic, until I sense a trace of magic in the air. A subtle pressure, like a shift in atmospheric weight. Purnas' illusions often leave such a residue. I concentrate, drawing on the flicker of chaos magic the Overlord's conditioning allows me to wield. My senses sharpen, revealing faint ripples in the light. Illusions have been cast here, though recently or with minimal force. I exhale, unsettled. She might be close, or it might be an entirely different Purna. Either way, it's progress. I backtrack to my mount, deciding to search along the ridge where the footprints seem to head. Leading the Zalkir, I circle eastward until the slope grows too steep, forcing me to take a winding descent. The forest here stands silent, as if holding its breath. At last, the trees thin, exposing a broader stretch of land. My gaze snags on fresh signs of disturbance, broken branches, boot prints, and a deep slash of scorched earth near a thick oak. Something or someone released a blast of intense fire magic recently. I kneel beside the scorched groove, picking up a fragment of burnt pine needle. It crumbles in my hand. A day old? Maybe two. My instincts tighten. Elira, I think, though I have no proof. The Overlord's intel said she might be adept with illusions, but Purnas come in many skill sets. Could be someone else. Still, there's no question a violent confrontation happened here. I gaze up at the massive oak. The trunk bears odd scars, ridges, and indentations that resemble melted grooves. My brow furrows. This does not look like damage from mere flames. It's as if the wood itself warped, then solidified again. I run a hand over the grooves, feeling faint residual magic. Transformative spells, perhaps? That's one of Elira's rumored specialties. A surge of anticipation flares in my chest. Suddenly, my vision flickers, and I'm overwhelmed by an onslaught of images. Stone wings scraping against a cavern ceiling, monstrous snarls echoing in the darkness, and a voice hauntingly soft calling my name. Violin. The tone is gentle, yet urgent. My heart pounds as though I've been physically struck. For an instant, I'm not here in the forest. Instead, I stand somewhere vast and echoing, my hands pressed against cool granite, my chest tight with unrecognizable longing. It passes in a heartbeat. I gasp, staggering back against the oak's rough bark. My stomach roils. Get out of my head, I mutter. But there's no intruder, just my own mind betraying me. Could it be a residual effect of dark magic? Some side effect of the Overlord's conditioning? Or is it something else? I clamped down on that thought quickly, forcing my breathing to steady. I refocus on the path ahead. The footprints continue downhill, crossing a stream where the water flows swift and icy. My Zalkir snorts at the bank, refusing to wade deeper, so I dismount and coax it across carefully. The chill seeps into my boots, but I ignore the discomfort. On the far side, the footprints are muddled, as if the individual tried to hide their trail. A wise move, but my gaze picks out fresh indentations near a line of rocks. Advancing, I catch the tang of fear in the air. Or maybe it's my own tension reflected back at me. The trees stand closer now. Limbs gnarl into eerie shapes. Shadows swirl beneath the canopy. Twilight must be approaching, though the thickening cloud cover provides no direct sun. My muscles coil, ready for conflict. I'm so intent on the tracks that I almost miss the figure lurking behind a pine trunk. A flicker of motion draws my attention. A hooded person crouched low, eyes gleaming in the gloom. My hand darts to my sword, and I pivot just as the stranger lets out a startled hiss and flees. "Stop!" I shout, lunging forward. But they vanish into the underbrush with uncanny speed. Damn it! My frustration lashes out. I leap over a fallen log, pursuit pounding in my veins. The Zalkir behind me rumbles in agitation. I consider leaving it tethered, but I can't risk losing my mount in this wilderness. Instead, I snap the reins around a trunk, trusting the beast not to stray. Then I sprint into the thicket. Branches whip at my face. Each footfall squelches in damp soil. I hear the intruder crashing ahead, less stealthy than a practiced witch, perhaps. My vision blurs again, but this time I fight it. Stay in the moment, Valen. The memory echoes, stone claws, a roaring wind, a whisper. No. I force the images away, focusing on the chase. The figure glances over their shoulder, a flash of pale skin beneath the hood. They curse and shove a sapling aside, hoping to slow me. I vault over it with ease, using a burst of force magic to push the obstacle away. The forest grows denser, leaves slapping my face, the ground sloping beneath us. Finally, the stranger's foot catches on a root, sending them sprawling with a yelp. I close the distance in 2 swift strides, sword half drawn. "Don't move!" I bark, standing over them, chest heaving. My heart rattles against my ribs from the sprint and the unsteady swirl in my mind. They look up, hood slipping to reveal a young man, human by the look of him, with sweat-slick hair and haunted eyes. Terror etches his features. He scrambles back, hands raised. "Please, I didn't mean to spy." I remain poised, blade glittering in the dim light. Why run, then? My voice is deadly calm, a tone I've perfected through countless interrogations. He gulps. I thought you were a bandit or a slaver. I've seen dark elves do terrible things." His words stir a flicker of guilt I shove down. "You're lucky I haven't killed you yet." I pause, scanning his tattered cloak and the scratched skin on his knuckles. "What's your business in these mountains?" He trembles, swallowing. I was traveling with a merchant caravan that got attacked by something. Could have been a monstrous beast, maybe a gargoyle. We fled in all directions. I've been wandering, trying to find a safe route down. His voice quivers, though he makes an effort to steady it. The mention of gargoyles tugs at my memory. The Overlord's warnings ring in my head. I keep my sword angled toward the man's chest. "And you saw no sign of a Purna witch, a young woman traveling alone?" He eyes me warily, realization dawning in his expression. "You're hunting one of those Purnas, aren't you?" The fear deepens. I might have overheard a rumor. There was talk of a witch fleeing her coven. Some said she came down the mountain pass not more than a day ago. My pulse quickens. Elira, or at least one of her people. Where? His gaze flicks to the side. I can't say exactly, but I saw footprints near a large oak that looked wrong, like it had been twisted by magic. A faint shudder rolls through him. I followed the trail, hoping to find shelter or at least confirm it was safe. Then I saw you and ran. This aligns disturbingly well with what I found. I press my advantage. If you help me locate her trail, I might let you live." He nods rapidly, sweat beading on his brow. "All right. Yes, I'll help. Just please don't hurt me." I lower the blade a fraction, though my posture remains tense. "Lead the way." He scrambles upright, favoring a twisted ankle. Despite his limp, he moves quickly, as if terrified I'll strike him down if he falters. Maybe he's not wrong. I track him through the trees, emerging back near the scorched oak. My Zalkir still waits where I left it, pawing the ground in annoyance. The man gestures nervously at the warped bark. "I was here followed footprints that led north, but I lost them when the ground got rocky." He points to the distant slope, thick with brambles. I consider my options. I could force him to guide me, but he seems ignorant of any real specifics. "Very well," I say. "Get out of my sight." He hesitates, fear and relief warring on his face. "Thank you." He edges away, eyes darting as if he expects a killing blow. When none comes, he half runs, half hobbles into the undergrowth, vanishing from view. Exhaling, I return to the Zalkir. My eyes sweep the surroundings. The man's information confirms what I suspected. Elira likely came this way. She may even be days ahead, but each clue tightens the circle. Overlord Rython wants her brought back before she grows too confident, or the gargoyles awaken. I can't fail him. Yet as I mount up, another flicker of that haunting voice stirs in my mind, a gentle whisper, almost sorrowful. "Vaelin, you can't do this." My jaw clenches. "You're wrong," I murmur into the quiet. "I have no choice." I maneuver the Zalkir toward the north. The undergrowth here is formidable, brambles snagging my cloak, tangling around the beast's legs. Progress is slow, the path hardly worthy of the name. My sword occasionally flashes to hack away vines. After a quarter hour of labor, the terrain opens onto a narrow ledge, overlooking a precipitous drop into a river gorge below. Beneath the cloudy sky, the water thrashes white against the rocks. No easy crossing here. The footprints, if they even persist, must hug the mountainside, though I see no obvious trail. My gaze drifts uphill, where pine trees cling to the steep slope, and a series of jagged boulders create a natural barrier. If Elira was fleeing, she might risk that route. I dismount to investigate, planting each step carefully on the uneven ground. My hands brush aside pine needles, searching for any sign of passage. Most footprints are lost to erosion, but the occasional broken branch or scuffed rock hints at a single traveler forging up the slope. My pulse picks up a beat. She's been here. As I climb, the wind grows fiercer, carrying a faint smell of approaching rain. The forest canopy shudders overhead, and I see flashes of dull gray sky through the branches. My Zalkir snorts, clearly displeased by the altitude and the cramped footing. This is no place for a heavy reptilian mount. Still, we press on, drawn by the trail's meager clues. In a hollow between two large boulders, I find a piece of torn cloth snagged on a jagged edge. Soft fabric, dark in color, possibly part of a cloak. My chest constricts with excitement. This might confirm I'm closing in. Tucking the scrap into my belt, I push forward, guiding the Zalkir around the obstacles. That's when thunder growls overhead. A sharp wind blasts down the slope, nearly knocking me sideways. My mount rears, spooked. "Easy," I hiss, wrestling the reins. The ground here is treacherous. One misstep and the Zalkir could topple us both into the ravine below. "This is madness," a small voice in me says. But the Overlord's command drowns it out, no matter the cost. Lightning forks in the sky, illuminating the mountainside. Rain begins to pelt in fat droplets, turning the path slippery. Each step becomes a test of balance. Adrenaline courses through me. If Elira climbed this in a hurry, she must be desperate. Or perhaps she's adept at illusions that stabilize the footing. Either way, I can't abandon the chase now. Suddenly the slope collapses under the Zalkir's hind legs. A patch of loose scree gives way, cascading down the drop with terrifying speed. My mount thrashes, tail lashing. I dig my heels in, bracing with one hand on the saddle, the other gripping a boulder. Fear surges. I will not plunge to my death here. Gritting my teeth, I call on the faint chaos magic that flows through my veins, funneling it into a burst of kinetic force beneath the Zalkir. The air shimmers with violet sparks as I steady the beast, halting its descent. Pebbles scatter into the depths, but we remain on the ledge. My heart hammers as the creature snorts, muscles trembling. "We go on," I command, though my voice shakes. The storm intensifies, rain slanting in sheets that pummel my face. My cloak whips around me, soaked through. Each breath tastes like electricity. Memories nudge at the deepest part of my mind. Stone wings, roaring wind, a deep hunger that's not fully mine. Focus. At last, the ledge widens into a plateau where a massive pine stands bent by the weather. Nearby is a shallow cave, half concealed by trailing vines. The perfect spot for a traveler to wait out a storm. I guide the Zalkir closer, every sense straining for movement. Lightning reveals a scattering of footprints in the mud, leading to the cave entrance. My pulse jumps. She could be inside Elira or another Purna. It's definitely someone clever enough to shelter in a storm. I dismount quietly, sword in hand, ignoring the thunderclap overhead. Water streams down my face, stinging my eyes. I cling to the side of the rock wall, inching toward the opening. If she's inside, illusions might hide her, or she might sense me first. My mind flickers with conflicting impulses. Capture her. Confront her. Spare her? A swirl of confusion grips me, but I press on. The cave mouth gapes, revealing darkness. I step inside, silent as a shadow. My sword tip glints in a flash of lightning. The smell of damp earth and faint smoke drifts past my nose. This place was inhabited recently. Someone built a small fire near the entrance. Embers glow, half doused by rain dripping from the ceiling. My heart skitters with anticipation. She's close. I can practically feel it. Yet as I ease deeper, sword raised, I see no figure huddled by the fading fire. The cave extends farther back, twisting into blackness. I set a foot on a rocky outcrop, preparing to move deeper when a sudden wave of dizziness hits. My vision doubles, the flicker of illusions, or my cursed memories. I blink hard, trying to dispel the blur. Instead, images flood my mind, taloned hands reaching for me, stone muscles bunching with impossible strength. A keening wail echoes through some underground chamber. Then a woman's voice, achingly gentle like a lullaby. "You don't have to obey." I stumble, sword scraping the cave floor. My breath ragged, I brace a hand against the cold wall. "Stop it!" I rasp, cursing the empty air. A hammering pulse throbs in my temples and the cave spins. Not real. I need clarity, need to remember my mission. The Overlord's conditioning taught me a lot of things, including how to dismiss illusions, to override them with logic. But this feels deeper than any trick. Tremors rack my frame, and I nearly collapse to one knee. My chest feels tight, as though a storm rages within me, more ferocious than the one outside. My free hand claws at my tunic. Something about this place. Or about her. Could Elira's presence resonate with the suppressed gargoyle blood, stirring these hallucinations? My mind reels at the possibility. Forcing the breath into my lungs, I gather what remains of my will. "I am Valen Duskbane," I whisper, words slurring with strain. "The Overlord's enforcer." As if reciting a mantra, I repeat it until the pounding in my head diminishes. My vision steadies, though a clammy sweat pools on my brow. When I finally manage to look around, the cave remains empty. If Elira was here, she's gone. The realization tears at me, part rage, part relief. At least I have proof I'm on her track, her footprints, the faint smell of a recently extinguished fire, the swirl of energy that lingers in the air. She must be close. Maybe she sensed me and fled. Or perhaps she left hours ago, the storm forcing her to press on. I sheathe my sword, cursing under my breath. Thunder rattles the cave, and droplets continue to drip from the ceiling. My stamina feels shot, as though I waged a brief but intense magical duel. I need rest. The Overlord might demand I chase her immediately, but I can't hunt effectively in this state. I'll end up careening off a cliff if the illusions strike again. Better to wait out the storm and pick up her trail at first light. She can't get far with the terrain this unforgiving. Unrolling a simple bedroll from my saddlebag, I place it on a dry patch of the cave floor. The embers in the fire pit flicker, casting dancing shadows across the walls. I sense no wards or hidden illusions here, only the faint echo of her presence. Sitting with my back against cool stone, I swallow a mouthful of water from my flask. My throat burns with each gulp, as if those visions left a tangible residue. My gaze drifts to the cave entrance, where rain sheets the world beyond in a constant roar. The Zalkir stands just outside, taking what shelter it can beneath an overhang, glaring at me with reptilian impatience. Lightning illuminates its scaled hide, revealing its scarred flank, a testament to past battles. Like me, it's a creation and a tool. We both exist to serve a single master, or so we've been told. As exhaustion seeps into my muscles, my thoughts drift again to the half-remembered visions. The presence of gargoyles, the possibility that my blood carries a twisted echo of their lineage. I recall overhearing whispers among the Overlord's retinue, dark rumors about experiments that blended gargoyle essence with dark elf stock to create unstoppable warriors. Am I one of them? The Overlord always deflected those questions, assured me my prowess came from the 13's blessing and rigorous training. But my body betrays me with these glimpses of stone and claws, stirring an inescapable suspicion. And that voice, soothing, yet urging me to resist. Resist what? The Overlord's command? The insatiable violence that lurks within me? I run a hand through my sodden hair, closing my eyes briefly. The Overlord's hold remains strong, but each day the cracks widen. Meeting Elira might shatter me, or it might provide answers I've never had the courage to seek. Gritting my teeth, I remind myself of my purpose. I can't succumb to doubts or illusions. The Overlord demanded Elira's capture, and I am Valen Duskbane, trained for perfect obedience. For a moment, though, the steady mantra fails to quell the uneasy longing that twists in my chest. It's as if I want to find her not just for duty, but for something else, an intangible thread that tugs at my soul. I press a palm to my sternum, feeling the rapid thud of my heartbeat. This ache, this pull, baffles me. Perhaps it's the Overlord's magical conditioning, malfunctioning under the strain of the gargoyle side. Or perhaps it's nothing more than a feverish delusion caused by exhaustion. Either way, I can't let it distract me. Tomorrow I'll track her again. No illusions, no second thoughts. I lean back against the rock, letting my eyes close. Rain drums steadily outside, lulling me. The ember's glow flickers across my lids, warm and fragile. Thoughts swirl, but fatigue claims me at last, dragging me into a fitful slumber. Even then, in the dark currents of my dreams, I sense the distant echo of stone wings beating and a woman's voice calling my name. Valine. It's both promise and warning, and somehow it feels like destiny is closing around me with each breath.
From the depths of the darkness of Prathika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 7. Elira. I crouch behind a sprawling bush of stunted juniper, heart pounding in my ears as I peer at the village just beyond. Wooden fences encircle humble huts, each structure perched on uneven ground. This settlement is small, perhaps only a dozen families. From my vantage, I see a few meagre gardens behind the huts and a scattering of animals penned under rickety lean-tos. It's the kind of place that clings to life beneath the ever-looming threat of dark elf patrols. A pang clenches my chest. I've encountered villages like this before, wary humans who labour from dawn to dusk, never sure when the Overlord's soldiers might appear demanding taxes or worse. I know they have little reason to trust outsiders, especially Purnas. Yet, I can't pass by without at least learning if they've heard rumours that could help me. My path forward remains uncertain, and each day away from the coven heightens my sense of isolation. If they've seen the Overlord's forces, or that mysterious enforcer I keep hearing about, I need to know. I take a calming breath, letting the crisp morning air fill my lungs. The forest behind me rustles with a gentle breeze, carrying the tang of damp leaves. The slopes of Praj lie northward, hidden behind swathes of grey clouds. I left them days ago, but the memory of pine-scented ridges and hidden wards still haunts me. My journey thus far has been a lonely shuffle between caution and fatigue. At least now, as I near these human dwellings, I have a chance to glean information and maybe help if they'll let me. Easing out of the juniper, I lift a hand and whisper a minor incantation. The magic thrums within my chest, its familiar warmth a reassuring presence. I shape an illusion around myself, a subtle shift of light, a tiny distortion that dulls my distinctive features and the silver streak in my hair. I'm not rendering myself invisible, just unremarkable. If someone looks closely, they'll see me. But they won't notice I'm anything special, just a traveller with a dusty cloak, perhaps. The illusions flicker around me like heat haze. Satisfied, I step onto the narrow dirt path that leads to the village's gate. Though calling the crude, half-collapsed fence a gate might be generous. 2 men in threadbare shirts stand guard with crude spears. Their eyes widen at my approach, though I see no immediate malice. If anything, they look more frightened than threatening. "Hold on," one calls, voice wavering. "You from around here?" My heart stutters, but I remind myself the illusions should make me appear harmless. I force a friendly smile. "Not exactly. I'm just passing through. I need food and maybe a roof for the night. I can pay." I pat the small pouch of coins at my belt, human coin I scavenged along the way. He narrows his gaze. "It's not safe, stranger. Overlord's scouts have been sighted. Fewer travellers risk these parts." I tilt my head. "I heard rumours of that. Still, I was hoping your village might trade supplies." His companion, older and wiry, mulls this over. They exchange a reluctant glance. "We don't have much," the older one admits. "But if you're peaceful and can pay, we won't turn you away." He steps aside, gesturing for me to enter. The younger man watches me closely, spear clutched tight. I sense their desperation. Likely they've fended off bandits or hungry wanderers before. People on the edge of survival cannot afford generosity lightly. "Thank you," I say quietly, slipping through the gap in the fence. A wave of relief courses through me as they let me pass without pressing further. Inside, the village is a hodgepodge of low huts, constructed from wattle and daub, most with thatched roofs patched by scraps of cloth. A single muddy lane winds between them, dotted with puddles from the previous night's rain. Children peek from behind doors, their eyes dark with wariness. One small boy darts across the lane, bare feet splashing in puddles, while a gaunt woman chases after him. An old man sits on a stool near a chicken coop, whittling a piece of wood with a knife. A subdued hush blankets everything, as though even normal chatter might draw unwanted attention. My illusions remain in place, but I keep my demeanour subdued, projecting the image of a lone traveller who means no harm. As I pass the stooped old man, he glances up from his whittling. "You picking a bad time to visit," he mutters, voice rough. "Dark elves sniffing around these hills, chasing some witch, they say." My pulse jolts, but I carefully school my expression. "A witch?" I feign ignorance, forcing a hesitant laugh. "Surely you mean the usual slave raids?" He shakes his head, expression grim. "We all know about the raids, but this is different. The Overlord's enforcer is out there. He's not just gathering slaves, he's after someone specific." His fingers carve small curls of wood, each movement mechanical and tense. "He passed through a village south of here, so folk say. Terrible thing to see, an obsidian-skinned fiend with eyes like ice. Humans vanish behind him, never seen again." A chill snakes down my spine. The Overlord's enforcer. The rumours have always circulated, but hearing it from these villagers is an unsettling confirmation. The memory of the Red Purnas' words, about a lethal dark elf searching for me, clamps around my lungs. He's close, I think, though I keep my face neutral. "Sounds dangerous," I say softly. The old man snorts, flicking shavings from his lap. "Only question is if he'll find what he's hunting. Doesn't matter to us either way. Whoever he thinks might know something about this witch, or help her, might get burned out. We can't fight him. None of us can." Sympathy twists my chest. I already dreaded attracting trouble to these vulnerable settlements, and now it appears the Overlord's hound might terrorise them even without my presence. I wish I could reassure them that I mean no harm, but revealing my identity would only put them in more jeopardy. "I hope you stay safe," I manage. Then I dip my head and continue along the lane, ignoring the suspicious stares that follow. My illusions should be enough to keep me from standing out, but the thought of a lethal dark elf so near sets my whole body on edge. My entire body thrums with restless worry. Passing the largest hut, which I guess might serve as a community storehouse, I catch sight of a middle-aged woman in patched skirts feeding a donkey from a basket of withered vegetables. Her gaze flicks up as I approach. She doesn't look surprised to see me, more resigned. I step closer, trying a gentle smile. "Excuse me, I'd like to purchase some bread or dried goods if possible." She eyes me up and down. "We have a little. What's your trade?" I hesitate. I'm just travelling. Had to leave my home. Up in the mountains." It's true enough, though I don't elaborate. "I can pay." Her expression softens slightly at my admission. "You're not alone in fleeing. We've seen plenty of drifters with fear in their eyes. Some from other villages, some from battered caravans. War, or rumour of war, drives people from all corners. I'll sell you what I can spare, but only at a fair price." She names a sum that's not cheap, but not cruelly inflated either. I dig out the coins. "I appreciate it," I say, handing them over. She disappears inside the hut for a moment, returning with a cloth-wrapped bundle. The faint smell of stale bread and herbs makes my stomach grumble. She also includes a small pouch of dried peas and a lump of hard cheese. "Thank you," I murmur, stowing the items in my satchel. Before I move on, I add, "Do you know if the Overlord's soldiers have come here?" She grimaces, patting the donkey's flank. "Not yet, though I expect them eventually. The Overlord's enforcer was rumoured to be near. People say he's unstoppable, that he wields magic as easily as we breathe." Her voice drops, trembling on the edge of fear. "They say he hunts for a witch named Elira. Some whisper she can control gargoyles, or that she's half demon, or that she's beautiful as a goddess. Who knows the truth? I swallow thickly. The villagers are repeating legends about me. Some bizarre, some eerily close to reality. Guess rumours have a way of growing wilder, I reply. She shrugs with a sad tilt to her lips. Wouldn't matter to us if it didn't risk bringing the Overlord's wrath. If you're smart, you won't linger. Not unless you want to meet him. Concern shadows her gaze, as if she regrets being so blunt. I bow my head in thanks and step away, heart racing. The thought of Valen, the Overlord's enforcer prowling these villages, sows fresh terror in my blood. I can almost feel him out there, like a faint prickling at the boundaries of my senses. My magic warns me of an approaching storm, though the sky remains deceptively calm. Gripping the satchel tighter, I weave through the dirt lane. A few more huts line the perimeter, but I sense I'll learn little else of use by questioning more villagers. They're all afraid, each with the same cautionary tale. A lethal dark elf, unstoppable, unstoppable, unstoppable. The word repeats in my head like a mantra of doom. That's when a shout rings out, "No, please, let him go, he's just a child." The desperate cry jolts my attention toward the far side of the village. A small crowd clusters near a pen of goats, raising anxious voices. Through the throng, I glimpse a burly man in a shabby cloak gripping a boy by the arm. The child yelps, tears streaming down his face. My chest constricts. Another petty scuffle over stolen food, perhaps, or a debt being enforced. The man's expression is pinched with cruelty. "Your brat took my coin purse." He spits at a woman who's wringing her hands in terror. "You pay me back, or I snap his thieving wrist." The mother, clearly the one who chased the boy earlier, falls to her knees, eyes brimming. "I have nothing. Please, I'll repay you if you give me time." I wince. This is none of my business. I can't risk exposing myself. But the sight of the child's terrified face pierces my resolve. I can't simply stand by. Cautiously, I edge closer, illusions still wrapped around me like a second skin. The onlookers do nothing but watch, some whispering for the boy's safety, others looking resigned. My heart clenches. I inch behind the aggressor, pressing a hand to the swirling magic within. A minor trick, just enough to startle him. I gather the threads of force magic, inhaling slowly. In a swift motion, I send a subtle pulse of kinetic energy at his wrist. He gasps, grip loosening. The boy twists free, stumbling into his sobbing mother's arms. Confusion crosses the man's face as he looks at his own hand, like it just acted on its own. He glances around. What in the... Spreading an illusion with my free hand, I create the faint outline of a looming shape behind him. A monstrous silhouette with glowing eyes. It's ephemeral, mere trickery of light, but the effect is immediate. He spins, eyes wide, stumbles back into a muddy puddle, and lets out a strangled shout. The crowd gasps in unison, edging away. The illusory figure vanishes in a swirl of shimmering air the moment he tries to focus on it. He pants, bewildered, the crowd whispering about ghosts or curses. Before anyone can scrutinize the situation, I slip deeper into the throng, letting the illusions dissolve around me. The boy is safe, at least. Guilt pricks me at the risk I've taken. Someone might suspect a witch's hand in this, but I couldn't watch a child suffer. Shaking off the adrenaline, I turn and make a brisk walk for the village's gate. The two guards exchange glances, but don't stop me this time, probably more preoccupied with the ruckus behind me. Once outside, I hurry down the main track, casting the occasional glance over my shoulder to ensure no one follows. After about half a mile, I veer off the beaten lane, cutting into a patchwork of meadows and wooded copses. Wildflowers sway in a gentle breeze, the fragrance mingling with the distant scent of tilled soil. My heart remains in my throat. That scene could have gone much worse, if a more observant villager had noticed my illusions. I try to calm my nerves, inhaling the sweet air. My illusions remain a necessary shield. Without them, I'm far too conspicuous. The silver in my hair and the potent aura of magic radiating from me are like beacons. If the Overlord's enforcer is truly close, I must do everything to stay unseen. Yet some part of me feels satisfied for helping, even in a small way. Those people have enough burdens. If I can lighten their load, discreetly of course, I will. But I can't linger in any settlement for too long. Each passing hour draws the net tighter around me. The Red Purnas might still be lurking. The enforcer might be one step behind. Or the gargoyles themselves could awaken soon, unleashing chaos. There's too much at stake. Beyond the meadows, I find a hedgerow leading to another path that winds between rolling hills. The land slopes gently downward, dotted with occasional farms. I spot a larger settlement on the horizon, its rooftops just visible above a stand of willows by a winding river. My stomach rumbles, reminding me I've walked for hours without rest. Perhaps I can circle around that town, glean a bit more news if it's safe. Quietly, I approach the outskirts. A pair of farmsteads flank the road, neat rows of cabbages and onions stretching across the fields. A weathered scarecrow stands sentinel, arms outstretched in a silent vigil. A lone farmer in threadbare clothes weeds between the rows. He wipes sweat from his brow, pausing to eye me warily. I muster a polite wave, illusions ensuring I appear as an unassuming traveller. He grunts a greeting, returning to his chore. No sign of panic or alarm, which I take as a good sign. I continue on, scanning for vantage points. My senses pick up faint traces of magical tension in the air, though it might be my own paranoia. The sun climbs higher, washing the rolling farmland in a golden hue. It's oddly beautiful, so different from the jagged, mist-wreathed mountains I called home. Despite the tension coursing through me, I pause to admire the wide fields, the sway of grain, the distant bleating of goats. These are everyday comforts humans rely on, ones denied to them whenever the dark elves tighten their grasp. I crest a small rise, bringing the larger town into clearer view. It's bigger than the last village, with a modest palisade of logs around its perimeter and a few stone buildings near the centre, a sign of better trade or resources. My illusions should suffice again, but the risk of encountering soldiers is greater in a place like this. Still, the Overlord's enforcer can't be everywhere at once, can he? My heart stutters at the thought. The villagers' warnings echo in my head, unstoppable, obsidian-skinned, eyes like ice. A hush of dread pulses through me. For a moment I swear I feel a prickle of foreign magic brushing against mine, like a gust of wind that slips under a closed door. My arms erupt in gooseflesh, and the hair on my nape stands on end. He's close. The notion slams into me with startling clarity. I glance around, half expecting to see him cresting the hill behind me, sword in hand. Nothing. Just farmland and a mild breeze. My illusions still swirl, and I see no sign of danger. Yet the sense of being watched lingers. I clench my hands, forcing an even breath. Maybe it's the phantom of fear. Or maybe I sense his presence, some intangible link that tugs at my senses, whispering that our paths will cross sooner rather than later. My next steps are clear. If he's truly near, striding into a bustling town might be suicidal. I need to slip around the settlement's outskirts, gather only what's necessary, then continue travelling. The outpost the matriarch mentioned lies far beyond, near a wider river crossing. Once I cross that boundary, I'll be out of immediate dark elf territory. Safer, at least for a time. Finding a vantage point behind a half-fallen tree, I watch the town from a safe distance. I spot a group of men hauling crates near the gates, likely merchants or labourers. A few older women chat by a well in the central square. Children chase each other around a donkey cart. It almost looks peaceful. Then a trio of leather-armoured men on horseback rides past, their posture stiff, swords at their belts. Are they local guards or something else? My pulse spikes. I crouch lower, narrowing my eyes. Those men appear human, not dark elf, which is a small relief. Still, I must remain cautious. Humans can betray me just as quickly if they think turning in a witch might spare them from the Overlord's wrath. After a few minutes, the horsemen vanish deeper into town. No immediate sign of uniformed dark elves, but that doesn't guarantee safety. Resolute, I skirt the perimeter, clinging to the tree line. At one point, I pass an old orchard, the branches heavy with budding fruit. My stomach rumbles, so I pause to snatch a half-ripe apple from a low branch. Its tartness stings my tongue, but its nourishment. I nibble quietly, scanning for anyone who might take offence. The orchard appears abandoned, though well kept. Possibly communal farmland. The day stretches on, and fatigue weighs on me. My illusions require mental effort, a constant, subtle adjustment to keep my presence unremarkable. When I finally loop around to the western side of town, I stumble upon a rickety shack pressed against the outer fence, a storage shed of some kind, with rotting walls and a door that barely hangs by its hinges. A broken cart leans beside it, wheels missing. I sense no immediate watchers, so I slip inside, rummaging through the dusty interior. Cobwebs drape the corners, and the faint smell of mildew makes my nose wrinkle. But to my relief, I find a discarded cloak slung over a crate, a patchy brown garment that might serve as a decent disguise if I ditch the illusions momentarily. I test it over my shoulders. It's a bit large, but workable. With a flick of magic, I reinforce the illusion's subtlety, layering the worn cloak over my existing garments. The more ordinary I appear, the better. Stepping out, I spy a small girl, maybe 10 years old, watching me from across the lane, half hidden behind the fence. My heart lurches. She must have seen me rummaging. For a moment she stares with big, curious eyes, hugging a ragged doll. My illusions blur the details of my face, but she senses something off, perhaps. She blinks once, then scampers away without a word. Relief surges. At least she didn't run screaming for the guards. A hush lingers. Now what? My intention was to gather more information about potential Dark Elf patrols, but so far I've heard only rumours. The Overlord's enforcer is near, though no one can confirm his exact location. I can't spend the night in this shack or orchard. Being cornered by soldiers at dusk would be disastrous. Pressing a palm against my throbbing temple, I weigh my next move. The outpost the matriarch mentioned still lies miles ahead. 2 days' travel at least. The path will be dangerous, especially if the enforcer roams these areas. But I have no choice. If I linger, fear might paralyse me. Better to keep moving, to outrun the shadow on my trail. I slip through a gap in the fence, returning to the open fields. A streak of afternoon sun warms my face, momentarily soothing the chill in my bones. I recall the old man's fearful warning, how unstoppable the Overlord's blade is rumoured to be. I can practically taste the tension in the atmosphere, or maybe it's my own anxiety. A prickle at the back of my neck intensifies, as though a silent alarm warns me of an approaching predator. He's near. I can't see him, but I feel him. The notion haunts me, making me glance back every few steps. To steady myself, I practice small illusions while walking. Small transformations, too. I gather a handful of pebbles from the path, turning them into what looks like acorns or dried berries, only to shift them back again. The exercise calms my racing heart, reminding me that I'm not defenceless. My power, though not fully honed, is still formidable enough to confound many foes. The memory of warping that oak tree to escape the Red Purnas returns, a reminder that I survived worse. A trembling sense of pride mingles with my fear. I will not be easy prey. By late afternoon, I've put a decent distance between myself and the town. The farmland grows sparse, replaced by rough terrain dotted with brambles. Clouds gather in the sky, painted shades of lavender and grey as the sun dips low. I find a narrow stream winding across gravelly soil, and I follow its banks for a time, scooping handfuls of cool water to drink. The ache in my legs and the strain on my mind weigh heavily, but I push on. I must. Finally, as evening shadows stretch across the land, I spot a small grove of willow trees nestled around a shallow pond. It's remote, shielded from main roads and prying eyes. I decide to make camp here for the night, a compromise between caution and exhaustion. The willow's drooping branches create a natural curtain, offering a semblance of privacy. Kneeling by the pond, I use a minor illusion to dim the glow of any flame I might conjure, just enough to keep me hidden from distant watchers. Then I summon a faint spark in my palm, employing an elemental trick Alicia taught me. The flicker of flame dances on my fingertips, bright enough to illuminate a circle of grass. Gathering dried twigs, I coax them into a tiny fire, using illusions to cloak the glow so it won't betray me in the fading light. With quiet efficiency, I nibble on some stale bread and the small wedge of cheese I bought earlier. The food is bland, but it fills the hollow in my stomach. My gaze drifts across the pond, where the reflection of tree branches sways gently in the water. The hush of dusk envelops me, broken only by the croak of frogs and the rustle of wind through willow fronds. I let out a slow exhale, wrestling with the sense of Valen's looming presence. It's less about hearing footsteps or seeing shapes. Instead, it's a dull tug in my magic, a feeling that something hunts me across these fields and towns. Maybe it's foolish, an offshoot of fear, but I trust my instincts enough to heed the warning. One step at a time, I remind myself. Tomorrow, I'll continue east, avoiding major roads. If luck is on my side, I can slip past any dark elf patrols and reach the outpost the matriarch mentioned. I try not to imagine the Overlord's enforcer intercepting me, or the possibility that the Red Purnas might pop up again. My illusions remain my lifeline, my transforming spells a last resort. My eyelids grow heavy, the day's tensions draining my energy. Gently, I douse my little fire with a sprinkling of water and a minor manipulation of air to disperse the heat. Darkness creeps in, but I keep my illusions wrapped around me, forming a faint shimmer across the grove's entrance, enough to deter casual eyes. Curling up in the grass, I pull my cloak around my shoulders, ignoring the subtle ache of regrets. Behind closed lids, I picture the worried faces of villagers, the frightened child, the old man whittling. They all fear the same shadow that I fear. If I fail to stay hidden, they might become collateral damage in the Overlord's relentless hunt. The thought sinks like a stone in my gut. Eventually, the night's hush soothes me into a light doze. My thoughts wander to the coven I left behind, the safe halls, the wise elders, Alicia's concerned eyes. A wave of longing sweeps through me, tinged with homesickness I can't suppress. As sleep claims me, a final question echoes in my mind. How long can I outrun a fate that hunts me so relentlessly? No answer arrives, save for the gentle rustle of willow leaves in the darkness and the steady hum of my own magic, coiled tight against the world's looming threats.
Chapter 8. Velen. Dusk settles over the scattered rooftops of Yarrowby Market, transforming the drab cluster of stalls into elongated silhouettes beneath a bruised sky. This place was once a minor trading hub, or so the ragged sign by the crossroads proclaimed. Now half the wooden booths stand deserted, crates and tables left abandoned by frightened merchants who fled as rumors of dark elf patrols stirred. A few desperate souls linger, hawking wilted vegetables and chipped pottery for whatever meager coin they can scrape from travelers. I slipped through the labyrinth of stalls, my Zalkir tethered at the town's perimeter. It paced and snorted earlier, unsettled by my tension. I left it behind, not wanting to draw unnecessary attention. These cramped alleys require stealth, not a hulking, scaled beast. My boots move softly over the cobblestones, and I keep one hand near the hilt of my blade, habit born from countless hunts. The flicker of torches illuminates a few corners, revealing anxious faces. Most people have retreated indoors, shutters barred. A hush blankets this place at twilight, broken only by the occasional cough of a merchant or the soft weeping of a child. Whenever I appear at the edge of someone's vision, they shrink away. My obsidian skin and black armor speak volumes. Dark elf. Danger. I ignore their fearful stares, forcing my gaze ahead. My mind throbs with that familiar ache, an unrelenting pressure that has nagged me ever since I drew close to these villages. Each step I take heightens the uneasy sense that I'm drawing nearer to what I seek. A part of me hums with anticipation, though I can't decide if it's triumph or dread. Elira. The name resonates like an unspoken promise. I round a corner, entering a narrow lane lined by crooked buildings. A handful of stalls remain open here, though the vendors watch me as if expecting violence at any moment. Their half-lit signs squeak in a faint breeze. One sells stale bread, another battered utensils. The largest stall near the center of the street offers trinkets and dubious potions. Its owner, an old woman who stares with hollow eyes. A tense hush falls the instant they notice me. I keep my head high, posture stiff, letting my cloak drape over one shoulder to partially conceal my swords. There's no need for a confrontation unless someone decides to be foolish. Yet my attention is not really on these humans. My focus is on the subtle tingle of magic prickling at the base of my skull, a sense I've come to associate with her. Through the Overlord's conditioning, I learned to detect lingering sorcery, though it's far from perfect. Tonight, it flares bright as a beacon in a storm. My fingers tighten around the hilt at my side. I sense illusions in the air, faint but unmistakable. It's as if the dusk itself has begun to warp around a single presence, hiding them from plain sight. She's here. I press forward, stepping beneath a sagging awning. In the half-light, I spot a lone figure drifting between stalls. Hooded, with a faint shimmer of distortion around her edges, so slight most eyes would miss it. My heart kicks against my ribs. Every detail aligns with the rumors. A woman traveling alone, obscuring herself in illusions. That prickle intensifies. Elira. She glances over her shoulder. I catch her profile under the hood, just enough to see the curve of her cheek. The moment our eyes meet, a jolt ricochets through me. I expected a spike of triumph, but instead there's something else. A flicker of raw, inexplicable awareness. Her gaze widens, and I sense that she recognizes my presence instantly. How? My illusions are minimal, and I approach like a living shadow. Yet she senses me. Time seems to stretch in that heartbeat of mutual recognition. Then she pivots, slipping into a side alley. I curse under my breath and quicken my stride, weaving past the empty stalls. Nearby merchants scuttle back as I pass, whispering hurried prayers. I pay them no mind. My entire being locks onto the fleeting shape of the hooded woman. My breath comes faster, adrenaline flooding my veins. I recall the Overlord's directive. Seize her. Bring her alive. That was the command, carved into my brain as law. So why does a tremor of reluctance thread through me? She leads me through narrow, twisting alleyways. The disordered arrangement of these market stalls forms a crude maze of crates, broken carts, and piles of rotting produce. Her illusions cast flickers of movement that vanish if I try to focus on them, but I push beyond the phantoms. A sense of inevitability beats in my chest. This chase can't last. At last, we emerge onto a small courtyard littered with debris, splintered boards, torn sacks, and a few deserted carts. The remnants of an ill-fated marketplace transaction. Torchlight flickers from a single bracket on the wall, enough to reveal that we are alone here. The few souls who might normally traverse this route at dusk have cleared out. Elira stops short near one upturned cart, chest rising and falling as though she's weighing her options. Tension crackles between us in the gloom. My blood thunders in my ears. I see the faint glimmer of illusions still coiling around her, a haze that tries to camouflage her form. But up close, I glimpse more details. The line of her jaw beneath the hood, the silver streak that frames her face. She's beautiful in a way that rattles my composure, not with overwhelming grace, but with a fierce presence that draws my gaze. For a second, we stare at each other. My mouth goes dry, an unfamiliar reaction. The Overlord's conditioning tries to clamp down, urging me to strike fast. But something about her roots me in place, a silent war raging behind my eyes. She shifts her weight, one hand lifting. Magic radiates from her palm in a subtle swirl. "Stay back," she warns, voice trembling on the edge of desperation. "I don't want to hurt anyone." Her tone sends a pang through my chest. There's no arrogance, no malevolence, only fear and a quiet determination. I recall the Overlord's pronouncements. She's a threat. Her power must be contained. Yet here, in the half-light, she seems more cornered prey than cunning predator. I draw one sword, letting the steel catch the flicker of the torch. "Elira," I say, tasting her name on my tongue. It reverberates through me, stirring that strange ache at my core. "I have orders to bring you in." She exhales sharply, illusions rippling around her face. Now I see the tension in her jaw, the flicker of resolve in her eyes. Those eyes, a deep violet hue that seems to glow with suppressed magic. "You're the Overlord's enforcer," she murmurs, voice tight with loathing. "The one everyone fears." I should relish that fear, but the hint of accusation in her tone pierces me. My grip on the sword tightens. "I am Valen Duskbane." The formal words taste hollow, yet I force them out. "If you come quietly, I won't harm you." A bitter laugh escapes her. "You think I believe that? The Overlord's blade, sparing the life of a Purna? I've seen your kind hunting humans for sport. Why would I trust you?" Frustration flares in me. I know the cruelty of my people toward humans. I've witnessed it, carried out some of it under orders. Yet something about her accusation stings deeper than it should. "I serve a purpose," I say tersely, stepping closer. "I don't kill without reason." She recoils as I approach, magic sparking around her fingertips. A swirl of power shapes itself into faint illusions, phantom shapes flickering at the corners of my vision. One resembles a monstrous creature with fangs, another a serpent coiling near my feet. I clench my jaw, ignoring them. "Your illusions won't stop me," I warn. Her gaze narrows. "I can do more than illusions." Before I can blink, she thrusts out her hand, releasing a surge of force that knocks me off balance. I stagger back, boots sliding on the cobblestones. A fresh wave of adrenaline spikes in my veins. She's strong. A detached part of me notes, impressed despite the situation. She's not the typical witch, dabbling in trifling illusions. This power is raw, potent. My sword snaps up, deflecting a second blast of magic that crackles around the blade. The courtyard's debris scatters, shards of wood clattering across the stones. I lunge forward, seeking an opening. She ducks, nimble as a dancer, illusions swirling to obscure her exact position. I slash at the hazy outline, but it dissolves under my blade, leaving me slicing empty air. "Damn it!" I hiss, pivoting to track her movement. She reappears a few steps away, chest heaving. The illusions flicker. She's losing her grip on them. Perhaps the extended chase has taxed her magical reserves. Or maybe she's simply panicked. I charge again, hoping to overwhelm her before she can conjure a more dangerous spell. She braces, eyes widening, and tries to raise another wave of force. This time, I anticipate it, twisting aside so the brunt of her magic slams into a toppled cart instead. Wood explodes in a shower of splinters. In one fluid motion, I swing my sword down in a controlled arc, intending to knock her unconscious with the flat if possible. The Overlord wants her alive after all. She manages to duck, but not fully. I catch her shoulder, sending her spinning. She gasps in pain and tumbles to the ground, cloak tangling around her legs. Pinning her would be easy now. I move in to seize her arms, but the moment my fingers graze her wrist, a jolt of energy courses through me, electric and unsettling, like static that sears my skin from the inside. A half-formed image flares in my mind, stone claws scraping rock, followed by the sound of a distant, anguished roar. Gargoyles. My breath falters, knees buckling under a surge of inexplicable terror and longing. That mental chaos is all she needs. She slips from my grasp, rolling across the cobblestones. By the time my head clears enough to refocus, she's on her feet, one arm cradling her bruised shoulder. Anger burns in her gaze, but there's also a flicker of conflict. I sense she's grappling with something, but I can't name it. We lock stares again in the torchlit gloom. My pulse thrashes. I should lunge, end this chase, yet that flicker of awareness from earlier returns, an odd magnetic pull. My chest tightens, a sensation strangely akin to longing. Why? I've faced Purnas before, all cunning illusions and frantic spells, none of them stirring this confusion. Elira, I murmur, feeling her name pulse through me. It doesn't have to be like this. She presses a hand to her temple, as if warding off her own dizziness. You don't understand. She steals a glance at the single flickering torch, its flame sputtering in the growing night wind. You serve a master who wants to control me, to use my power for conquest. I'd rather die than become his pawn. Something in me twists. I recall the Overlord's words. She will tip the balance of power in Oshta. Harness her, or destroy her. A portion of that vow rings hollow now, hearing her say it so plainly. Yes, Rython Vatoris wants her under his thumb, wants to shape her magic to further his ambitions. Another wave of guilt stirs in me. Why is this so difficult? I tighten my jaw. I have my orders. Her laugh is brittle, pained. Orders, right. She glances past me as though weighing the possibility of flight. But the courtyard's exits are narrow and I'm blocking one. She stands in the center, cornered by toppled carts and walls. The tension thickens. Resolving to end this, I surge forward one more time, sword at the ready. She reacts instantly, summoning an incantation I can't quite decipher. The air warps around her, a swirling distortion. Space-time magic? The Overlord's intelligence claims she could manipulate reality itself. A wave of dread and awe crashes over me. I drive forward, stepping into the distortion, blade extended. My mind reels as the world blurs. For a disorienting heartbeat, the cobblestones under my feet shift, stretching like molten wax. My sense of direction snaps in half, left becomes right, forward bleeds into sideways. Nausea clenches my gut. I fight it, forcing one step after another, determined not to yield. Elira stumbles too, though she stands at the heart of the distortion. She's no master of this art yet. I see panic flicker across her features. If she can't control her magic, it might tear us both apart. My muscles strain, fighting an invisible gravity that presses me from different angles. In that moment, our gazes lock again. Despite the swirling chaos, I see her eyes fill with fierce resolve, tinged with sorrow. She won't let me take her. The realization cuts deep. A pang of regret stabs at me. Why am I hesitating? With a cry, she hurls the distortion outward, forcing me to stagger back. The alley behind me snaps into sharp relief, normal space reasserting itself. The force knocks me onto one knee, sword clattering from my grip. My vision spins, dread clawing at my throat. This is no simple illusion. She's actually warping the fabric of reality around us, if only briefly. By the time I scramble to my feet, the distortion dissipates. The courtyard reappears in its ordinary dimensions, the torchlight flickering. Elira is gone. The space where she stood empty except for the swirl of her cloak fluttering on the ground. She must have seized that moment to slip away, perhaps using illusions or a short, teleport-like shift. My heart pounds, fury and relief tangling in a knot that leaves me breathless. Snatching up my sword, I whirl, scanning the gloom. The corners are empty, the stalls abandoned. A few echoes of footsteps sound far down an alley, but I can't confirm they're hers. She vanished like a phantom. A ragged exhalation escapes me. I press a hand against the wall, trying to steady my trembling limbs. Anger wells up, anger at losing my quarry, anger at the meltdown of clarity in my mind. But there's also a flicker of something undeniably tender in my chest, a sense of wonder at the power she wields. It's dangerous, yes, but it's also enthralling. Focus. The Overlord's voice rings in my memory, commanding me to remain vigilant. We're closer than ever. I just faced her, albeit briefly, and nearly had her in my grasp. Next time I must not falter. But why did I falter? The question needles me. Her presence conjured a swirl of contradictory emotions. The compulsion to fulfill my duty, overshadowed by a baffling urge to protect her. The memory of her wide eyes, filled with both fear and defiance, burns in my mind. I shake my head violently, as if the gesture can dislodge these conflicting thoughts. Damn it! I growl under my breath, stepping away from the wall. The torch sputters overhead, casting erratic shadows on the cobblestones. I brush dust from my cloak, cursing my momentary weakness. Next time, I won't allow such confusion to disrupt my purpose. Footsteps approach from behind. My sword whips up, poised to strike. An older man, presumably a local merchant, freezes, hands raised in surrender. Please, don't hurt me, he pleads. I heard commotion. Came to see if everything's all right. I lower the blade slightly, swallowing my anger. Mind your business, I snap, though not as harshly as I could. My mind whirls. This man likely saw nothing beyond me standing alone in a wrecked courtyard. Still, I can't risk him spreading tales. He nods frantically, stepping back. Yes, sir, I'll go. He darts away, footsteps echoing along the alley until they vanish into the hush of the marketplace. Alone again, I pace the courtyard's perimeter, searching for any hint of Elira's escape route. A few footprints in the dust, some scuff marks near the collapsed cart. Nothing definitive. My gaze lifts to the rooftops. Could she have climbed? Unlikely with that injured shoulder. She got away. A flare of both frustration and reluctant admiration sears me. Finally, I force myself to leave, sword sheathed, shoulders taut. My body hums with leftover adrenaline, a faint tremor running through my fingers. Elira's face lingers in my vision, the way her brow furrowed, the parting of her lips when she recognized me. The Overlord's warning resonates again. She is the key to harnessing the gargoyles, or the spark that frees them. The brief surge of empathic sympathy I felt for her gnaws at me. If I captured her now, perhaps the Overlord would force her to unleash unimaginable destruction. But is that any better than letting her roam free, possibly triggering a new war or a gargoyle uprising? I grunt, rubbing the heel of my hand against my temple. This moral quandary is foreign territory for me. Typically, I have orders. I carry them out. No conflict. Leaving the deserted courtyard, I retrace my steps through the silent stalls. A few curious onlookers dart behind crates when I pass. I make no effort to reassure them. My pretense of calm is fragile enough. Soon I reach the open area where the Zalkir stands, shifting from foot to foot in clear agitation. It senses my unrest. As I mount, the creature snorts, tossing its scaled head. Yes, I know, I mutter, stroking its neck. She was here, and I lost her. The Zalkir rumbles as if chastising me. I can't deny I feel the same self-reproach. The night air feels oppressive as we trot away from Yarrowby Market. A few torches flicker on the outskirts, revealing anxious villagers peering from shutters. They see me pass, their dread-laden eyes reflecting the torchlight, but I pay them no mind. My objective lies elsewhere, along the path Elira has taken. Once outside the market's boundaries, I guide the Zalkir into a loping canter along a dirt road. The moon hangs low, partially obscured by drifting clouds. My gaze sweeps the darkness for any sign, shadows shifting, footprints left behind. If she's clever, she'll hide from open roads, relying on illusions. But illusions can't mask everything, especially if fatigue sets in. She won't have the strength to maintain them endlessly. Wind whips against my cloak, stinging my cheeks. The events of the last hour spin in my head, refusing to settle. Our scuffle replays in flashes. Her fierce eyes, the crackle of her magic, the way my chest constricted when I touched her. I recall that jarring surge of images, stone claws and roars, tethered to a part of me I barely comprehend. Did her presence trigger it, or is something else at play? A shiver runs through me. The Overlord insisted my heritage is nothing special. They're just rumors, he claimed. Pay them no heed, Valen. But I've seen glimpses. I feel them in my bones. Riding deeper into the countryside, I realize how quiet the world seems. No travelers roam at this hour. No farmers tend fields. Even the usual chirping of insects feels subdued, as though the land itself senses the tension. My mind drifts back to that odd flicker of longing, like the ghosts of desire swirling in my chest when I faced her. Could it be just a momentary fascination? A trick of her illusions? Or is it something else, a resonance between her magic and the secrets buried in my blood? I grit my teeth, forcing my thoughts to realign. Focus on the mission. The Overlord wants her subdued. She's proven formidable, but not invincible. She's untrained in harnessing the full might of her space-time magic. Her attempt nearly spun out of control. If I can corner her again, be more prepared for that distortion, perhaps I can knock her unconscious, slip the Overlord's binding crystal around her wrist, and end this chase once and for all. The question remains, will I do it without hesitation? The conflicted swirl in my gut suggests otherwise. Something about the way her gaze mirrored my own confusion, like she sensed the same strange tether. I catch myself scanning the dark horizon for a sign of her. The farmland stretches into rolling meadows dotted with scattered copses of trees. She might have taken refuge among them, or carried on to the next village. A gust of wind brings the tang of damp earth to my nostrils, a reminder that storms often brew in these plains at night. If one hits, tracking her will become exponentially harder. Clucking my tongue, I urge the Zalkir to pick up the pace, the creature's claws digging into the packed dirt. Moonlight reveals faint wagon ruts, but I see no fresh footprints or horse tracks. She's traveling on foot. She can't outdistance me forever. Yet time is not on my side. The Overlord expects swift results. He might dispatch additional squads if I tarry too long, and I'll lose my chance to capture her alone. The Overlord can be savage with his subordinates who fail. We press onward for half an hour, hooves echoing in the emptiness. Every so often I pause to listen, hoping for a clue, a rustle in the brush, a flash of illusions. Silence. My earlier anger morphs into a heavy sense of disappointment I can't fully explain. It's as if I wanted to speak with her, even beyond the chase. I recall that fierce look, her unwillingness to yield, and a sliver of admiration threads through me. She's no coward. Eventually, I come upon a fork in the road. One branch leads northeast, the other northwest. Both vanish into the gloom. I dismount, crouching to see if the mud or gravel shows footprints. The faint moonlight reveals only well-worn tracks from past travelers. No sign of recent passage. I swear under my breath. She could have easily taken to the fields or a hidden path, avoiding roads altogether. A sense of futility grips me. Perhaps I should rest and renew the search at first light. My body still trembles from the space-time distortion, my head pounding with each pulse of blood. Driving myself forward in this state might lead me astray. My training warns that exhaustion dulls the senses, guaranteeing mistakes. Letting out a reluctant sigh, I guide the Zalkir off the road. We find a shallow depression at the base of a hill, shielded by a copse of spindly trees. It's not ideal, but it offers some shelter from prying eyes. I tether the beast loosely, allowing it to graze on the sparse grass. Then I sink to the ground, back against a trunk. My gaze drifts to the moon, half shrouded behind clouds. The stillness of night settles in, broken only by the soft grunt of the Zalkir. My thoughts revolve around Elira's face, her voice, the raw power she brandished. Why do I keep replaying that fleeting contact when our hands grazed? A strangled mix of guilt and longing churns in my gut. I'm supposed to be unflinching, forged for duty, yet the memory sparks a warm flutter under my ribs, like an ember of something I can't name. She's your target, I remind myself sternly. Nothing more. If I fail to capture her, the Overlord will find someone else to do it, likely someone without my restraint, and she might face a far harsher fate. That realization sours my tongue. Despite the night's chill, sweat beads on my neck. My entire life has revolved around following orders, submerging personal desire in the Overlord's will. But now, that rigid certainty falters. Why does it matter if she ends up in the Overlord's hands? Because a part of me, some seed of decency I thought long crushed, knows it would be disastrous for her. For others, perhaps for the entire realm. Something about her essence calls to me, urging me to deviate from the path of cold obedience. The notion unsettles me to my core. I press the heels of my palms against my closed eyes, willing the confusion to fade. The Overlord's conditioning taught me to extinguish rebellious thoughts, but they surge now, unstoppable as a rising tide. Perhaps capturing her is the lesser evil compared to letting her roam free and risk the gargoyles' release. Or perhaps I can't bear to see her bound in Orthani's dungeons, forced to serve a master who revels in cruelty. Stop, I order myself, heart racing. This is madness. She's a fugitive, a threat. My duty is clear. The unwelcome swirl of attraction or pity must not deter me. Next time we meet, I'll be prepared. The memory of her parted lips, the softness in her gaze, just before she unleashed that distortion, I grit my teeth, banishing the thought. Focus. Lightning flickers on the horizon, a storm brews, likely to hit by dawn. The wind rustles the sparse leaves overhead. I sigh, settling into a guarded posture. Sleep is tenuous, but I need at least some rest. I force my eyes shut, ignoring the turmoil that racks me. Maybe with a brief reprieve, I'll regain the clarity demanded of me. In the hollow hush of midnight, her face drifts behind my eyelids again, refusing to leave me in peace. A pang of yearning flutters in my chest. Nothing I felt before, not in all my years of violence and unwavering loyalty. It's maddening. If the Overlord knew, he'd stamp out this weakness, remind me of the punishments for betrayal. The night stretches on, every minute a battle against these disquieting emotions. Ultimately, exhaustion claims me, pulling me into a fitful doze. My last conscious thought is of Elira, her trembling voice, the fear and strength mingled in her gaze, and the strange, impossible hope that she might be more than just a mark to deliver. Or perhaps I'm reading illusions into illusions. Either way, tomorrow brings another chase, another chance to corner the elusive witch. And next time, I vow, I won't let her slip away so easily, no matter how my heart or my heritage conspires to undermine me.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human, happily ever after guaranteed.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 9. Elira. I crouch beneath the fractured archway of the old ruin, trembling in the aftermath of my desperate flight. My right arm throbs from overexerting my magic, and each shallow breath tastes of dust and fear. The evening light filtering through crumbling stone pillars casts strange shadows across the cracked floor, remnants of a hall that once served as a grand temple. Now it's little more than a husk. Broken statues litter the corners, features worn away by centuries of wind and rain. Sweat mats my hair to my forehead, and my lungs protest each shaky inhale. But I can't risk lingering near the entrance, not while the Overlord's enforcer prowls the countryside. My illusions are weakened by exhaustion, my spells drained from that last frantic confrontation. Beyond these defaced walls, the night grows darker, and with it, my dread of being discovered. The temple's roof has long since collapsed, leaving only partial stone arches overhead. A few half-toppled columns lean at precarious angles. At the far end, I see a smaller alcove or side chamber, half buried in rubble. It's a better hiding place than out here in the open. Swallowing hard, I push to my feet, one hand braced against the cold stone for balance. My battered cloak drags across the uneven floor, leaving a faint trail of grit. The thought of Vaylin Duskbane sends an involuntary shudder through me. Even now, my magic hums with the echo of our clash, like a chord still vibrating in the aftermath of a thunderous note. My shoulder smarts where he struck me with the flat of his blade, a reminder that I nearly ended up in his custody. I think of his eyes, iced steel that burned hotter than any of my illusions. A swirling mix of anger, fear, and something else I can't quite name lingers in my chest. Every time I recall his face, a conflicting flutter runs through me, an unsteady mix of loathing and fascination. Focus, Elira, I tell myself fiercely. There's no room for indulgent wonder when my life hangs in the balance. I make my way deeper into the ruin, boots crunching over fragments of fallen masonry. The air here carries a stale tang, with moss creeping over every surface. Eventually, I find that recessed chamber, a smaller space flanked by columns that once bore carved reliefs. Now the images are too eroded to read. A few large stone blocks tilt precariously, forming a partial roof. Water drips from some hidden crevice, creating a shallow puddle in the corner. Cautiously, I lower myself onto a chunk of stone that might have been part of a statue's base. My entire body aches from the constant flight, the illusions woven under tension, and the space-time magic that nearly tore me apart. My limbs feel heavy, my eyelids half-lidded. I need rest, even a moment's respite, to gather enough strength for a healing spell, or at least to numb the pain in my shoulder. I close my eyes, trying to center myself. My breath quivers, magic stirring just beneath my skin, weak but alive. I can't stay here long, I remind myself, but if I don't rest, I won't get far anyway. A sudden noise pricks my ears, footsteps, faint but unmistakable, scraping against rubble. My heart seizes, instinct flares. I press myself behind a fallen slab, ignoring the protest in my shoulder. The flicker of illusions I can still muster shimmers around me, hopefully rendering me a blur in the dim light. If it's Vaylin, I might not stand a chance. I'm too depleted to outrun him again. I hold my breath waiting. My pulse pounds so loudly I'm certain anyone within 10 paces can hear it. A figure steps into the ruined chamber. Even in the gloom I recognize his tall silhouette, the broad shoulders draped in a dark cloak. Silver hair, faintly catching what's left of the waning light. His posture is off. He moves stiffly, as though injured. The breath I've been holding escapes in a silent hiss. Vaylin. He presses a hand to his side, wincing. My illusions might be enough to keep him from spotting me instantly, but if he lingers, he'll sense my magic. He always does. My gaze drops to the dark stain spreading across his black tunic. A slash? Blood seeps between his fingers, shining wetly in the half-light. My gut clenches. He's wounded. Possibly from our last encounter or from some other fight. Still, he's on his feet, scanning the shadows as if searching for a spectre. Our eyes meet, or at least, I sense his gaze lock onto the faint distortion of my illusions. My heart hammers. There's no point in hiding now. The illusions flicker out, my energy too drained to sustain them. Valen tenses, sword hand twitching, but he doesn't attack. He staggers, leaning against a half-broken pillar, breath ragged. I rise slowly, muscles trembling, every instinct screaming at me to flee. But my legs feel too heavy, my magic too weak. "How did you find me?" I ask, whispering. His features tighten. "I followed your trail," he manages, as though each word costs him. "Sensed your illusions in this place." His eyes flick over me, lingering on my battered state. His gaze, even pained, has that unsettling intensity. "You're not, well, either." I laugh, a hollow sound. "No thanks to you," I mumble, one hand absently rubbing the bruise on my shoulder. He grimaces, as though recalling the blow. For a moment, neither of us moves. Tension coils between us, thick enough to choke on. He's the Overlord's weapon, unstoppable. Yet he's bleeding, his obsidian skin smeared with blood, his eyes glazed with pain. I consider letting him collapse, ignoring him entirely. But something stirs within me, an odd pang of concern. Why should I care? I push aside the feeling, telling myself it's only practical. If he dies here, that might attract more dark elves to the area. Or maybe it's just that I can't watch a wounded person suffer, no matter the circumstances. Carefully, I reach into my satchel, fingers brushing over a small pouch of herbs. "Your side, you're bleeding," I say curtly. His jaw tightens, a flick of annoyance crossing his expression. "I'll manage." Even in agony, he's proud. My lips press into a thin line. "Fine, bleed to death if you want," I snap, though part of me regrets the harshness. Then, I remember who he is, the Overlord's enforcer, and swallow the pity that threatens to rise. He'd capture me given half a chance. Keep your guard up. Before either of us can speak again, a faint roar rumbles from outside the ruin. My spine stiffens. The noise resonates through the broken walls, like a half-feral screech that sets my nerves on fire. I trade a startled look with Valen. The breath catches in my throat. That sounded neither human nor typical beast. Another roar echoes, this one closer. The ground trembles as if something massive lumbers across the ancient courtyard. My eyes dart to Valen's. I see alarm flicker there. He pushes off the pillar, wincing at the effort, and attempts to draw his sword. Fresh blood stains his side, but he manages to stand erect. "This place. There's a wild spot nearby," he says in a hoarse whisper. A wave of dread washes over me. Wild spots are regions where magic seeps from the earth unchecked, birthing monstrous abominations. "You think those creatures followed us here?" I ask, voice shaky. He nods, scanning the collapsed walls. "Likely. We stirred the area with our battle, and they probably smelled blood. They'll come." A metallic clang reverberates from outside, followed by the scrape of claws on stone. My heart gallops. In my current state, fighting off monstrous spawn from a wild spot is nearly impossible. Even with Valen at full strength, we'd have a challenge, but he's clearly wounded, and I'm just as depleted. This is bad. We share a single urgent look. Somehow in that glance, understanding passes between us. We might be enemies, but the monstrous roars approach from multiple sides. The only chance of survival is to work together, at least for now. Valen breathes hard. "We have to fortify this spot. Fewer entrances here." He motions to the half-collapsed chamber we stand in. "They'll come through the main hall." I bite my lip, summoning what little energy remains. I can cast illusions, I say softly. Something to deter them, but I'm not sure how long I can maintain it. He nods, acknowledging my exhaustion. Then he gestures to a chunk of broken stone. We can block the archway, force them into a bottleneck. Even as he speaks, his voice wavers. He's losing blood. Another roar jolts us into motion. Together we scramble to shift debris. My shoulder screams in protest. Valen, despite his injury, leverages his superior strength to shove large stones into a makeshift barrier. Dust stings my eyes. We manage to create a narrow channel leading into this side chamber, forcing anything that enters to funnel through a single gap. It won't hold forever, but it's something. My magic flickers along the edges of my senses as I push illusions outward, layering them over the collapsed archway to create the impression of solid stone. If the creatures rely on sight or basic cunning, they might hesitate. My head pounds with the strain. Not too much longer, I tell myself. Just hold on. No sooner do we brace ourselves behind the half-broken pillar than shadows ripple across the ruin's entrance. A trio of beasts skulks in, shapes reminiscent of oversized hyenas with elongated limbs and twisted jaws. Their eyes glow with an eerie luminescence, evidence of arcane corruption. One sniffs the air, slime dripping from a mouth filled with needle-like teeth. Valen tenses at my side, sword poised. I can sense his ragged breathing. The moment the first beast steps forward, illusions swirl around it, my attempt to confuse. It snarls, swiping at phantom shapes, but the trick only slows it a few heartbeats. These monsters, born of chaotic magic, won't be fooled for long. With a guttural snarl, the beast leaps over the rubble. Valen lunges, ignoring the pain in his body. His blade arcs through the air, catching the creature across its shoulder. Green-black ichor splatters the crumbling floor. Another monstrosity charges from the left, hissing. I fling a wave of force at it, but it's weaker than I'd like. The creature staggers, then recovers with an ear-splitting roar. Panic floods my veins. My illusions won't hold these abominations off forever. As Valen tangles with the first, the second leaps for me, claws outstretched. I scramble backward, nearly slipping on the rubble. My mind races, weaving a quick transformative spell aimed at the beast's front limbs. The magic lances my skull with pain, but the creature's forepaws contort, partially stiffening into stone. It crashes onto its side, howling in confusion. I gasp, reeling from the effort. The final beast remains near the entrance, prowling with caution. Valen dispatches the first with a brutal thrust, then staggers. Blood drips onto the stones. He's going pale. My stomach twists. If he collapses, I'm next. The creature I partially petrified flails, smashing into a pillar. The structure groans ominously. Stone shards rain down, and a chunk of the overhead arch breaks free. I leap aside, narrowly avoiding being crushed. Dust chokes the air. The monstrous thing tries to shake off the petrification, flesh warping under the chaotic surge of its own twisted magic. An unspoken understanding sparks between Valen and me. We press forward simultaneously. He slices with lethal precision, while I unleash the last dregs of my illusions to blind the creature's sight. It thrashes, disoriented, and Valen lands a vicious strike at its throat. Another spray of greenish fluid, and it collapses with a final shriek. Only the last beast remains, pacing at the entrance, perhaps wary of our defences. My chest heaves, body trembling. Valen limps, sword tip dragging. The beast snarls, shifting its weight as though preparing a final charge. Through the haze of dust, I see Valen lock eyes with me. "Together," he rasps. I nod, forcing air into my lungs. He grips his sword in both hands, ignoring the agony that must be coursing through him. I gather what scant force remains, letting illusions swirl around the beast's head. For an instant it hesitates, snapping at intangible shapes. Vaylin lunges. The creature tries to dodge, but it's slowed by confusion. With one swift, punishing blow, he severs its spine. It slumps onto the rubble, twitching. A sickening hush falls. For several heartbeats we remain motionless, listening for any more roars. None come. My illusions fade. The temple echoes with the ragged cadence of our breathing. Shuddering, I sink to my knees. My entire body is numb with exhaustion, my magic spent. Vaylin stumbles, sword clattering from his grip as he braces himself against a fallen column. The stench of ichor coats the air. We're surrounded by monstrous carcasses, each oozing vile fluid. Half the chamber lies in ruin, fresh cracks spiderwebbing the walls. I fight nausea, pressing a hand to my mouth. If not for Vaylin's swordsmanship and my illusions, those creatures would have torn us to pieces. Vaylin slumps against the column, head bowed. Blood seeps from his side, dangerously bright. He's panting, face drawn. Without thinking, I crawl toward him, ignoring the voice in my head that screams, "He's your enemy." But I can't let him die. Not after we just fought side by side. My heart beats wildly, conflicting impulses vying for dominance. I reach him, placing a trembling hand on his shoulder. "You're hurt," I say uselessly, my throat tight. He grits his teeth, refusing to meet my gaze. A moment later, his knees buckle. I help him ease down, biting my lip at the sight of his wound. The gash is deep, likely reopened from our battle. Blood mats his tunic, sliding down his abdomen in rivulets. Wordlessly, I dig into my satchel, retrieving healing salves and a strip of bandage. My fingers shake, but I force them steady. Vaylin's gaze finally meets mine, a swirl of caution and something else burning there. "Why, help me," he croaks. I swallow. "Because you fought with me. Because those creatures would have killed us both if not for you." My voice hovers between anger and reluctant gratitude. "And maybe I'm not as cruel as your overlord." He exhales a shaky breath. No retort. When I press the salve against the wound, he hisses, jerking. But he doesn't push me away. Gently, I wrap the bandage around his torso, ignoring the sticky warmth of blood on my hands. Each hiss of pain from him makes me flinch. I was raised to despise dark elves for their cruelty. But here, in this ruin, he's simply a wounded man. The confusion knots in my stomach, intensifying. At last, the bleeding slows. Vaylin sags, half conscious. My own head spins from the magical exertion. We can't leave. We'd never make it far in our conditions. So I shuffle us away from the carcasses, deeper into the corner of the side chamber where the air is a bit clearer. I brace him against a chunk of stone, ensuring he's at least upright. My chest burns from overuse of illusions and transformations, each breath an ache. A charged silence settles between us. The memory of that battle clangs in my mind, the moment we fought together, not as hunter and prey, but as partners. It's a stark shift from how we faced each other a day ago, swords drawn and illusions swirling. The tension changes quality, from violent to something uncertain. My pulse flutters, a wave of dizziness mixing with an inexplicable heat. His obsidian skin, smeared with drying blood, glistens in the faint illumination that filters through the broken roof. I try to look away, but I keep glancing back, an odd awareness prickling my cheeks. He notices. His gaze locks onto mine, and I feel pinned in place, as though some gravitational pull tethers us. I remember the moment in the courtyard when our eyes met, the confusion and attraction that flared. Now, with adrenaline spiking my senses, that draw seems magnified. My heart hammers. No, this can't be real. He's the Overlord's enforcer, a man who hunts Purnas, yet the air crackles with unspoken electricity, neither of us able to deny it. "Elira," he murmurs, voice rough. The sound of my name in his mouth sends a shiver down my spine. I hate that it does. My rational mind screams that this is dangerous, a swirl of illusions I should dispel. But my body, pulsing with leftover adrenaline, betrays me with its longing for something. I search his face, expecting the usual steeled resolve. But I see doubt, conflict, and a flicker of, gods forbid, desire. Heat flushes my cheeks. We should keep watch, I stammer, forcing my gaze away. The night is thick with threats, and we're in no state to run if more creatures come. He nods, but his gaze lingers. I sense his breathing deepen, chest expanding against the bandage. My own breath wavers, parted lips struggling for composure. The hush of the ruined temple feels far too intimate. The battered walls, the starlight, the memory of us standing shoulder to shoulder against monsters, everything collides in a swirl of raw emotion. Our eyes meet again. My pulse thuds, unstoppable. Neither of us speaks. 1,000 reasons to stay separate crowd my mind, all overshadowed by a visceral magnetism. He shifts closer, ignoring his wound. Before I can think, we're leaning toward each other, drawn by a force neither can quell. When our mouths touch, the tension that's been building erupts in a blaze of sensation. It's far from gentle, more like a clash of wills that melts into fierce hunger. His lips are warm, slightly chapped, tasting of iron and desperation. I shudder, surprising myself with how fiercely I respond, fists tangling in the collar of his tunic. Every nerve screams that this is wrong, but the flush of adrenaline, the relief of surviving together, drowns caution in a tide of impulsive need. He groans softly, one hand sliding around my waist, cautious of my bruised shoulder, but still firm enough to make my heart stutter. The pressure of his mouth intensifies, an urgent, seeking rhythm that coaxes answers from me I never intended to give. My magic flickers around our joined forms, sparks of stray illusions dancing in the periphery, as if responding to the chaotic swirl of my emotions. For a heartbeat, I want to tear away, to snarl that he's my enemy. But that impetus dissolves under the sheer force of our kiss, a collision that feels inevitable. We're pressed together, battered bodies and roiling hearts, channeling the leftover fury and fear into heated contact. My fingers curl in his hair, feeling the damp strands. When our lips part, we gasp for air. A storm of conflicting feelings churns in my chest. Fear of what he represents, anger at his pursuit, gratitude for his help, desire ignited by adrenaline. It all tangles into something raw, and he looks equally shaken, eyes dark with an emotion I can't fully decipher. Time seems to suspend as we exchange another fraught kiss, gentler this time, but no less intense. His mouth moves over mine with tentative exploration, a soft question and an urgent plea wrapped together. I respond in kind, half lost in the swirl of sensation. The temple's ruinous walls fade from my consciousness, replaced by the taste and feel of him. For a moment, there's only the rasp of our breathing, the rasp of fabric as I press closer, ignoring the ache in my bones. He lifts a hand to cradle my cheek, and I jolt at the warmth of his touch, so contrary to the rumours of his cold efficiency. My heart thrashes in my chest, uncertain but unwilling to stop. Neither of us speaks, as if any words might shatter this fragile, impulsive truce. Instead, we let our bodies communicate. Hesitant caresses that skim across bruised skin, a brush of lips that deepens into urgent closeness. Desire coils tight in my core, a throbbing heartbeat that demands release. I sense a mirror of that longing in the trembling of his muscles, the way his grip tightens at my waist. Yet for all the hunger, pain and exhaustion curb our reckless impulses. Every shift of our limbs draws a gasp from either one of us. His wound, my bruises. We cling to each other, half delirious from the synergy of relief and want, uncertain how to proceed without aggravating injuries. The rawness of it pulses in the charged air. When we finally break apart, Our foreheads rest together, breathing ragged. My cheeks burn, not just from desire, but from the realization of what we're doing. He's a dark elf enforcer. I'm the Purna witch he's meant to capture. We've forged a tenuous bond through shared peril, but the real world lies beyond these crumbling walls, hostile and unrelenting. We exchange a fractured look, chests rising and falling in unison. My lips tingle from his kisses. My mind reels, searching for something to say that isn't an accusation or a confession. In the end, I manage only a shaky exhale. We should rest, I whisper, voice thick with residual passion. He nods, a haunted expression flitting across his face. I see conflict swirl behind his eyes, the same swirling tide I feel. He doesn't speak. Instead, he shifts gingerly, adjusting his weight against the stone. His wound still seeps, though less profusely. The bandage is stained red. A wave of regret and confusion crashes over me. Another roar from somewhere outside the ruin reminds me how precarious our position is. We can't afford to dwell too long on this moment. My lips still feel swollen, and the memory of his touch lingers on my skin like a brand. Carefully, I ease down beside him. My body screams for rest. We're an odd tableau, dark elf enforcer and hunted witch, pressed together in the corner of a broken temple, each battered and drained, both trembling from a single stolen encounter. My heart hasn't slowed, but my eyelids droop with fatigue. I sense Vaylin shift, a quiet acceptance that we need each other's presence to keep watch. Without a word, I nestle closer. His arm settles around my shoulders in a hesitant gesture, more protective than possessive. Our mutual exhaustion dulls the edges of hostility. For a fleeting moment, I allow myself the luxury of leaning into his warmth, listening to his heartbeat, letting the adrenaline fade. Just until morning, I murmur, half to myself. Then, my voice trails off, uncertain how to complete that sentence. Then we return to being enemies? Then we run again? He doesn't answer. I sense his chest expand as he exhales, and his fingers twitch against my arm. The silent tension bristles with unspoken possibilities, none of them simple. We remain locked in that fragile moment, the wreckage of the temple a testament to lives once lived, the monstrous carcasses a grim reminder of the dangers that loom. Eventually, my eyes close. Sleep claims me with surprising swiftness, the day's countless battles draining every last scrap of energy. Valin's presence, alarmingly enough, provides a fragile sense of safety. My final conscious thought hovers between fear, guilt, and the faintest ember of longing for something I can't define. I wake to the grey light of dawn filtering through the broken arch, my body stiff and sore. Vaylin is still beside me, propped against the stone, though he stirs at my movement. Our limbs disengage awkwardly, accompanied by a fresh wave of reality. He tenses, likely recalling our precarious circumstances. An ache throbs in my chest, not purely physical. The memory of last night's impulsive embrace flares, and I see the echo of it in his uneasy gaze. Our eyes meet, and a flush warms my cheeks. The hush that follows is weighted with shame, wonder, and a dozen tangled emotions. We shift apart, carefully. I rub my aching shoulder, wincing. He checks his wound with a grimace. The bandage held, but he still looks pale. The faint morning breeze trickles in, carrying the smell of blood and decay from the carcasses outside. Soon, the acrid stench of monstrous remains might draw scavengers, or worse, more horrors. He glances at the battered archway, expression guarded. We survived, he says softly, voice hoarse. It's all he can muster. There's no mention of the moment we shared. I'm not sure if I'm relieved or disappointed. Yes, I reply, forcing myself to my feet. My body complains, but I manage to stand. We need to leave. Wildspawn creatures might return, and... My words fade. And what happens with us? Our ephemeral truce can't last, can it? He hauls himself upright, wincing. The tension thickens again. We stand a step apart. The memory of heated kisses, an invisible tether neither acknowledges out loud. My heart hammers with the realization that nothing has changed about our predicament. He remains the Overlord's enforcer. I remain his quarry, and the world beyond these ruins demands we pick sides. I swallow against the lump in my throat. Last night, we were just surviving, I mutter, half to reassure myself. A flicker of hurt or regret flickers in his eyes, gone so quickly I might have imagined it. A curt nod is his only reply. Then he retrieves his sword, sliding it into the scabbard. That single gesture triggers a surge of alarm in my mind. My illusions are still drained. If he decides to seize me, how hard would it be in my current state? The memory of our uneasy cooperation wars with the knowledge that duty might override whatever moment we shared. I steel myself, gathering the faint dregs of magic left. The next words slip out before I can censor them. If you still plan to take me, you'll have to fight me again. My tone is defiant, even though I'm barely standing. He exhales, gaze dropping to the floor. I have orders, he says, voice stiff. Then he lifts his eyes and the swirl of conflict returns, etched in every nook and cranny of his face. But I can't do it. Not now, not after last night. We shared something we can't explain. An odd sense of relief loosens the knot in my chest, though caution warns me he might change his mind later. Then, let me go, I say softly, heart pounding. It's a plea as much as a demand. Silence stretches. Somewhere beyond the broken walls, a crow caws, cutting the hush. Slowly Violin nods, as if each muscle rebels against the motion. His next words emerge in a broken whisper. Go. My eyes burn unexpectedly. I force a brisk nod of thanks. Without waiting for further argument, I gather my satchel, ignoring the trembling in my limbs. I slip past him, careful to avoid meeting his gaze. He doesn't move to stop me. My pulse roars in my ears, a swirl of gratitude and a pang of something suspiciously like heartbreak. Crossing the threshold of the ruin, I step into the scattered rubble where the monstrous bodies lie. Flies buzz around the remains. Wrinkling my nose, I pick my way through the carnage, each step hammering home the reality of what happened here. At the periphery, the morning sun peeks over the horizon, painting the sky in pale gold. I pause, glancing back over my shoulder. Valen stands at the chamber, shadowed by half-toppled pillars, hand pressed to his side. The bandage I tied remains the only barrier between him and death by blood loss. 1,000 words clog my throat. Apologies, warnings, or maybe the simple admission that something significant changed between us. But I say nothing. We both know acknowledging it won't alter the paths we're on. So I turn away, heart pounding, and limp into the dawn. Each step feels heavier than it should, weighed down by confusion and a lingering warmth from that single forbidden moment of closeness. Romance has no place in this war-torn world, especially not between a hunted witch and the dark elf sworn to capture her. Yet that's exactly what ignited in the hush of night, raw and undeniable. I force myself to keep moving, forging a path across the broken courtyard, slipping into the overgrown fields beyond. My senses remain alert for new threats, but my thoughts circle back to Valen, his wounded stance, the fleeting gentleness in his touch, the protectiveness in the way he shielded me from monstrous claws. Despite everything, a treacherous part of me yearns to see him again. The memory of his lips, the taste of desperate longing, lingers like a brand upon my soul. With each step, I try to crush that yearning. We are enemies. The Overlord's enforcer is not my ally. One night of truce, one wave of passion, can't undo the deeper conflict. The rising sun warms my back as I vanish into the tall grass, exhaustion dogging every footstep. My battered body demands rest, but the memory of his arms around me.
Chapter 10. Valin. I stand in a nameless clearing, my breath misting in the cold, early morning air. The ache in my side flares with each inhale, reminding me of the monstrous creatures I battled with Elira hours ago. Another reminder, the memory of her pressed against me, equal parts desperation and heat. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to drive away the images of that stolen intimacy. My loyalty should be unshakable, my duty unmuddled. Yet everything feels fractured. I discovered this tiny field during my restless night of half-sleep, searching for a place to regroup. A cluster of old oaks encircles the clearing, their trunks gnarled with age, branches draped in moss that sways in the breeze. My Zalkir stands nearby, scratching at the ground. The beast senses my turmoil and snorts, as though scolding me for my indecision. She's gone. I let her go. I can almost taste her name on my tongue, that flicker of regret rising in my chest. Every second that passes widens the distance between us, Elira, the Overlord's prized target, and me, the one fool enough to let her slip away. Overlord Rython won't forgive this misstep lightly. A pang of conscience grips me. If the Overlord discovers what I did, worse, if he learns of that impulsive, raw intimacy, I'll pay dearly. Still, I can't muster the energy to regret my decision. Letting her live feels right, in a way my cold training never prepared me for. I approach my Zalkir, pressing a palm to its scaled flank. It regards me with a slitted gaze, a reminder of the savage world I live in. I'm no stranger to brutality. My entire existence has been shaped by the Overlord's methods. Usually I unthinkingly do as commanded, but now I'm no longer certain I can. My side twinges again. When I lift my shirt to inspect the bandage, dried blood flakes away. The wound remains a raw slash across my ribs, courtesy of last night's chaos. The dressing is passable but not ideal. If I had a real healer, I'd fare better. Instead, I have only a battered kit from Orthani, plus my meager chaos magic, which can do little to mend flesh. I grunt, retying the bandage. Then I hear a rustle behind me, light footsteps in the undergrowth. My sword is free in an instant, heart thudding. For a terrifying heartbeat, I expect to see Elira, illusions swirling. Instead, a lone figure emerges from the shadowed tree line, wearing drab brown clothing. Human, by the look of it. "Oh there," he calls softly, hands raised to show no threat. "You're the dark elf soldier traveling alone, yes? I've messages." His trembling voice suggests fear, though he's masking it behind forced calm. Wariness thrums through me. "Messages from whom?" I demand, voice harsh. My mind churns. The Overlord? A local informant? He halts a yard away, eyes darting to my sword. "From a woman in red robes. She and a group of witches, or rather, Purnas, stopped me on the road. They forced me to carry this scroll and promised me silver if I found the Overlord's enforcer." His knuckles whiten around a parchment tube. "Said I'd meet a obsidian-skinned dark elf. That's you, I guess." My stomach clenches. Red robes. The Red Purnas. My grip tightens on the sword hilt. "Give me the scroll," I say curtly. He complies, inching forward until he's close enough to hand me the battered tube. Then he steps back, clearly eager to flee. "I don't want trouble," he mutters, eyes flicking between my sword and the Zalkir's looming shape. "I just wanted to earn my coin." I flick him a dismissive nod. The second he sees the gesture, he flees into the woods, twigs snapping underfoot as he vanishes into the gloom. A chill snakes through me. The Red Purnas are a radical group of Purnas, rumored to be stirring rebellion not just against dark elves, but also within their own coven. They thirst for power. Possibly They want Elira even more than the Overlord does. This cannot be good. I pop open the parchment tube and ease the scroll out. The message is penned in crisp, bold script. Overlord's enforcer, we know you hunt the same prize we do. We also know she slipped through your grasp. How unfortunate. Should you wish to correct your failure, we invite you to an accord. Meet us in the old orchard near Riverbend by the next moonrise. We share a common goal, capturing Elira Vex. Come alone, or we'll consider you an enemy as well. Nerissa, Red Purna matron. I exhale a harsh breath, rereading the lines. They think I might align with them against Elira. Fools. But do I have a choice? If the Red Purnas intensify their pursuit, they might snatch Elira first. What the Overlord wants from her is dire enough, but something about the Red Purnas and their rumored viciousness unsettles me even more. They're known for pushing boundaries, prepared to sacrifice their own if it secures a route to power. Frustration roils in my gut. My entire body tenses with the memory of that single night in the ruined temple, Elira's trembling exhale, her parted lips. Letting her go was a betrayal of my duty. But if these Red Purnas capture her, the consequences could be equally catastrophic. She belongs to no one. The thought flares in my mind, surprising me with its vehemence. I tuck the scroll away, uncertain how to respond. The Overlord demands results, but forging an alliance with a rogue faction of Purnas is precarious. They might lure me into a trap, or maybe they truly want a deal. Either way, I can't ignore them. Leaving the Red Purnas to run rampant could doom Elira. And why should that matter, Valine? A mocking voice inside me murmurs. Because you've developed a conscience, or something worse? A fondness? Fighting the swirl of confusion, I mount my Zalkir. The beast shifts under me, keen to move. We'll see if the Overlord has new orders, I mutter, spurring the reptile forward. My plan forms in fragments. I'll ride east until I find a vantage point with some semblance of privacy, then use the Overlord's scrystone to report. Typically, I only contact him at set intervals, but after recent events, I can't hide my failure. Better to deliver the truth myself than wait for word to reach him from some other source. I push the Zalkir into a brisk trot, ignoring the protest in my side. The forest thins into rolling hills after a short distance, each slope dotted with hardy shrubs and the occasional twisted pine. The sky brightens as dawn solidifies, painting the horizon in pinkish gold. Villages are sparser here, mostly farmland with scattered homesteads. Good. Fewer prying eyes. When I reach a small hill crowned by a lone oak, I halt. The vantage is decent. I can spot any traveler from half a mile away. Dismounting, I tether the Zalkir to a sturdy branch, letting it graze on sparse grass. Then I retrieve the scrystone from my pouch. It's a polished orb of black crystal, small enough to fit in my palm, etched with runic lines that allow communication with Orthani's courtiers, and occasionally the Overlord himself. The Overlord provided it for urgent matters. My stomach twists with the knowledge that summoning him might end poorly, yet I must. I settle against the oak trunk, pressing the orb's smooth surface, murmuring the trigger incantation. The runes glow a subtle violet swirling with ephemeral light. Seconds later, a hazy image appears in the orb's depths, a gaunt, silver-haired elf with a pinched expression, one of the Overlord's favored advisors. Sharon Verthus. He arches a brow, clearly disconcerted at my unscheduled contact. Valen Duskbane, he says, voice echoing from the orb's enchantment. This is unusual. Report. I inhale slowly, wrestling my confusion into measured speech. I have news for the Overlord. It's urgent. Sharon's lip curls. He's indisposed at the moment. Give me your report. A spike of irritation flares. Sharon's presence is always grating, too smug and too close to the Overlord's ear. Nonetheless, I quell the urge to snarl at him. I engage the Purna, Elira. She escaped, I say briskly. I suspect other factions, like the Red Purnas, may be moving in. A sneer stretches across Sharon's thin mouth. Escaped? I thought you were unstoppable, Valen. The sarcasm drips like venom. The Overlord won't be pleased. My jaw tightens. Her power is formidable. Also, I've been approached by the Red Purnas. They sent a messenger demanding a meeting. I produce the scroll, waving it before the scrystone's surface. They claim they want an alliance to capture her. Sharon's gaze sharpens. The Red Purnas. That's an unexpected complication. He rubs his chin, feigning concern. But perhaps an opportunity. If they can lead you to Elira, you might correct your failure. Rage simmers under my skin at the word failure, but I keep my composure. So what are the Overlord's orders? Karen tilts his head, a cruel twist at the corner of his lips. You wish me to speak for him? Very well. I know his mind. The Overlord demands you do whatever it takes to secure Elira, including forging temporary alliances. The end result is all that matters. I nod, though the thought of working with the Red Purnas churns my stomach. Understood. And if I succeed in capturing her, where shall I deliver her? His grin widens, hungry. Return her to Orthani immediately. The Overlord wants her power harnessed. The entire realm trembles at the possibility of controlling gargoyles. He can't allow that power to slip away. I grit my teeth at the mention of harnessing. The image of Elira bound, her magic subdued by monstrous spells, sets my teeth on edge. Yes, I say tightly. I'll see it done. Sharon's eyes narrow. Valine, do not disappoint him again. He's been patient with you because your skill is unmatched. But patience runs thin. If you fail... He doesn't finish, letting the threat dangle. I'll relay your message. Keep the scrystone at hand. Farewell. With that, the orb's glow fades, and I'm left staring at my reflection in the glossy surface. My expression is taut, eyes shadowed by guilt. I pocket the scrystone. So the Overlord wants me to play along with the Red Purnas. A wry laugh escapes me. If only he knew how my resolve crumbled last night. If only he understood that I can't simply drag Elira back in chains. I slump against the oak, letting the bark press into my spine. The morning sun climbs higher, warming my face. Deep inside, a quiet voice urges me to defy the Overlord altogether, to protect Elira from whatever sadistic fate awaits her in Orthani. But the Overlord's reach is vast, his wrath lethal. I'd be labeled a traitor. Orthani would hunt me down, and with it half the Dark Elf Kingdom. Do I care? My chest tightens. Perhaps a month ago, I would have scoffed at the notion of betraying everything I knew. Now, I'm not so sure. With a groan, I push away from the tree and secure my gear. The next steps are clear, however unwanted. Meet these Red Purnas in the orchard near Riverbend. Play the role of a dutiful enforcer seeking an alliance. Learn their intentions, see how they plan to corner Elira. Then decide whether to hand her over or find another path. Am I truly considering betraying the Overlord? The question echoes in my head, sending a ripple of terror and faint hope through me. No. I'm just buying time. My mantra rings hollow. I mount the Zalkir again, urging it into a steady canter. The ache in my ribs grinds with every jostle, but I cling to discipline. The orchard they mentioned sits a day's ride away, near a wide bend in the local river. The road ahead is seldom traveled, dotted with farmland and occasional stands of twisted willows. Clouds shift overhead, painting shadows across the rolling terrain. Gradually, the farmland gives way to rougher ground, dotted with shallow ravines. About midday, I pause in a small hamlet to water the Zalkir. The locals cower at my approach, edging away without a word. I'm used to their fear, but now it pricks at me. I recall Elira's condemnation, how the Dark Elves brutally subjugate humankind. My loyalty cracks further. After watering the beast at the hamlet's well, I resume my journey. By late afternoon, the land softens again, meadows stretching out on either side. The whiff of orchard blossoms reaches me on the breeze. Pear trees, perhaps, or apples. Soon, I spot the orchard. Lines of fruit trees in neat rows, though many appear overgrown, with drooping branches tangling together. The sweet fragrance mingles with the rank odor of rotting fruit on the ground. I slow my mount, scanning for movement. The Red Purnas demanded I come alone. My skin prickles with distrust. They might have archers waiting. They might spawn illusions to corner me. Stay alert. A soft voice calls from behind a row of pear trees. Welcome, Overlord's hound. I tense, recognizing the venom-laced tone that must belong to Nerissa, the Red Purna leader. She steps out, clad in crimson robes that cling to her tall form. Her hair is braided close to her scalp, accentuating sharp cheekbones and a cruel twist to her mouth. Behind her, at least half a dozen Purnas fan out, all wearing some variant of red-trimmed attire. Their gazes glint with hostility. I note with a jolt that some brandish staves or swirling orbs of energy. They're poised to attack if I make a wrong move. I force my expression into practiced aloofness. Nerissa, I say, dismounting carefully. You're a bold one, summoning me. Let's keep this civilized. She snorts, crossing her arms. Civilized? A dark elf enforcer preaching civility. Amusing. Her gaze flits to my bandaged side. Wounded, are we? Let me guess, Elira did that? Anger flushes my chest. We encountered monstrous creatures in a wild spot. That's enough detail. She gestures for the others to remain alert. Then she steps closer, eyeing me with a predatory glint. We know you want Elira as badly as we do. The difference is you serve that vile Overlord. We serve a grander cause. I arch a brow. Grander cause? You mean overthrowing your own coven? Or toppling the Dark Elf kingdoms? Rumors vary. A smirk tugs at her lips. Our vision is broader. The Purna hide in the mountains, cowering from your kind. We say enough. We'll harness Elira's power for ourselves, eradicate your Overlord's rule, and reshape Prothika. We only need her power to unify the Purnas. Her eyes flash with fervor. We can't let her vanish with that potential. I keep my tone neutral. And you think I'll hand her over to you? That's naive, even for a fanatic. She bristles, flicking a hand. Spare me your insults. We know you lost her. She's elusive, yes, but we have ways of drawing her out. We merely offer you a chance to stand on the winning side. If we capture her, your Overlord can't blame you for failing, can he? You'll have delivered Elira, albeit indirectly. I suppress a grimace. My mind conjures an image of Elira trapped under Nerissa's magic, possibly forced to wage war on both dark elves and her own coven. The thought churns my stomach. Tell me your plan, I say, keeping my voice steady. I can't commit to anything blindly. Nerissa's eyes gleam with satisfaction. She inclines her head, beckoning me to follow her among the trees. We move between rows of pear trees drooping with blossoms, the red Purnas fanning out to form a loose perimeter. The orchard's sweet scent clashes with the tension crackling in the air. As we walk, Nerissa speaks in a low voice. We know that Elira once belonged to a certain coven in Praj. That coven is fractured right now, thanks to our efforts. The matriarch can't protect Elira indefinitely. If we force her to return, perhaps by endangering innocents or by controlling her former allies, she'll appear. A chill slithers down my spine. You plan to use innocents as bait? Her shrug is dismissive. They're lesser Purnas, loyal to a dying ideal. If we threaten them, Elira's conscience will drive her out of hiding. She's soft from what I hear. Then we'll strike, swift, unstoppable. She won't escape this time. I grind my teeth. The callous disregard for her own kind is galling. And how exactly do you expect me to help? She stops, turning to face me with a cunning smile. Simple. You bring dark elf muscle. We can't defeat the entire coven alone, but if you lure them into thinking your Overlord's forces are seizing them, we'll swoop in from another angle. Elira won't know where to turn. Once we have her pinned, your part is done. We'll figure out the rest. The orchard rustles around us, a hush that feels unnaturally thick. My thoughts churn. This plan is monstrous. I imagine entire covens attacked from two sides, Purnas scapegoated, humans caught in the crossfire. And Elira, she'd stand no chance. My chest constricts. I used to take pride in orchestrating cunning strategies, but now revulsion roils in me. I force a neutral expression. It's an interesting scheme. Nerissa's brow arches, waiting for a real answer. I sense the other Red Purnas shifting closer, suspecting duplicity. If I balk too obviously, they might lash out. My gut warns me to proceed carefully. I clear my throat. I'll need time to coordinate with the Overlord's foot soldiers. We must ensure our approach remains secret. If Elira suspects a trap, she'll vanish again. Nerissa studies me, lips pursed. Time is one thing we can't waste. She grows stronger each day. The prophecy says she could seal or unleash the gargoyles. Her voice drips with disgust. We refuse to let her squander that power. We'll harness it, shape it to tear down the old ways. I swallow. My heart hammers with conflicting impulses. Give me 2 days. I can gather a discreet squad of Mew soldiers, men loyal to the Overlord, who won't question my orders. Then we'll meet again. She narrows her eyes, suspecting half-truths. You'd better not toy with us, Valen. We know how to punish traitors. Her power crackles in the air, a faint red shimmer weaving around her fingers. Where should we meet? I pretend to ponder, ignoring the chill down my spine. There's a hillside west of the Ryston River, overshadowed by a large oak with lightning-scorched bark. We can gather there, finalizing details on how to corner Elira's coven. Nerissa's lips curl. Fine, 2 days. Don't be late. She turns, striding back toward her fellow Purnas. They eye me with disdain, making no secret of their willingness to burn me alive if I cross them. I mount my Zalkir again, chest tight, and ride out of the orchard without looking back. My instincts prickle, convinced they'll watch my every move. Once I'm certain I'm far enough from their vantage, I release a pent-up breath. The orchard's sweet fragrance lingers on my clothes, clashing with the bitter taste in my mouth. They want a trap. I told them I'd comply, but in truth I can't bring myself to orchestrate such cruelty, especially not after what I shared with Elira. I head north, unsure where to go. The Overlord expects results. The Red Purnas demand collusion, and my conscience demands a third path. Perhaps I can warn Elira somehow. But how would I find her again? She vanished into the wilds. My shoulder tenses, recalling her desperate eyes, the press of her body against mine, the jolt of recognition that turned everything I believed upside down. Lost in thought, I nearly missed the small caravan traveling the adjacent road. Their wagons creak with wear, pulled by mules. I slow the Zalkir, eyeing them warily. A group of humans escorting battered carts, presumably merchants. They spot me, expressions twisting with dread. I raise a hand, an attempt at a non-threatening gesture. They hesitate, but keep moving forward. As our paths intersect, one of the humans, a woman with sun-worn skin and tattered clothing, steps aside, clearly afraid. Another older man tries to quell her panic by whispering reassurances. Guilt gnaws at me. We're not all monsters, I want to say, but they have every reason to fear a dark elf enforcer. Have you encountered any Purnas on the road? I ask, voice calm. Red robes, perhaps? They exchange uneasy glances. The older man steps forward, trembling. We saw some red-clad Purnas near the orchard. Heard rumors they attacked a small farmstead upriver. Terrible things. The place was left in flames. He swallows hard, gaze flicking to my sword. We didn't linger. My pulse quickens. The Red Purnas are already escalating. That might be part of their strategy to draw Elira out. Anger flares. They're hurting innocents, witch or human alike, to forward their goals. I recall my own orders from the Overlord, equally merciless. The lines between friend and foe blur. Travel safely, I manage, voice grim. Avoid those Purnas if you can. He nods, a spark of confusion flitting across his features. Perhaps he expected cruelty, not a warning. Then the caravan trundles on, leaving me in the swirling dust of the road. My chest heaves with frustration. This conflict is spiraling. Elira's not the only target. The Red Purnas are unhinged. Spurring the Zalkir, I continue northward, fighting the tangle of my thoughts. Late in the day, storm clouds gather on the horizon, grumbling with distant thunder. Rain threatens to drench the land. I find a shallow cave among the rocky hills, tucking the Zalkir inside to wait out the weather. The wind picks up, howling across the stones. I huddle by a small fire I conjure with a tinderbox and scraps of kindling. The flickering flames provide scant warmth. My mind circles back to the Overlord's demand for results, the Red Purna's vile plan, and Elira's precarious place in all of it. I recall that stolen moment, her lips parted in a soft gasp, her breath mingling with mine. The memory aches in my chest, a contradiction to everything I was taught. Rubbing my temples, I murmur, "What am I supposed to do?" The cave walls offer no answer. The Zalkir shifts restlessly behind me, tail swishing. Outside, the wind rises, and the first droplets of rain splatter on stone. I sense a deeper question thrumming beneath my confusion. Am I truly bound to Orthani's leash, or can I break free for her sake? The very thought feels heretical. But the Overlord's cruelty, the Red Purna's ambition, both cast a harsh light on the path I've always followed. If I remain loyal, I'll deliver Elira to a fate worse than death. If I betray the Overlord, I'll be hunted relentlessly. Lightning flashes, illuminating the cave mouth. The rain intensifies, sheets of water sluicing down. I stare into the storm, my heart pounding. Elira's name pulses through my mind like a half-remembered promise. She's out there alone, possibly in the path of both the Overlord's wrath and the Red Purna's trap. A surge of protective instinct swells inside me. My loyalty tears in two. On one side, decades of service, the Overlord's conditioning and fear of his merciless retribution. On the other, a spark of something dangerously akin to devotion for the witch I should be capturing. The more I struggle, the clearer it becomes. I cannot simply hand her over. The Overlord might break me, but I can't throw her to the wolves. Not after that night in the ruin. Not after feeling her heartbeat against mine. I realize the fire has burned low, casting dancing shadows. My side throbs, an echo of last night's battle. In the flickering light, my reflection glistens on a damp patch of rock, obsidian skin, hollow eyes, a man poised on the brink of treason. The Overlord's enforcer undone by a single act of compassion and an undeniable surge of longing. I can't do this anymore, I breathe, voice shaking. Thunder answers, a low rumble over the hills. My heart hammers at the admission. This is the moment I realize I might never be the same obedient blade. Something inside me has cracked, letting in a shard of empathy I can't banish. At length I stand, tossing aside the last bit of kindling onto the dying flames. Water drips from the cave ceiling, forming a shallow puddle near the entrance. The storm rages outside, but I can't remain idle. I must act, even if I'm uncertain how. Elira is in danger from both the Overlord and the Red Purnas. I can't watch from the sidelines. I approach my Zalkir, stroking its scaled neck. The beast nuzzles my hand, exhaling a hot breath that smells faintly of sulfur. My ribs protest as I pull myself into the saddle, but the pain scarcely registers now. The storm outside is fierce, rain lashing in sheets, but I steer the Zalkir into it without hesitation. Lightning rips across the sky, followed by a deafening crack of thunder. I hunker against the beast's neck, letting my cloak shield me as best it can. Mud splashes under the Zalkir's claws, and the world seems to blur beneath the deluge. My lungs burn with every breath of wet, cold air. Yet a fierce determination surges within me. I don't have a perfect plan, but I know I must find Elira first, warn her, protect her. Do something to keep the Red Purnas from caging her or the Overlord from twisting her gifts. She might not trust me, but after last night, maybe she'll listen. Maybe there's a path forward that doesn't end in more bloodshed. My side flares with renewed pain, but I ignore it, spurring the Zalkir onward. The storm's fury howls around us, wind whipping branches and flattening tall grass. My soaked cloak slaps against my back with each stride. Every muscle in my body screams for rest, yet I press on, driven by a fractured loyalty that's begun to realign around a single truth. Elira's fate matters more to me than my own survival. That realization both terrifies and emboldens me. I ride into the night, the thunder and lightning serving as my only companions. Each flash illuminates the drenched landscape, hills, twisted trees, streams overflowing with rain. My mind runs with the question, where to find her? The last time I saw her, she was heading east, possibly skirting farmland and avoiding major roads. If the Red Purnas are escalating, they might also guess that route. A new dread blossoms. What if the Red Purnas corner her before I do? The image of Nerissa's triumphant sneer churns my stomach. The memory of Elira's exhausted face after the monstrous battle, the brush of her lips against mine spurs me onward. Stay safe, please. Time becomes a blur, measured only by the lightning's erratic intervals. Eventually, my Zalkir staggers, nearly slipping on a waterlogged slope. I rein it in, panting. The poor beast can't go on much longer without rest, and neither can I. The storm rages unabated. Gritting my teeth, I guide it toward a copse of willows, hoping the hanging branches provide minimal shelter. We slip beneath them, rainwater streaming off the leaves in rivulets. Dismounting, I sink against the trunk of a willow, breath ragged. My side throbs. The bandage is soaked and useless, blood and rain mingling in a sticky mess. Yet I cling to the flicker of resolve. Tomorrow, when the storm dies, I'll search again. For now, we must endure the night's onslaught. Lightning crackles overhead, painting the night in stark white. My eyes close against the glare. In the darkness behind my lids, I picture Elira's determined gaze. The Overlord's face looms too, sneering at my weakness. Between them stands the Red Purnas, ready to exploit any opening. The chaos of it all weighs on me, pressing against my ribs with a suffocating force. A tremor courses through me, part chill, part apprehension. My once ironclad loyalty is in ruins, and I'm forging a path that might end with my own death. But I cannot stop now. Everything changed the moment I chose not to deliver her to Orthani. If I'm doomed, I'll at least try to protect her from the darkest impulses of both my people and her own. Thunder rattles the ground. I curl a hand around the hilt of my sword, half for reassurance, half to remind myself I still have a role to play. The storm's fury washes away the last vestiges of the Overlord's illusions about my unwavering obedience. I'm no longer sure if I serve Orthani or my own conscience. In the hush between lightning strikes, I whisper into the rain, "Elira, hold on." My words vanish in the howling wind, but they anchor me nonetheless. The road ahead is steeped in betrayal and conflict, but I can't turn back. Tomorrow, I'll ride again, battered but resolute, guided by the fragile hope of finding her first and forging a new destiny that might spare us both from the cruelty that hunts us. The storm thrashes around me as I slump against the willow trunk. My eyelids drift shut, weariness finally compelling me to snatch what sleep I can in the deluge. Echoes of guilt and longing swirl in my thoughts, yet one truth remains clear. I cannot simply turn her over now. My loyalty to the Overlord is fractured, replaced by a loyalty to something I never expected: Elira's survival and the faint promise of something beyond the darkness.